From the earliest moments we could think and feel, human beings have looked up at the stars, into the darkness, and asked a question that has no simple answer. What happens to us when we die? It is the single most profound mystery at the heart of our existence, a question that has fueled our greatest myths, inspired our most profound art, and shaped the very foundations of our civilizations. We are creatures bound by time, yet we dream of eternity, and in that space between our mortal lives and the great unknown, we have built entire world stories of what might wait for us on the other side. These are not just idle fables, they are the echoes of our deepest hopes, our most chilling fears, and our unshakable belief that the story of a person doesn't simply end with a final breath. This universal curiosity is the thread we are going to follow, a thread that winds through centuries and across continents, connecting every culture that has ever wondered about the great beyond. And on that journey, we will uncover some of the most astonishing ideas ever conceived by the human mind. Welcome to an exploration of the 50 most mysterious legends of the eternal afterlife. This is a collection of tales that have haunted our collective imagination for thousands of years. We are not just talking about a single version of heaven or hell, but a breathtaking tapestry of beliefs. Picture ghostly realms where spirits wander through misty fields for centuries, waiting for a final judgment that may never come. Imagine divine courts where the hearts of the deceased are weighed against a feather to determine their eternal fate. Think of serene paradises, lush gardens of unimaginable beauty, where souls find perfect peace, or terrifying underworlds ruled by stern deities where heroes venture to rescue lost loved ones. These legends are the maps we have drawn for a territory no living person has ever charted, and they reveal as much about us, our values, our morals, our understanding of justice and love, as they do about the afterlife itself. So prepare to step across the threshold and join us on a voyage through time and belief. We will wander through the silvery landscapes of the Celtic Otherworld, stand before the judges of the ancient Egyptian Duat, and hear the whispers of ancestors in the spirit worlds of indigenous traditions. Each story is a piece of a grand, unsolvable puzzle, a reflection of humanity's endless quest for meaning in the face of the ultimate mystery. This journey promises to be thought-provoking, sometimes eerie, and always deeply fascinating as we uncover the 50 legends that prove our fascination with life after death is one of the most powerful and enduring forces in human history. Let's begin. Our journey into the afterlife begins in the sweltering heat of ancient Egypt along the life-giving Nile, where one of history's most intricate and visually stunning visions of the world to come first took shape. The Egyptians did not see death as an end, but as a critical transition, a perilous journey that every soul had to undertake to reach eternity. And at the very heart of this journey stood a single, terrifying and defining moment, the weighing of the heart. This was the ultimate test of a life well lived, a divine judgment that would determine everything. The ceremony unfolded in the magnificent and imposing Hall of Maat, a realm representing the fundamental principles of truth, balance, and cosmic order. Imagine standing in this vast, otherworldly chamber. The air hums with a profound silence, heavy with anticipation. Before you stands a set of divine scales, and the gods themselves have assembled to witness your fate. The jackal-headed god Anubis, guardian of the dead, approaches with a solemn grace. His role is one of meticulous precision. He is the master of the scales, the one who will carefully place your heart into one of the golden pans. Your heart, to the Egyptians, was not just an organ. It was the very seat of your intellect, your emotions, your conscience, and your memory. It was the record of every action you had ever taken, every word you had ever spoken. Into the opposite pan, Anubis places a single, pristine feather. This is no ordinary feather. It is the feather of Maat, symbolizing truth, justice, and the harmonious order of the universe. The entire chamber holds its breath as the scales begin to move. If your heart, burdened with the weight of lies, deceit, or wicked deeds, proves heavier than the feather, your fate is sealed in the most horrific way imaginable. Lurking nearby is the composite demon known as Amit, the devourer of the dead. Part lion, part hippopotamus, and part crocodile, she is a nightmare-given form. A heart that fails the test is thrown to her, and she consumes it utterly. This was not just a second death, it was the complete and total annihilation of the soul, an eternal non-existence that was the ultimate fear for an ancient Egyptian. But if the scales achieve perfect balance, if your heart is as light as the feather of truth, a wave of relief and triumph washes over the hall. The ibis-headed god Thoth, the divine scribe and god of wisdom, stands ready to record the glorious outcome. His declaration confirms your righteousness, pronouncing you true of voice. With this verdict, you are presented to the powerful god Osiris, the green-skinned lord of the underworld who sits enthroned in majestic stillness. He grants you passage to the field of reeds, the Egyptian paradise. This was not a heavenly kingdom in the clouds, but a perfected, idealized mirror of Egypt itself, a lush, fertile land where you would live forever alongside the gods with your loved ones, free from toil and sorrow. To navigate this treacherous journey successfully, the Egyptians created a vital resource, the Book of the Dead. This was not a single book in our modern sense, but a collection of spells, incantations, and illustrations, a kind of divine travel guide and instruction manual for the afterlife. Individuals would have a copy commissioned, often personalized with their name, and it would be buried with them. These papyrus scrolls contain the exact words to say at each stage of the journey, including the all-important negative confession, a ritual where the deceased would stand before 42 assessor gods and deny having committed a long list of specific sins, from stealing and lying to causing others to weep. The ultimate spell was the one spoken to the heart itself, pleading with it not to betray its owner on the scales. This profound belief system, centered on the weighing of the heart, reveals a civilization deeply concerned with morality, personal accountability, and the hope that a just life would be rewarded with an eternal one in a world of perfect beauty and peace. Yet the idea of a single, final judgment was not unique to the banks of the Nile. Far to the west, the ancient Greeks envisioned an afterlife with an equally complex, and perhaps even more stratified, geography, a vast, shadowy kingdom ruled by the stern and often impassive god Hades. Unlike the hopeful journey toward the field of reeds, the Greek conception of the afterlife was, for most souls, a rather somber and muted existence. Here, a person's destiny was not determined by a single moment on a scale, but by the cumulative weight of their life's actions and their stature among the living. The journey for every soul began at the very edge of the underworld, with a body of water that has since become synonymous with irrevocable passage, the river Styx. This was not a river of water as we know it, but a torrent of liquid gloom, an ancient oath sworn upon by the gods themselves. To cross it, a soul needed the services of the grizzled, aged ferryman Charon. For his service, he demanded a single coin as payment, an obol, which loving family members would carefully place under the tongue of the deceased during burial rites. If a soul arrived without this coin, they were condemned to wander the desolate shore for 100 years, a ghostly, restless spirit denied even the meager comfort of a final destination. Once paid, Charon would silently pole his skiff across the black waters, delivering the soul to the far gate, where the three-headed hound Cerberus stood eternal, silent watch, forever ensuring that those who entered the land of the dead could never, ever leave. Past this fearsome guardian, souls would arrive at a fork in the path, where their eternal fate would be decided not by a god, but by three former kings who had become the judges of the dead, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. These venerable figures would listen to the testimony of each soul, reviewing the deeds of their mortal life. Their judgment was not about purity, but about merit and blame. They would direct each soul to one of three primary realms, creating a starkly tiered afterlife that mirrored the social hierarchies and values of the Greek world. For the vast majority of ordinary people, those who lived lives that were neither particularly virtuous nor outrageously wicked, their eternity was spent in the asphodel meadows. This was not a place of punishment, but one of profound blandness. Imagine a vast, grey, misty plain where colorless ghosts flit about like shadows, sipping from the river Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, which slowly eroded all memories of their former lives, their joys and their sorrows. It was an eternal, hazy limbo, a cheerless reflection of a life lived in obscurity. For those who had committed truly grievous crimes against the gods or humanity, the judges delivered a terrifying sentence, Tartarus. More than just a hell, Tartarus was described as a deep dwelling abyss, a prison located as far beneath the earth was beneath the sky. It was a place of divine punishment where legendary figures like Sisyphus, who cheated death twice, was cursed to forever push a boulder up a hill only to watch it roll back down, and Tantalus, who served the gods the flesh of his own son, stood in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree, forever tormented by thirst and hunger as the water receded when he tried to drink and the branches lifted. When he tried to eat, Tartarus was a cosmic penitentiary designed for eternal, symbolic torment. In glorious contrast stood the Elysian Fields, the paradise reserved for heroes, the virtuous, and those related to the gods. This was a land of perfect peace and perpetual sunlight, where the air was always sweet and the meadows were eternally green. Here, heroes like Achilles and Odysseus enjoyed an afterlife of relaxation, athletic contests and feasting, a blessed, carefree existence that was the closest the Greek world came to a heavenly reward. Some of the most blessed souls in Elysium were even said to have the opportunity to be reborn, and if they managed to reach Elysium 3 times, they could ascend to the Isles of the Blessed, a truly utopian paradise within a paradise. The rigid rules of this underworld were powerfully illustrated in its most famous myths. The story of Orpheus, the legendary musician who descended into Hades to retrieve his wife, Eurydice, shows that even the Lord of the Dead was not immune to beauty and artistry. Hades and his queen, Persephone, were so moved by Orpheus's mournful music that they agreed to release Eurydice on one cruel condition. He must walk ahead of her and not look back until they had both reached the sunlight. It was a test of faith that Orpheus at the very last moment failed to pass, losing his love forever and cementing the principle that the laws of the dead are absolute. The very presence of Persephone, who was abducted by Hades and compelled to spend a portion of each year with him, introduced a cyclical element to this static realm. Her annual return to the surface brought spring and summer, while her descent back to the underworld brought autumn and winter, weaving the very cycle of life and death into the fabric of the Greek cosmos. This intricate, layered afterlife reveals a culture deeply preoccupied with justice, memory, and the starkly different legacies a single life could leave behind. From the sun-drenched realms of the Mediterranean, our journey now carries us northward to the rugged fjords and frozen forests of the Viking world, where the afterlife was not a single destination, but a stark choice dictated by the manner of one's death. In the fierce and often unforgiving Norse cosmology, the eternal fate of a soul was intimately tied to courage and honor, creating a powerful duality between the glorious halls of Valhalla and the mournful mists of Helheim. This was not a system of moral judgment in the way the Egyptians or Greeks understood it. Instead, it was a reflection of a culture that valued heroic action above all else, viewing life itself as a preparation for an ultimate cosmic battle. The most coveted destination for any Norseman was Valhalla, the magnificent Hall of the Slain. Presided over by the All-Father, Odin, this was not a paradise of rest but a warrior's eternal training ground. Imagine a vast, golden-roofed hall located within the divine realm of Asgard, its walls made of spears so highly polished they gleamed like silver, and its roof thatched with shining shields. Inside, the air reverberates with the sounds of camaraderie and combat. Here, the Einherjar, the honored dead who fell with a weapon in their hand, spend their days in an unending cycle of glorious battle. They fight each other fiercely upon the fields outside the hall, testing their skills and strength, only to be miraculously healed of their wounds each evening. As the sun sets, the great hall's doors swing open, and the warriors file in for a magnificent feast. A magical boar named Sihrimnir is slaughtered and cooked each day, only to be resurrected the next morning to provide yet another feast, and mead flows freely from the udders of the goat Hydrun, who stands atop the hall feeding from the leaves of the world tree Yggdrasil. This eternal cycle of fighting and feasting had a single grand purpose: to prepare the greatest warriors for the day of Ragnarok, the prophesied twilight of the gods, when they would march out alongside Odin to face the giants and monsters in a final, cataclysmic battle for the fate of the cosmos. The selectors of this elite warrior host were the legendary Valkyries. These were not gentle angels of death, but powerful, often fearsome shield maidens, divine beings sent by Odin to roam the battlefields of mortals. Clad in gleaming armor and riding through the skies on their flying steeds, their role was to observe the chaos of combat and decide which warriors displayed the most courage and skill. With a touch of their spear, they would choose the bravest of the slain, guiding their spirits away from the bloody field and directly to the gates of Valhalla. The very word Valkyrie means chooser of the slain, and their decisions were final, dictated by a warrior's deeds, not his prayers. They were the ultimate arbiters of heroic destiny, and their presence in Norse poetry and art cemented the idea that a violent death in battle was the highest honor a person could achieve. But this glorious fate was reserved for only a chosen few. For everyone else, for those who died of sickness, old age, or simple misfortune, the destination was a far grimmer and more passive place, Helheim. Ruled by the enigmatic goddess Hel, who was herself a child of the trickster god Loki, this realm was a cold, damp, and cheerless underground world. The entrance to Helheim was guarded by a terrifying hound named Garma, and the path there was said to be so steep and treacherous that it required special magic to traverse. Once inside, souls did not face torment or punishment, but rather a bleak and monotonous existence, a shadowy reflection of their mortal lives. They would dwell in halls named for maladies like Banebeam and Feverbeam, consuming a meager diet and living a life of quiet desolation. The goddess Hel was described as being half alive and half dead, her appearance a perfect mirror of her realm, which was neither a paradise of reward nor a hell of active torture, but a vast repository for those who simply faded away. This stark division between the heroic frenzy of Valhalla and the quiet gloom of Helheim powerfully shaped the Viking worldview. It fostered a culture that not only accepted the inevitability of death, but actively sought to meet it with a weapon in hand, believing that the quality of one's end directly determined the quality of one's eternity. The promise of feasting with the gods and fighting alongside them at the end of time was a powerful motivator for exploration, raids, and a life lived with audacious courage, creating a societal ethos where legacy was everything and a peaceful death was seen not as a blessing, but as a missed opportunity for eternal glory. Far from the icy halls of the Norse gods across a vast ocean, the Aztec civilization of Mesoamerica envisioned an afterlife journey of extraordinary hardship and endurance. For them, the destination for most ordinary souls was not a paradise or a hell of punishment, but a grueling 9-level underworld known as Mictlan, a place of profound obscurity and gradual dissolution. This was not a reward for the virtuous or a sentence for the wicked. It was the default, shared fate for those who died of common causes, from illness and old age to simple misfortune. The journey to its deepest level was a perilous odyssey said to last 4 long years, a testament to the Aztec belief that reaching a final resting place required immense effort and resilience. The soul's arduous trek began immediately after death. it was believed that the spirit had to navigate a series of 9 treacherous challenges, each one stripping away a part of its earthly identity. The first trial was to cross a raging river clinging to the back of a small red dog. This was no ordinary canine, but the revered Zoroastrian, a hairless breed specifically bred and often sacrificed to serve as a guide and companion for the dead. If a person had been cruel to dogs in life, the animal would refuse to help, leaving the soul stranded for eternity. After the river, the path led to a place where 2 great mountains crashed together endlessly, forcing the soul to time its dash perfectly to avoid being crushed. Further on, the spirit encountered a mountain of sharp obsidian glass, shredding what remained of its form, and then a frozen desert where biting winds carrying shards of ice tore at the soul. The challenges grew progressively more surreal and disorienting. Arrows loosed by unseen hands, a landscape where the soul was pursued and devoured by wild beasts, and finally, a passage through the dark, suffocating belly of a mythical lizard. Each of these 9 trials systematically dismantled the soul's connection to its former life, purging its memories, its passions, and its physical essence. At the very bottom of this layered descent, in the 9th and deepest level of Mictlan, resided its terrifying rulers, the Lord Mictlan and his consort Mictlantecuhtli. Mictlantecuhtli was often depicted as a skeletal or blood-spattered god, adorned with eyeballs and a headdress of owl feathers, the owl being a creature synonymous with darkness and omens. He was not a judge in the Egyptian sense, but a fierce guardian of bones and decay, a representation of the inevitable physical end that awaits all living things. His queen, Mictlantecuhtli, was a similarly fearsome figure known as the Lady of the Dead. Her role was to watch over the bones of the deceased and preside over the ancient festivals that honored them. Together, this divine couple ruled over the silent, windless expanse of the final underworld, a realm called the Place of the Fleshless, where souls arrived after their 4-year journey, finally free from suffering and desire, only to fade into the collective anonymity of the eternal night. These profound beliefs directly shaped Aztec funerary rituals. The body of the deceased was typically wrapped in a cloth bundle and cremated, a practice symbolizing the start of the soul's transformative journey. Families would bury a dog with the body to serve as the spirit's guide in the first challenge and include practical items for the trek ahead. Weapons to defend against the phantom arrows, and sometimes even a small piece of jade placed in the mouth of the noble dead to serve as a heart for the trials. This intricate view of the afterlife reveals a civilization with a starkly realistic, almost existential worldview. Life was seen as transient and fleeting, and death was a difficult, unavoidable process of unraveling. The journey through Mictlan was not about moral reckoning, but about the sheer, exhausting work of letting go of everything that once constituted a self. This powerful cultural legacy did not vanish with the Spanish conquest. Instead, it fused with imported Catholic traditions to create one of the most vibrant and recognizable holidays in the world today, the Dia de los Muertos, or Day of the Dead. The modern celebration, with its joyful ofrendas or altars decorated with marigolds, favorite foods, and photographs, is a direct cultural descendant of the rituals dedicated to Mictlantecuhtli. The playful skeleton figures, or calaveras, that dominate the festivities are a modern echo of Mictlantecuhtli himself, transforming the ancient lords of the bone-strewn underworld into a celebratory reminder that life and death are inextricably linked, and that the memory of our ancestors is a vital living force. While the Norse and Aztec afterlives presented arduous journeys with definitive endings, a tradition from the high Himalayas offers a vision of the great beyond that is less a destination and more a profound, transformative process. In the intricate tapestry of Tibetan Buddhism, the period following death is known as the Bardo, a liminal, in-between state that serves as a bridge from one life to the next. This is not a single place, but a 49-day odyssey of the consciousness itself, a critical and fleeting window where the soul's ultimate fate, another rebirth or final liberation, hangs in the balance. The entire experience of the Bardo is governed by one of Buddhism's most fundamental principles, karma. This is the universal law of cause and effect, where every intentional thought, word, and action from one's life sows a seed that must eventually bear fruit. In the Bardo, the stored-up karma of a lifetime erupts into a vivid, hallucinatory panorama, projecting a series of visions that the consciousness must learn to navigate. The journey unfolds in distinct stages, each with its own unique challenges and opportunities for enlightenment. The first and most immediate stage is the Chik-Hai Bardo, or the Bardo of the moment of death. In this fleeting instant, it is said that the clear light of reality, a pure and radiant emptiness that is the true nature of all things, dawns before the consciousness. This is the most critical opportunity for liberation. If the individual, through a lifetime of meditation and spiritual preparation, can recognize this light as their own innate nature and merge with it, they can achieve nirvana right then and there, breaking free from the cycle of rebirth forever. For most, however, the shock and confusion are too great, and the luminous vision fades, propelling the consciousness into the next phase. This next stage is the Choniad Bardo, the Bardo of experiencing reality. Here, over a series of days, the consciousness encounters a breathtaking and often terrifying succession of deities. First to appear are the peaceful deities, emanating brilliant colors and serene compassion. These are followed by the wrathful deities, who emerge in a spectacular and intimidating display, brandishing weapons, adorned with skulls and roaring with cosmic power. To an untrained mind, these wrathful forms seem like demons from the deepest hell, and the instinct is to flee in terror. Yet the profound teaching of the Bardo is that every single vision, whether peaceful or wrathful, is not an external god or demon, but a direct projection of one's own mind. The peaceful deities represent the purer, more refined aspects of one's own consciousness, while the wrathful ones embody its raw, untamed energy and the fierce power needed to shatter ignorance. The key to navigating this phase is to meet every apparition with recognizing awareness, understanding that they are merely reflections, and to approach even the most fearsome deity not with fear, but with reverence and a sense of familiarity. To guide the deceased through this bewildering labyrinth of their own psyche, Tibetan culture developed one of the world's most detailed guidebooks for the dead, the Bardo Thodol, more commonly known in the West as the Tibetan Book of the Dead. This sacred text is not meant to be read in a library, but spoken aloud by a lama or a loved one at the bedside of the dying and throughout the 49-day period. It serves as a constant, compassionate voice in the ear of the wandering consciousness. The readings are a form of spiritual navigation, describing the visions as they are said to appear and providing essential instructions. They gently remind the deceased, "You are in the Bardo now. What you see is a projection of your own mind. Do not be afraid. Do not feel attachment. Seek the light of the peaceful deities and recognize the wrathful ones as your own protectors." This ongoing narration is a lifeline designed to prevent the consciousness from becoming trapped by its own fear or desire, which are the very forces that propel it toward another rebirth. If the consciousness fails to achieve liberation during the Bardo, the final stage, the Sidpa Bardo or Bardo of rebirth, begins. Driven by the accumulated momentum of its karma and a powerful yearning for a new body, the soul now experiences visions of the various realms of existence within the cycle of samsara. It might catch glimpses of the god realms of bliss and power, the jealous god realms of constant conflict, the human realm of mixed joy and suffering, the animal realm of instinct and ignorance, or the hungry ghost and hell realms of profound deprivation and torment. The specific realm into which the consciousness is drawn is not a random punishment or reward, but a perfect magnetic attraction to the environment that best matches its own karmic conditioning. A mind dominated by generosity and compassion might be drawn toward the god realms, while one consumed by hatred could perceive the heat and anguish of a hell realm. A strong attachment to loved ones or unfinished earthly business, however, most commonly pulls the consciousness toward a human rebirth. The final moments of the Bardo are described as a rushing wind, drawing the soul irresistibly toward the parents who will become its vessel for its next life, closing one chapter and beginning the next in the endless, self-perpetuating cycle of samsara. This entire profound system reveals a worldview where death is not an end, but a crossroads of unparalleled spiritual potential. The ultimate goal is not to reach a pleasant heaven, but to achieve nirvana, the final blowing out of the flames of desire, aversion, and delusion that fuel the cycle of rebirth. Liberation from samsara means breaking free from this entire process, realizing the illusory nature of the self and its projections, and merging back into the unconditioned, limitless state from which everything arises. The Bardo is therefore a period of both immense danger and supreme opportunity, a 49-day test that underscores a powerful, empowering message. The nature of our afterlife is not determined by a distant God's judgment, but is shaped directly and inescapably by the quality of our mind and the ethical contours of the life we have lived. After the intricate process-oriented afterlives we've explored, the Christian tradition presents a vision of eternity defined by a fundamental and eternal choice, a final, unchangeable division between communion and exile. This concept of heaven and hell has become one of the most influential eschatological frameworks in human history, deeply embedded in Western art, law, and the very fabric of moral thought. At its core, the Christian afterlife is not about a journey of transformation, but about a final state of being that flows directly from one's relationship with God. The biblical depiction of heaven evolves significantly from the Old to the New Testament. In earlier Hebrew texts, the afterlife is a shadowy, indistinct place known as Sheol, a realm of silence where all the dead, righteous and wicked alike, lead a feeble, ghostly existence. It is with the teachings of Jesus that the concepts of heaven and hell crystallize into the powerful, contrasting destinies we recognize today. Jesus spoke of heaven not as a physical location, but as the kingdom of God, a state of perfect peace, justice, and direct, joyous relationship with the divine. In the Gospel of John, he comforts his followers by saying, "In my Father's house are many rooms. I am going there to prepare a place for you." This heaven is often described through metaphors of a magnificent banquet, a glorious city, the New Jerusalem with streets of gold and gates of pearl, and a place where God will wipe every tear from their eyes and there will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain. It represents the ultimate healing of the brokenness of the world and the fulfillment of every holy desire. Hell, by stark contrast, is framed as the definitive and eternal absence of this communion. It is not primarily a place of physical fire, though that imagery is powerfully used, but the spiritual reality of permanent separation from God, who is the source of all love, light, and goodness. Jesus himself used vivid, terrifying imagery to warn of this fate, speaking of outer darkness where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth, and an unquenchable fire originally prepared for the devil and his angels. The Book of Revelation describes it as a lake of fire. The theological interpretation of these images has varied, with some viewing them as symbolic of the inner anguish of a soul that has definitively rejected love, while others maintain a literal understanding of eternal conscious torment. This duality of heaven and hell hinges on the moment of the final judgment, a future event when, according to Christian doctrine, Christ will return to judge the living and the dead. At this time, every soul will be resurrected, reunited with a glorified, imperishable body, and their eternal fate will be publicly revealed. Between the stark poles of heaven and hell, Catholic theology developed a third, intermediary state, purgatory. This is not a second chance after death, but a temporary process of purification for those who died in God's grace but were still imperfect, still carrying the lingering attachment to sin. Imagine a soul that is fundamentally oriented toward God and heaven, yet still has stains of selfishness, pride, or unresolved guilt. Purgatory is conceived as a cleansing fire, not of punishment, but of healing love, where the soul is purged of these imperfections and made ready to enter the perfect holiness of heaven. It is a state of hopeful suffering where the soul joyfully endures its purification, sustained by the prayers of the living. This concept provided immense comfort, suggesting that most souls required this final preparation and that the living could actively assist their departed loved ones through prayer and masses offered on their behalf. No single work of art did more to cement the imagery of the Christian afterlife in the Western imagination than Dante Alighieri's epic 14th-century poem, The Divine Comedy. This staggering literary achievement takes the theological concepts of hell, purgatory, and heaven and renders them as breathtaking, visceral landscapes. Dante, guided first by the Roman poet Virgil and then by his idealized love, Beatrice, descends through the 9 concentric circles of hell. Each circle punishes a specific category of sin with a contrapasso, a poetic justice where the punishment fits the crime. The lustful are forever blown about by a violent storm, mirroring the tempest of their passions. The gluttonous lie in a foul slush, punished by the very excess they enjoyed in life. Deeper down, in the frozen lake of Cocytus, Satan himself is trapped in ice, eternally chewing on the 3 greatest traitors in history, Judas, Brutus, and Cassius. Dante's hell is a meticulously organized empire of despair. His journey then continues to Mount Purgatory, a towering mountain with 7 terraces, each dedicated to cleansing one of the 7 deadly sins. Here, the atmosphere is entirely different. It is one of effort, community, and hope. The penitent souls on the terrace of pride, for example, bend under the weight of massive stones, learning humility. On the terrace of envy, their eyes are sewn shut with iron wire, preventing the sinful gazes that once poisoned their hearts. As Dante ascends, the burden of sin is gradually lifted, and he reaches the earthly paradise at the summit, ready for his celestial ascent. The final section, Paradiso, is a dazzling journey through the spheres of heaven, a realm of increasing light, music, and bliss as he approaches the Empyrean, where he is granted a vision of the divine. Dante's work transformed abstract doctrine into a powerful narrative that has influenced countless artists, from Michelangelo to Doré, shaping how generations of believers and non-believers alike picture the geography of the afterlife. These beliefs in a final judgment and an eternal destiny have had a profound and lasting impact on Western culture. The hope of heaven and the fear of hell became powerful tools for social order and moral instruction for centuries, inspiring both incredible acts of charity and brutal campaigns of persecution. The concept of a soul's eternal fate hanging in the balance fueled the missionary zeal that spread Christianity across the globe. In art, the Last Judgment became a dominant theme, most famously depicted on the altar wall of the Sistine Chapel, where Michelangelo's colossal fresco shows a powerful, bearded Christ dividing the saved, who ascend to glory, from the damned, who are dragged down to torment. This eschatological framework, the study of the end times, created a linear view of history, moving from creation toward a final, definitive conclusion, which stands in contrast to the cyclical time of many Eastern religions. Even in our increasingly secular modern world, the language of heaven and hell remains a potent cultural force, a foundational archetype that continues to shape our deepest stories about justice, morality, and what ultimately awaits us beyond the veil of death. From the intricate process of the Tibetan Bardo and the decisive finality of the Christian judgment, we now journey to the heart of the Abrahamic tradition's 3rd great faith, where the vision of the afterlife is painted in the most vivid and sensory terms imaginable. In Islamic theology, the eternal destinations of Jannah and Jahannam are described with a clarity and detail that has captivated believers for over 14 centuries, forming a complete and compelling system where divine justice is perfectly balanced with boundless mercy. This entire cosmic drama is initiated by the Day of Judgment, or Yom al-Qiyamah, a cataclysmic event that marks the end of the temporal world. The Quran and Hadith describe this day in awe-inspiring terms. The stars will be dimmed, the mountains will be turned to carded wool, the seas will boil over, and every soul will be resurrected from their graves to stand before Allah. The central event of this gathering is the presentation of one's personal record of deeds. According to Islamic belief, two angels known as the Karaman Katibin, or the noble scribes, have been assigned to every person throughout their life. One angel records their good deeds while the other meticulously notes their evil ones. On the Day of Judgment, this book is handed to its owner, and in a profound moment of self-confrontation, each individual will read their own record and bear witness against themselves. For the righteous, receiving their book in their right hand is a cause for immense joy and relief, signaling their salvation. For the wicked, receiving it in their left hand or from behind their back is a moment of utter despair as they realize the true weight of their actions. With the books opened, the assembly then faces the ultimate test of passage, the Bridge of Az-Sirat. This is described as a bridge sharper than a sword and finer than a hair, stretched over the chasm of hellfire. Every soul, without exception, must cross it. For those whose lives were filled with faith and righteous deeds, their crossing will be swift and effortless. Some texts say in the blink of an eye or with the speed of lightning. Others will find their passage determined by the weight of their misdeeds. Some will stumble and crawl, while others, whose evil deeds have overwhelmed them, will lose their footing entirely and fall into the abyss of Jahannam below. The Az-Sirat is the ultimate symbol of divine justice, a razor-thin line separating eternal bliss from eternal torment, where one's own actions in life become the sole measure of their balance. For those who successfully cross, the reward is Jannah, the garden of paradise. The Quran's descriptions of Jannah are not merely abstract spiritual states. They are lush, physical, and deeply satisfying, using imagery that would have been the ultimate aspiration for people in a harsh desert environment. It is a garden of perpetual bliss, filled with flowing rivers, rivers of water that never spoil, rivers of milk unchanging in taste, rivers of honey pure and clear, and rivers of exquisite wine that do not intoxicate. Believers will recline on raised couches adorned with rich brocade, in the shade of sprawling, thornless trees laden with fruit that is always within reach. They will be served by immortal youths with vessels and cups of silver and crystal, and they will wear fine silk and heavy bracelets of gold and pearls. But beyond these magnificent physical comforts, the Quran places even greater emphasis on the spiritual and emotional peace of Jannah. The ultimate reward, mentioned repeatedly, is the good pleasure of Allah and the state of being free from all fear, grief, and fatigue. The inhabitants will hear no idle talk or sinful speech, only the greeting of peace, peace. It is a realm of perfect contentment where every desire of the heart and soul is fulfilled in the presence of the divine. In stark and terrifying contrast stands Jahannam, the Islamic hell. It is a place of severe and fitting punishment, often described as a raging fire with 7 gates, each for a distinct category of sinful people. Its fuel is men and stones, and its guardians are stern and powerful angels who never disobey Allah's command. The torments of Jahannam are described with intense sensory detail. Its inhabitants will be given boiling water to drink that tears their bowels. They will wear garments of fire, and their skin will be constantly burned away only to be regenerated so the punishment can continue. They will be dragged by hooks and chains, and a bitter, thorny tree called zaqqum will be their only food, which will boil in their bellies like molten brass. Yet, critically, Islamic theology holds that the punishment of Jahannam is not necessarily eternal for every single person who enters it. While unrepentant polytheists and the most wicked are condemned to abide therein forever, the overwhelming emphasis in the Quran is on Allah's attribute of Ar-Rahman, the most merciful. It is believed that for monotheistic believers who have sinned after they have been purified by the fire, Allah's mercy may ultimately allow them to enter Jannah. This interplay between God's absolute justice, where no sin, however small, is overlooked, and His ultimate mercy, which can forgive any sin except the denial of God Himself, is the very heart of the Islamic eschatological vision, offering a profound message of both solemn warning and boundless hope for every soul. Now we turn to a tradition that views existence itself as a vast, cyclical journey of the soul, where the afterlife is not a single destination but one chapter in an epic spanning countless lifetimes. In the profound depths of Hindu philosophy, the ultimate goal is not to reach a pleasant heaven, but to escape the cycle of birth and death entirely. This framework is built upon three pillars: samsara, the relentless wheel of rebirth; karma, the cosmic law of moral cause and effect that fuels it; and moksha, the final, liberating release from the entire process. It presents a universe of immense scale and intricate spiritual mechanics, where every thought and action shapes our future for eons to come. At the heart of this system lies samsara, the continuous flow of life, death, and rebirth. The soul, or Atman, is seen as eternal and immutable, but it becomes encased in a series of temporary physical bodies, moving from one life to the next like a person changing worn-out clothes. This cycle is driven by karma, a principle far more precise than simple fate. Karma is the universal law that every intentional action, good or bad, creates an imprint on the soul, generating consequences that must be experienced in this life or a future one. A life of compassion and righteousness sows the seeds for a fortunate future rebirth, perhaps into a family of wealth and wisdom. Conversely, actions driven by greed, hatred, or violence plant the seeds for future suffering. This is not a system of punishment and reward doled out by a capricious God, but an impersonal, natural law of moral physics as reliable as gravity. The cumulative karma of all one's past lives, known as sanchita karma, creates a vast storehouse of potential consequences, while a portion of it, called prarabdha karma, is selected to shape the circumstances of the current lifetime. Within this grand cycle, the soul can incarnate into any one of countless realms across three main worlds. There is Svarga, a heavenly realm of immense pleasure and light, where souls enjoy the rewards of their good deeds. Imagine a paradise of celestial music, fragrant gardens, and temporary communion with the devas or gods. Yet Hindu scriptures are clear that even Svarga is not a permanent liberation. Once the merit from one's good karma is exhausted, the soul must leave this heaven and be reborn again, perhaps back on earth. On the opposite end of the spectrum is Naraka, a realm of punishment that closely resembles the hells of other traditions. It is a temporary but terrifying purgatory where souls face the consequences of their most wicked actions, enduring torments that mirror the suffering they inflicted upon others. The key distinction is that a stay in Naraka, however long, is finite. It serves to burn off specific bad karma, after which the soul is reborn to continue its journey. The most critical realm, however, is our own human world. It is considered the most precious and rare of all births because only here, in this state of balanced joy and sorrow, does a soul possess the self-awareness and free will necessary to break free from the cycle entirely. A lifetime in Svarga is a vacation, a lifetime in Naraka is a prison sentence, but a human life is the university for the soul. The ultimate purpose of this entire cosmic process is to achieve moksha, the final liberation. Moksha is not a place you go, but a state of being, the profound realization that one's individual soul, the Atman, is fundamentally identical with the ultimate reality, Brahman, the formless, timeless, and infinite ground of all existence. It is the shocking understanding that the sense of a separate self, with all its desires and fears, is a grand illusion known as Maya. To achieve moksha is to blow out the flame of individual ego, ending the accumulation of new karma and dissolving all past karmic debt, thus stopping the cycle of samsara forever. The freed soul is not annihilated, it merges back into the ocean of divine consciousness, like a drop of water returning to the sea, having transcended all duality, all suffering, and the very illusion of separation. Hinduism, in its vast wisdom, recognizes that different types of people require different paths to reach this same ultimate goal. These are not competing doctrines, but complementary roads up the same mountain. The first is the path of knowledge, Jnana Yoga, favored by philosophers and ascetics. This is a demanding intellectual and meditative journey of self-inquiry, deeply explored in the ancient Upanishads. Through deep study, contemplation, and meditation, the practitioner seeks to directly realize the truth, Tattivam Asi. Thou art that, discerning the eternal Atman within from the temporary layers of body, mind, and ego. The second major path is the path of selfless action, Karma Yoga, brilliantly explained by Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. When the warrior Arjuna is paralyzed by moral conflict on the battlefield, Krishna instructs him not to renounce action, but to perform his sacred duty without any attachment to the results, neither to success nor failure. By offering the fruits of one's labor to the divine, one purifies the heart and gradually severs the bonds of karma that tie the soul to the world. The third primary path is the path of loving devotion, Bhakti Yoga. This is the way of the heart where the seeker cultivates an intense personal love for a chosen deity, such as Vishnu, Shiva, or the Divine Mother. Through prayer, chanting, ritual, and utter surrender, the devotee's individual ego dissolves in a flood of divine love, which itself becomes the vehicle for liberation. These profound concepts are the bedrock of one of the world's oldest living traditions, offering a map of existence that is both staggeringly vast and intimately personal. It suggests that our current life is just one sentence in a very long story we have been writing for ourselves across millennia. Every challenge becomes an opportunity to burn off old karma, and every act of kindness an investment in a wiser future. The promise of moksha provides a final answer to the problem of earthly suffering, not by promising a compensatory paradise, but by offering a way to awaken from the dream of separation altogether, realizing our own inherent eternal divinity. Moving even further back in time to the very cradle of civilization in ancient Mesopotamia, we encounter a vision of the afterlife that is perhaps the most stark and unyielding of all. For the Sumerians, the world's first city builders, the realm of the dead was known as Ker, a desolate, subterranean landscape shrouded in perpetual gloom. It was not a place of punishment for sins, but a dreary, unavoidable destination for every single mortal, king and commoner alike. The most famous and revealing account of this grim underworld comes not from a mortal's journey, but from a daring and perilous descent made by one of their most powerful deities, the goddess of love, fertility, and war, the magnificent Inanna. Inanna, who ruled the vibrant city of Uruk, was a goddess of life, passion, and political power. Yet she decided to journey to the land of no return, a quest shrouded in mystery. The epic poem, The Descent of Inanna, suggests she may have gone to challenge the authority of her recently widowed sister, Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, or perhaps to witness the funeral rites of her sister's husband. Whatever her motive, Inanna knew the laws of the cosmos were absolute. To enter Ker, one must become like its inhabitants. Before she left, she instructed her loyal minister, Ninchuba, that if she did not return after 3 days, he was to raise a lament in the great temples and petition the gods for her rescue. Inanna's journey to the underworld is a masterpiece of symbolic stripping away. She approached the Lapis Lazuli temple, the entrance to Ker, and was met by Neti, the chief gatekeeper. He informed his queen, Ereshkigal, of Inanna's arrival. Ereshkigal, alone in her grief and power in this dark realm, was enraged. She commanded Neti to bolt the 7 gates of the underworld and to open each one only a crack, forcing Inanna to undergo the rites of passage for any soul seeking entry. At the first gate, the gatekeeper removed Inanna's shining crown. At the second, he took her lapis lazuli measuring rod and line, symbols of her royal authority. At the third, he stripped away the small lapis lazuli stones from her neck. At the fourth gate, he took the sparkling stones from her breast. At the fifth, her gold bracelet was removed. At the sixth, he took the lapis lazuli measuring rod she carried across her chest. And finally, at the seventh and last gate, he removed the royal robe from her body. With each gate, a piece of Inanna's divine identity, her power, and her connection to the world above was taken from her. By the time she stood naked and bowed low before Ereshkigal and the 7 underworld judges, the Anunnaki, she was no longer the radiant queen of heaven but utterly vulnerable. The poem describes the chilling moment when Ereshkigal from her throne fixed the eye of death upon her sister. Inanna was instantly turned into a corpse, a lifeless piece of meat, which was then hung from a hook on the wall, a stark and horrifying image of divine power humbled. Meanwhile, up in the world of the living, the faithful Ninchuba waited the prescribed 3 days. When Inanna did not return, he sprang into action, dressing in sackcloth as a mourner and traveling to the great gods for help. Both Enlil, the god of air, and Nanna, the god of the moon, refused. They declared that Inanna had overreached, that she had chosen to descend to the underworld of her own ambition, and that the laws of that dark realm must be respected. It was only Enki, the clever god of wisdom and fresh water, who took pity. Enki created 2 sexless beings, the Gala Chura and the Ker Jara, from the dirt under his fingernails. He instructed them to slip into the underworld like flies, unseen and unchallenged. He gave them the food of life and the water of life, and a precise psychological strategy for dealing with the grieving Ereshkigal. Upon finding the underworld queen, the beings did not confront her. Instead, they found her moaning in agony, crying out as if in the pangs of childbirth. Each time Ereshkigal cried, "Oh, my heart," they echoed her, saying, "You are troubled, Our Lady, oh your heart." Each time she cried, "Oh, my body." They responded, "You are troubled, Our Lady, oh your body." By simply listening and mirroring her profound grief, they offered her the one thing she was utterly starved for in her lonely realm: empathy. Touched by their compassion, Ereshkigal offered them a gift. They immediately asked for the corpse hanging from the hook, and she granted it. They sprinkled the food and water of life upon Inanna's lifeless body, and the goddess was revived. But the laws of Ker were still absolute. No one, not even a resurrected goddess, could leave the underworld without providing a substitute to take their place. As Inanna ascended back through the 7 gates, her symbols of power were returned to her one by one, but she was followed by a horde of relentless Gala demons, sent to ensure she did not leave alone. They first came upon Ninchuba, who was in mourning, and Inanna, grateful for his loyalty, refused to let them take him. They then found Inanna's son, Shara, also in mourning clothes, and she protected him too. Finally, they arrived at Inanna's city of Kulaba, where they found her husband, the shepherd god Dumuzi. Unlike the others, Dumuzi was not mourning. He was seated proudly on his throne, dressed in fine clothes and seemingly unaffected by his wife's disappearance. Enraged by his complacency, Inanna gave the Gala demons the one they sought. Dumuzi was seized and dragged down to the underworld to take Inanna's place, a tragic conclusion that explains the seasonal cycle of his death and later, through a compromise with his compassionate sister Jeshtanana, his alternating time in the underworld, a myth that mirrored the annual death and rebirth of vegetation in the harsh Mesopotamian landscape. The entire myth of Inanna's descent serves as a powerful window into the Sumerian soul. It illustrates a worldview where the afterlife was a joyless, bureaucratic prison, a dusty land where souls existed as withered versions of their former selves, consuming dry dust and clay. The story underscores the immense power of Ereshkigal, the one deity whose domain even the great gods feared to challenge directly. Most importantly, it reveals that in this ancient belief system, death was a demotion that stripped away all earthly status and identity, a grim and egalitarian end where the only thing that mattered was the unyielding law of the netherworld, a place from which, under normal circumstances, no one ever returned. Now we leave the harsh, static underworld of the Sumerians and travel to the misty, enchanted shores of the Celtic imagination, where the afterlife was not a gloomy cavern but a vibrant, living realm shimmering just beyond the veil of ordinary perception. For the ancient Celts, the otherworld was a place of breathtaking beauty, eternal youth, and profound artistic inspiration, a land where time moved differently and sorrow was an unknown guest. Often called Tir na en Og, the land of the young, this realm was not a distant heaven in the sky but coexisted alongside our own, accessible through specific magical gateways in the landscape. It was a world woven from the very essence of nature's mystery, reflecting the Celts' deep spiritual connection to the land, the sea, and the hidden rhythms of life and death. One of the most famous and poignant journeys to this realm is the story of Oisin, a warrior of the legendary Fianna and a gifted poet. One day, while hunting with his companions, Oisin encountered a woman of unearthly beauty riding a magnificent white horse. Her name was Niamh of the Golden Hair, and she was a princess from Tir na en Og. She had crossed the waves seeking the bravest and most poetic man in Ireland. Niamh described her homeland as a place where no one ever grew old or sick, where flowers never faded, and where happiness reigned eternal. Spellbound by her and her descriptions, Oisin climbed onto the horse behind her, and they galloped across the surface of the ocean, leaving the shores of Ireland behind. In Tir na en Og, Oisin lived in bliss for what felt like 3 years, feasting, hunting, and exploring the wonders of the timeless land with Niamh by his side. Yet a deep homesickness began to grow in his heart. He longed to see his father, the great leader Fionn mac Cumhaill, and his fellow warriors once more. Niamh reluctantly agreed to let him visit but gave him a grave warning. He must not let his feet touch the soil of mortal Ireland. She provided him with a magical white horse to ensure this. When Oisin returned, he found the Ireland he knew utterly transformed. 300 years had passed in the mortal world, and the Fianna were long dead, their deeds now only legends and songs. While riding through the countryside, he came upon a group of men struggling to lift a massive stone. Moved to help them, Oisin leaned from his saddle, but as he did, the girth strap broke. He tumbled from the horse, and the instant his aged body touched the earth of Ireland, the magic of Tir na en Og vanished. The 300 years he had avoided crashed down upon him in a single moment. The young, heroic poet was transformed into a blind, withered old man, and the magical horse vanished, leaving him stranded in a world he no longer recognized. The tale of Oisin serves as a powerful metaphor for the Celtic view of the otherworld. It is a realm of perfect existence, but it exists on its own terms, with laws that mortals break at their peril. The tragedy is not just the loss of youth, but the profound dislocation of being severed from one's own time, a ghost from a golden age stranded in a diminished present. Another foundational text, The Voyage of Bran, further illustrates the allure and mystery of these realms. The story begins when Bran mac Febble finds a silver branch laden with white blossoms, a physical token from the otherworld. Soon after, a woman from the otherworld appears, singing a hauntingly beautiful song that describes a distant island paradise beyond the sea, a land of endless joy where 1,000 riders sport and music plays from a tree of white bronze. Compelled by her vision, Bran gathers a crew and sets sail. He and his men encounter a series of wondrous islands, each a different facet of the otherworld, the island of joy, the island of women, and others, each more magical than the last. On the island of women, they are welcomed by a beautiful queen who makes them forget their homeland, and they live in delight for what seems like a year. When one of the crew finally remembers Ireland and insists on returning, the queen warns them not to set foot on the land. As they approach the shores of home, the people on the beach see only a ghostly ship drifting in the water and cannot recognize the men. When one of Bran's men leaps ashore in desperation, he immediately crumbles into a pile of ashes as if he had been dead for centuries. Bran and the rest of his crew never land. They simply turn their ship around and sail on, forever lost to the mortal world, becoming the subjects of their own legend. These voyage tales emphasize that the otherworld was often perceived as being across the Western Sea, the direction of the setting sun, a symbol of endings, mysteries, and the lands of the ever after. The boundary between the worlds was not just a geographical distance to be sailed. It was a magical threshold that could be found in the very soil of Ireland and Britain. The Celts believed that the landscape itself was alive with spiritual energy, and certain locations served as portals. The most important of these were the Shia mounds, the ancient burial barrows and passage tombs that dotted the countryside. These earthen hills were not seen simply as graves, but as the dwelling places of the Aos Shi, the people of the mounds, a powerful, supernatural race often translated as fairies. The Aos Shi were not the tiny, winged creatures of Victorian illustration. They were considered the gods and spirits of the old world, diminished in stature but not in power, who had retreated into the hollow hills when newer peoples arrived. They were the guardians of the otherworld, and their realms inside the Shia were palaces of splendor and magic. A mortal might accidentally stumble into one of these mounds during the liminal times of the year, like Samhain, the festival that would become Halloween when the veil between the worlds was at its thinnest. They might be entertained lavishly for a single night, only to emerge and find that 100 years had passed in the world outside. This belief instilled a deep respect for the ancient sites, as disturbing a Shia mound could bring the terrible wrath of the Aos Shi down upon an individual or an entire community. The fluidity between the worlds meant that the divine was not remote but immanent, present in the very hills and forests, demanding respect and caution from every mortal who walked the land. Altogether, the Celtic vision of the otherworld presents a starkly different perspective from the judgment halls and underworld prisons we have explored. It reflects a culture that saw the cosmos as an interconnected whole, where life, death, and rebirth were part of a continuous sacred cycle, much like the turning of the seasons. Death was not an end to be feared, but a transition to another form of existence, one that was vibrant, artistic, and intimately tied to the natural world. The eternal joy of Tur-Na and Og and the potent magic of the Shia mounds offered a vision of an afterlife that was less about moral reckoning and more about the celebration of beauty, poetry, and the enduring spirit of the land itself. This profound connection to nature and the belief in a world just beyond sight has left an indelible mark on the folklore and literary imagination of the British Isles, whispering of a time when the hills were alive with magic and a hero could ride out on a morning's hunt and find himself in the timeless land of the young. Our exploration of the world's afterlives now brings us to the sacred islands of Japan, where ancient Shinto beliefs crafted a vision of the world beyond that was less about moral judgment and more about spiritual contamination. In the earliest Japanese cosmology, the land of the dead was known as Yomi, a gloomy and defiled underworld sealed off from the vibrant world of the living. The most powerful and revealing story about this realm comes from the country's founding myth, the tragic tale of the divine creators themselves, Izanagi and Izanami. According to the Kojiki, Japan's oldest chronicle, these two deities stood upon the floating bridge of heaven and stirred the chaotic ocean below with a jeweled spear. When they lifted the spear, the drops that fell from its tip coagulated and formed the first island. Descending to this new land, Izanagi and Izanami married and gave birth to the many islands of Japan and the kami, or spirits, that would inhabit them. The gods of the wind, the mountains, the rivers, and the trees. Their creative work was a symphony of life and order, but this divine harmony was shattered when Izanami, while giving birth to the fire god Kagetsuchi, was so severely burned that she died and descended to the land of Yomi. Her husband, the mighty Izanagi, was consumed by a grief so profound that he resolved to journey into the underworld itself to bring her back. his descent into Yomi reveals a realm of absolute, irreversible decay. Izanagi finally found Izanami within the great palace of Yomi, shrouded in shadows. He pleaded with her to return with him to the world they had built together. From the darkness, she responded, saying it was too late. She had already partaken of the food of the underworld and was now bound to its laws. Yet she told him she would go and plead with the gods of Yomi for her release, making him promise one critical thing: he must not look upon her while she was in conference. She then retreated deeper into the palace, and a long, unsettling silence fell. Unable to bear the weight any longer and breaking his sacred vow, Izanagi snapped one of the teeth from the comb in his hair, lit it as a torch, and pushed open the doors to see what was happening. The sight that met his eyes was one of pure horror. The beautiful Izanami was no more. In her place was a swollen, festering corpse crawling with maggots. 8 thunder kami rumbled from within her rotting form. This was the ultimate Shinto truth. Death was not a peaceful transition, but a state of profound spiritual pollution, or kegare, that stood in absolute opposition to the purity and vitality of life. Shrieking in terror, Izanagi turned and fled. Humiliated and enraged at being seen in her defiled state, the corpse of Izanami, now a shrieking demon herself, gave chase, commanding the hideous hags of Yomi to pursue him. What followed was a desperate, mythic flight. Izanagi desperately threw his headdress to the ground, where it turned into a bunch of grapes that the hags stopped to eat. He then threw his comb, which transformed into a thicket of bamboo shoots, slowing them down further. Finally, as Izanami herself closed in, Izanagi reached the boundary between Yomi and the land of the living, the even pass of Yomi. He shoved a massive boulder, one so large it would take 1,000 men to move it, into the pass, permanently sealing the entrance. From opposite sides of the stone, the two creators who had once shaped the world together spoke their final words. Izanami, in her fury, declared, "My beloved husband, if you do this, I will each day strangle to death 1,000 of the people of your country." To this, Izanagi replied with cold resolve, "My beloved wife, if you do this, I will each day build 1,500 birthing huts." In this chilling exchange, death and life were forever set in opposition, establishing the natural cycle where death inevitably claims lives, but life, through birth, always fights back. This foundational myth had a profound and lasting impact on Shinto practices, which to this day place an immense emphasis on ritual purity. Contact with death through a corpse, a funeral, or even a period of mourning was considered a major source of kegare that required elaborate purification rituals known as hari to cleanse. This is why Shinto priests traditionally did not handle burials, and why cemeteries are almost always associated with Buddhist temples in Japan, not Shinto shrines. Shinto focuses wholly on life, fertility, and the veneration of ancestors, who are remembered not as decaying corpses in Yomi, but as purified family kami who watch over and protect their living descendants. The story of Izanagi's flight also provides a sacred origin for everyday rituals. His act of washing himself in a river to purify himself after escaping Yomi is reenacted by worshippers who rinse their hands and mouth at a chizuya before approaching a shrine. Thus, the terrifying vision of Yomi directly shaped a religious culture dedicated to maintaining purity, celebrating life, and honoring the clean, orderly world of the kami, while carefully managing the ever-present threat of spiritual contamination from the realm of the dead. Now we travel to ancient Persia, where one of the world's oldest monotheistic religions gave rise to a concept of divine judgment that would profoundly echo through history. Zoroastrianism, founded by the prophet Zarathustra over 3,000 years ago, presented a cosmic drama of good and evil with a strikingly modern sense of individual moral responsibility. At the very heart of this eschatology lies the Chinvat Bridge, a terrifying and awe-inspiring span where every soul meets its eternal destiny, a concept that would later provide a foundational blueprint for the afterlife beliefs of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The journey begins 3 days after death as the soul, torn from its physical body, sits at the head of its former form. During this time, it reflects on the life it has lived, a period of intense self-reckoning before the ultimate test. On the dawn of the 4th day, the soul begins its ascent toward the place of judgment. Its guide and companion on this journey is its own Dina, a complex and beautiful concept representing the individual's spiritual self, their conscience, and the sum total of their thoughts, words, and deeds. The Dina is not an external angel or demon, but the inner record of a lifetime, a being shaped by personal choices. For the righteous, the Dina appears as a stunningly beautiful maiden, radiant and comforting, a direct reflection of the good they have brought into the world. For the wicked, the same Dina manifests as a hideous, frightening hag, a visceral embodiment of their own moral decay and neglect. This powerful image underscores a core Zoroastrian principle. We are quite literally the authors of our own salvation or damnation, and the being who greets us after death is the one we have spent our entire lives creating. The soul and its Dina then arrive at the Chinvat Bridge, the Bridge of the Requitter. This is no ordinary structure. It is a conscious, sentient crossing that actively responds to the moral character of each soul that approaches it. For the soul who has lived a life in accordance with the principle of truth, righteousness, and cosmic order, the bridge transforms. It becomes a wide, welcoming, and easy path, leading directly and joyfully across the chasm to the House of Song, the Zoroastrian paradise. This realm, also known as the best existence, is a place of luminous peace and endless light, where the soul exists in perfect harmony with Ahura Mazda, the wise Lord and Creator God. But for the soul that has aligned itself with Drudge the Lie, the force of deceit and chaos, the Chinvat Bridge presents a horrifying spectacle. It narrows instantly, becoming sharper than a razor's edge, a treacherous blade from which the sinful soul inevitably loses its balance and plummets into the abyss below. This is the House of Lies, a realm of darkness, foul food, and spiritual torment, ruled by the malevolent spirit Angramaniu. The fall is not caused by a divine push, but by the soul's own inner corruption and its inability to stand firm on the path of truth. This divine jurisprudence is overseen by 3 heavenly judges, Mithra, Azraosha, and Rashnu, who weigh the soul's deeds with perfect impartiality. Their judgment is not arbitrary. It is the inevitable and precise consequence of a life lived in service to either light or darkness. This entire process is part of a grand, cosmic timeline that culminates in the Frashokreti, the final renovation of the world. Zoroastrianism envisions a linear history moving toward a glorious climax. At the end of time, a world-saving figure, the Saoshyant, will appear. A great fire will purify the entire universe, melting all metal in the mountains and flowing in a glowing river that every human must wade through. For the righteous, this river will feel like warm milk, a comforting bath. For the wicked, it will be like wading through molten metal, a final, searing purification. Hell itself will be cleansed, and even Angramaniu and his demons will be utterly destroyed. In this renewed, perfect world, the dead will be resurrected, reunited with their perfected physical bodies, and will live in a state of immortal bliss, free from suffering, aging, and death. This doctrine of universal resurrection and a final, triumphant victory of good over evil was a revolutionary concept in the ancient world. The influence of these Zoroastrian ideas on the later Abrahamic faiths is both deep and undeniable. During the Babylonian exile and the subsequent Persian period, Jewish thinkers came into direct contact with Zoroastrian priests and their sophisticated theology. It is from this cultural exchange that Judaism, which previously had a vague underworld called Sheol, developed more defined concepts of a bodily resurrection, a final judgment, a clear heaven and hell, and a satanic figure opposed to God. These ideas were then inherited by Christianity and Islam, forming the core of their own eschatological visions. The Zoroastrian Chinvat Bridge is a direct ancestor of the Islamic as-Sirat, and the final judgment before a divine tribunal, the separation of the righteous and the wicked, and the ultimate destruction of evil are all themes that found fertile ground in the West, forever shaping how billions of people would come to imagine the ultimate fate of the soul. Leaving behind the structured cosmologies and divine judgments of the ancient world, we now journey to a land of rust-red earth and endless horizons, where one of humanity's most profound and enduring spiritual traditions offers a vision of existence that is not a linear journey but a continuous living story. For the Aboriginal peoples of Australia, the afterlife is not a separate destination to be reached, but a return to a sacred and eternal dimension known as the Dreamtime. This is not a dream in the sense of fantasy or sleep, but the foundational reality, a timeless era when the world was sung into being by ancestral creator spirits. The Dreamtime, or Altringa as it is known to the Arrernte people, exists outside of our linear past, present, and future. It is the everyone, a perpetual state of being that underpins and infuses the entire visible world. During this sacred epoch, immense ancestral beings, often taking the form of humans, animals, or a fusion of both, emerged from a formless earth and began their epic journeys. As they traveled, they sang the world into existence. Their actions shaped the landscape. A giant kangaroo hopping created a mountain range, a serpent sliding across the land carved out a river, and a confrontation between two ancestral men left a scattering of boulders. When their creative work was done, these beings did not simply die. They transformed, sinking back into the land, becoming part of the very features they had created. A particular rock formation is not just a rock, it is the solidified body of an ancestral creator. A waterhole is not merely a source of water, it is a living wellspring of spiritual power, the place where that ancestor entered the earth. This belief creates an unbreakable, sacred bond between the people and the land, or country. Country is not just the soil and trees, it is a living, breathing entity, a relative, a text of spiritual law written across the terrain itself. This deep connection is expressed and maintained through totemic identity. Every person belongs to a specific totem, an ancestral being like the honey ant, the emu, or the rainbow serpent, that connects them directly back to the events of the Dreamtime. This totem is not chosen, it is inherited, linking an individual to a specific ancestor and the sacred sites associated with that ancestor's journey. This creates a complex web of kinship that extends beyond human relationships to include the entire natural world. Your totemic ancestor is your spiritual kin, and the animals and plants of that totem are your flesh and blood. To harm your totem is to harm a part of yourself. This belief system fosters a profound ethic of environmental stewardship and respect, where every element of the landscape is recognized as kin and imbued with sacred significance. Within this worldview, death is understood as a transition, not an end. When a person dies, their spirit, which has always been connected to the Dreamtime, returns to its sacred source. It goes back to the specific sites associated with its totemic ancestor, merging back into the eternal power of the land from which it came. There is no separate heaven or hell. The spirit rejoins the creative, ancestral essence that pulses within country. This is not a passive resting place, but a state of being where the individual spirit becomes part of the ongoing, living story of creation. Aboriginal funeral rites are designed to assist this transition, ensuring the spirit is properly guided back to its totemic home and does not become a lost, troubled presence. These ceremonies often involve song, dance, and body painting that reenact the journeys of the ancestral beings, physically and spiritually mapping the soul's path back to the dreaming. The knowledge of these epic journeys, the location of sacred sites, and the laws for living in harmony with country are not written down in books. This vast library of spiritual wisdom is preserved and transmitted through an intricate and resilient oral tradition. Elders are the custodians of this knowledge, passing down the sacred stories or dreamings through generations. These are not merely tales, they are complex maps of cosmology, lore, and history, sung and narrated in elaborate songlines. A songline is a sequence of verses that describes the path of an ancestor, detailing every waterhole, mountain, and landmark they created. By singing the song in the correct order, a person can navigate across vast stretches of country, literally walking in the footsteps of the creators. This knowledge is also encoded in some of the world's oldest continuous art forms. The intricate dot paintings, cross-hatching, and symbolic designs found on rock shelters, canvases, and in body art are not just decorative, they are a visual language. Specific patterns and symbols represent ancestral beings, their journeys, and sacred sites, revealing layers of meaning to those initiated into their secrets. Through ceremony, song, and art, the Dreamtime is continually made present, a living force that guides daily life, social structure, and the individual's understanding of their place within an eternal, interconnected cosmos. This holistic view presents a universe where life, death, spirit, and land are not separate categories, but interwoven threads in a single, magnificent tapestry of existence, a continuous dreaming that began at the dawn of time and continues to unfold in the here and now. Far to the south, in the lands of the Long White Cloud, the Maori people of Aotearoa, or New Zealand, developed a powerful and deeply poetic vision of the spirit's final journey, one intrinsically woven into the very soil and sea of their homeland. For the Maori, death was not an abrupt departure to a distant, unearthly realm, but a purposeful and poignant voyage back to the Ancestral Chinese letter, a process where the spiritual and physical worlds touch at a single, sacred point on the map, the windswept headland of Cape Reinga. Here, the soul, or Wariwa, begins its transition from the world of the living, Te Ao Marama, to the ancestral underworld, known as Hawaii, embarking on a farewell tour of the land it is leaving behind. The journey commences the moment a person passes away. The Wariwa first travels north, drawn irresistibly toward the spiritual magnetism of Cape Reinga, the northwesternmost tip of the Aotearoa mainland. This is no random coastline, it is Te Rarenga Wariwa, the leaping place of spirits, a place considered so sacred that it is one of the most revered sites in all of Maori culture. Upon reaching the cape, the spirit seeks out a solitary and ancient pohutukawa tree, which clings tenaciously to the rocky cliffs. This is no ordinary tree. It is believed to be the final physical anchor for the soul in the world of light. The Wariwa descends down the gnarled, exposed roots of the pohutukawa, which stretch like spiritual pathways toward the turbulent ocean below. As the spirit makes this descent, it pauses for one last look back at the mainland, a final farewell to the world it has known, before plunging into the swirling waters where the Tasman Sea and the Pacific Ocean meet in a dramatic confluence of currents. But the journey is not yet over. Upon entering the sea, the spirit does not vanish immediately. It is believed to then travel underwater to the Three Kings Islands, a small archipelago located just offshore. Here, at a place called Ohoa, the highest point on the islands, the Wariwa climbs one last time to perform a final, ceremonial dance or haka for the world it is leaving. This powerful, final performance is its ultimate act of remembrance and release. Only after this last display of connection does the spirit finally dive back into the depths and begin the long, submerged voyage to the ancestral homeland of Hawaii. This entire process, the travel to the cape, the descent of the roots, the underwater journey, and the final haka, is a beautifully structured ritual of letting go, a gradual untethering from the physical landscape and a step-by-step return to the source of all life. This profound spiritual passage is supported and guided by one of the most important and elaborate Maori cultural practices, the tangihanga or funeral rites. A Tangihanga is not a swift private affair. It is a multi-day gathering, often lasting 3 or more days, where family, friends, and the entire community, or hapu, come together to mourn, to remember, and most critically, to support the warrior on its journey. The body of the deceased is traditionally brought to a mari, a communal meeting ground that serves as the cultural and spiritual heart of the community. Here it lies in state, surrounded by loved ones who engage in passionate, unrestrained expressions of grief through speech, song, and tears. This open display of sorrow is not seen as a weakness, but as a necessary and powerful tribute to the deceased, a demonstration of the love and respect they commanded. Throughout the days and nights, people deliver heartfelt eulogies, or waikoro, and sing ancient laments, or waiata tangi. The air is thick with emotion, a collective energy that is believed to strengthen the warrior and reassure it that it is honored and will not be forgotten. This communal send-off provides the spiritual and emotional sustenance the soul needs for its difficult voyage to Hawaii, ensuring it departs feeling loved, respected, and properly released by its people. Central to this entire cosmological framework is the foundational concept of Wakapapa. Often translated simply as genealogy, Wakapapa is far more than a family tree. It is the very bedrock of Maori identity and worldview. It is a continuous chain of descent that links every living person not only to their immediate human ancestors, but also back through generations of legendary explorers, to the original canoe crews who first discovered Aotearoa, and ultimately to the gods themselves and the primal forces of the natural world. This intricate web of connection means that the relationship between the living and the dead is not severed by death. The ancestors in Hawaii are not distant, forgotten figures. They are an active, present force, a source of spiritual guidance and strength, or mana, for their living descendants. The journey to Hawaii is therefore a return, a homecoming to the embrace of one's own Wakapapa. This belief creates a seamless continuum between the past, present, and future. The living have a sacred duty, or takanga, to uphold the traditions and honor the ancestors, knowing that one day they too will make the journey to Cape Reinga and become part of that ancestral presence for the generations yet to come. In this way, the spiral of life, death, and spiritual return is eternally woven into the culture, ensuring that no one is ever truly gone as long as their name is spoken and their story is remembered within the unbreakable chain of Wakapapa. High in the Andes, where the air thins and the condor soars, the Inca Empire carved a civilization from stone and sky, their worldview as structured and layered as their magnificent terraced mountains. For them, the cosmos was divided into 3 interconnected realms, a sacred trinity of existence. There was Honan Pacha, the upper world of the sun, moon, and stars, the domain of powerful creator gods like Intai, the sun god. Then there was K Pacha, the outer world where humans lived, a vibrant space of community, labor, and nature, caught between the heavens above and the depths below. And finally, there was Uku Pacha, the inner world, a subterranean realm that was both the land of the dead and the vital source of all life and fertility. This was not a hell of punishment, but a necessary, complementary counterpart to the worlds above, a place of immense power and presence ruled by a complex and often misunderstood deity. The lord of this underworld was Supe, a figure who would later be demonized by Spanish chroniclers, but who, in the original Inca belief system, was not a simple devil. Supe was a god of death, yes, but he was also the master of the earth's inner riches, the minerals, the metals, and the fertile forces that germinated seeds deep within the soil. He was a fearsome and powerful figure to be respected and appeased, but he was an integral part of the natural and spiritual order. Uku Pacha itself was intimately connected to the physical landscape of the Andes. Its entrances were not distant mythical gates, but tangible features of the everyday world, deep caves, hidden springs, and any dark crevice in the earth. These portals were seen as places where the boundaries between K-Pacha and Uku-Pacha became thin, where communication and exchange between the living and the dead could occur. A quiet, still pool of water at the mouth of a cave was not just a water source. It was a window into the inner world, a place where one might make an offering and feel the presence of the ancestors. This constant, living connection with the deceased was central to Inca society, and it was manifested most powerfully through the practice of mummification. The Incas did not entomb their dead in the way we might imagine. Instead, they carefully preserved the bodies of their emperors, known as Sopa Incas, and other important nobles through a natural drying process, often using the cold, dry mountain air to create what are known as mummy bundles. These were not hidden away in tombs. They were treated as if they were still alive, remaining active participants in the life of the community. The mummies of past rulers were brought out during major festivals, seated in positions of honor in the central plaza of Cusco. They were fed ceremonial food and chicha maize beer, dressed in fine textiles, and consulted for advice on matters of state. They were considered malqui, which means ancestor but also seed, symbolizing their ongoing role in the fertility and continuity of the empire. This was not ancestor worship in a distant memorial sense. It was a form of active partnership where the dead residing in Uku-Pacha retained their authority and their ability to influence the world above. This influence was believed to be most direct and crucial in the realm of agriculture. The Incas were master farmers who transformed steep mountainsides into productive farmland, and they understood that life sprang from the earth. They saw the entire agricultural cycle as a divine conversation between the three Pachas. Seeds were planted into the earth, into the domain of Uku-Pacha. There, under the watch of Supe and the ancestors, they were nourished and germinated. The sprouting plants then pushed their way upward into K-Pacha, the world of the living, where they were tended by human hands under the sun of Honan-Pacha. The rain that watered the crops was thought to originate from the heavenly rivers of Honan-Pacha, but it seeped into the ground, becoming part of Uku-Pacha before being drawn up by the roots of the plants. The dead residing within this fertile inner world were thus seen as essential intermediaries. They could intercede with the earth gods to ensure that seeds sprouted, that the soil remained rich, and that water flowed from the springs. A poor harvest or a drought might be interpreted as the ancestors expressing their displeasure, perhaps because they had been neglected or proper offerings had not been made. To maintain this vital balance and ensure the favor of those in Uku-Pacha, the Incas performed elaborate rituals and offerings known as kapakocha. During times of great crisis or important festivals, children and young women, chosen for their beauty and purity, could be selected as sacrificial offerings to the gods. This was not an act of cruelty, but the ultimate, most valuable gift the community could give. These individuals were often treated with immense reverence for months beforehand, fed luxurious foods and honored in ceremonies. Their journey to the mountain peaks was a sacred pilgrimage, bringing them physically closer to Honan-Pacha. Once there, they were often given chicha beer to dull their senses, and then left to succumb to the cold in a state of ritualized sleep. Their lives offered to appease the gods and ancestors of Uku-Pacha, to bring order to the world, and to guarantee the fertility of the land and the stability of the empire. The discovery of these remarkably preserved ice maiden mummies on Andean summits has provided a stunning, somber testament to this profound belief. The Inca vision of Uku-Pacha presents a cosmology where death was not an end or a separation, but a transition into a different kind of existence, one that remained in constant, dynamic dialogue with the world of the living. It was a belief system that wove the ancestors directly into the fabric of daily life, the political structure, and the very survival of the people, ensuring that the inner world of the dead was always present, just beneath their feet, governing the growth of every crop and the flow of every spring. Across the rugged forests and sprawling plains of ancient Slavic lands, a dualistic vision of the afterlife took root, one that mirrored the stark seasonal cycles of their world, the deep freeze of winter giving way to the fertile rebirth of spring. In this cosmology, the fate of the soul was split between two distinct realms, the shadowy underworld of Nav and the heavenly, almost mythical, domain of Vairaj. Nav was the common destination for most souls, a somber, subterranean world of mists and silence where the dead continued a faded, ghostly existence, much like the dormant earth under the winter snow. It was not a place of punishment, but one of waiting and remembrance, where ancestors remained connected to the living through memory and ritual. In stark contrast stood Vairaj, a celestial paradise often imagined as a magnificent, eternal garden high in the sky, a realm of perpetual light and warmth reserved for the worthy, the great heroes, the righteous, and those who had lived in harmony with the natural order. The journey to this blessed realm was said to be guarded by a divine gatekeeper, often identified as the god Veles, who decided which souls were pure enough to enter this sacred orchard beyond the clouds. The mythology surrounding the god Veles provides one of the most captivating narratives within this belief system, as he was the master of the boundaries between these worlds. Veles was a complex deity ruling over the earth, water, livestock, and the underworld itself, a chthonic counterpart to the lofty, thunderous Perun, the god of the sky. Their eternal struggle and eventual reconciliation symbolized the changing of the seasons. A central myth describes how Veles, in his serpentine form, would steal the cattle of Perun or threaten his celestial order, leading to a mighty battle where Perun would strike him down with his lightning axe. But Veles, the lord of the deep places, could not be truly destroyed. Instead, he would flee, navigating the vast, mystical rivers that flowed between the worlds, shepherding the souls of the deceased from the land of the living to their final rest in either Nav or Vairaj. This annual journey was deeply tied to the agricultural cycle. His defeat and retreat underground signaled the onset of winter, a time when the earth lay fallow and the dead were closest to the surface. His eventual return, bringing the fertile waters of spring, marked the rebirth of the land and the reaffirmation of the cosmic balance between the underworld and the heavens. This mythic voyage cemented Veles's role as a psychopomp, a guide for the dead, and a vital force in the eternal cycle of decay and regeneration. To honor this deep connection with the ancestors residing in Nav, the Slavic peoples practiced a powerful and poignant ritual known as Dziady, a name that simply means forefathers. Held during the pivotal times of the year when the veil between worlds was believed to be at its thinnest, primarily in the autumn and again in the spring, Dziady was not a mournful event but a sacred invitation. Families would prepare a ritual feast, setting an extra place at the table and leaving out offerings of food, mead, and specially prepared pancakes or eggs. Doors and windows were symbolically left unlatched to allow the spirits of the departed to enter the home and partake in the hospitality. Around bonfires in forest clearings, communities would gather to sing songs, tell stories of their ancestors, and commune with the dead, believing that the warmth of the fire and the energy of the living could provide comfort to the souls in the chilly mists of Nav. This was a profound act of remembrance and reciprocity, ensuring the ancestors were not forgotten and strengthening the bond that linked all generations. The well-being of the living was thought to depend on the contentment of the dead, and a neglected ancestor could become a troublesome spirit or navj wandering the earth and causing misfortune. Through Dziady, the community actively maintained this spiritual ecosystem, feeding their ancestors with both physical offerings and the enduring power of memory. With the arrival of Christianity in the Slavic regions, these ancient pagan beliefs faced immense pressure and were systematically suppressed by the Church, which sought to replace the old gods with saints and the dualistic Nav and Vairaj with the concepts of heaven and hell. Temples to Veles and Perun were destroyed, and public observance of rituals like Dziady was actively discouraged, often being condemned as demonic worship. Yet the old faith did not vanish. It simply went underground, persisting with remarkable resilience within folk traditions, fairy tales, and agricultural practices. The figure of Veles was often syncretized with the Christian devil due to his chthonic and serpentine associations, but he also found a new life as Saint Blaise, the protector of cattle, showing how his essential functions were preserved under a new name. The concept of Vairaj was subtly transformed, its imagery of a heavenly garden beyond a gate merging with the Christian paradise. Most enduringly, the core rites of deity were never fully erased. They evolved, finding a new home within the Christian calendar by merging with the observances of All Souls' Day and the Radonitsa festival in the Orthodox tradition, where families still visit cemeteries to share a meal with their departed loved ones, leaving food and drink on their graves in a direct echo of the ancient feasts. This tenacious survival demonstrates how the deepest layers of a culture's spiritual understanding can withstand centuries of change, whispering the old stories of Nav, Vairaj, and the god who navigates the rivers between the worlds through the language of folklore and the enduring human need to honor those who have gone before. Leaving behind the structured realms of the Slavic afterlife, we journey now to one of history's most intricate and bureaucratically precise visions of the hereafter, the Chinese underworld of Diyu. Imagine a vast subterranean labyrinth of judgment and torment, not ruled by a single fearsome deity, but administered like a colossal, impartial celestial government. This is a purgatorial realm where the spiritual philosophies of Taoism and Buddhism merged with ancient Chinese folk beliefs to create a system of post-mortem justice so detailed that it mirrors the very imperial courts that once governed the Middle Kingdom. At its heart, Diyu is a place of moral accounting, a temporary but terrifying processing center where every soul must answer for its earthly actions before being granted the chance to be reborn. The journey into Diyu begins the moment a person takes their final breath. The soul, or Hun, is escorted by two fearsome, ox-headed and horse-faced demons to the gates of this underworld. Their first stop is the bridge that crosses the infamous River Nei, the River of Forgetfulness. Here, an elderly woman named Meng Po awaits every soul. She offers them a bowl of her 5-flavored tea of forgetfulness, a brew that erases all memories of their previous life, their joys, their sorrows, their loves, and their identities. This act of oblivion is not cruel but necessary. It clears the slate, ensuring the soul enters the judgment process unbiased by its former attachments and ready to face the consequences of its deeds with stark clarity. Once across the bridge, the soul arrives at the heart of the underworld's vast judicial complex, the 10 courts of hell. Each court is a distinct department of justice, presided over by its own king or judge, often former historical figures celebrated for their incorruptible virtue in life. The supreme ruler overseeing this entire operation is King Yama, a figure derived from the Hindu god of death, Yama, who was absorbed into the Buddhist pantheon and given a central role in the Chinese afterlife. He is the stern, ultimate authority, the celestial emperor of the underworld, though he too answers to a higher power, the Jade Emperor, the supreme deity of the Taoist pantheon, who represents the ultimate cosmic order. The soul is brought before the first of these 10 judges, King Kingwang of the First Court, who reviews the ledger of their life, a book meticulously kept by the kitchen god, Zhao Jun, who reports on the family's conduct from his perch above the stove. Based on this initial assessment, the soul is then sent to the specific courts that correspond to their most significant sins. The punishments meted out in these courts are the stuff of nightmares, each one a brutal example of contrapasso, where the penalty perfectly mirrors the crime. In the court dedicated to punishing greed and corruption, souls are forced to climb a mountain of razor-sharp knives. Those guilty of spreading gossip and slander find their tongues ripped out. Murderers and violent offenders are thrown into a pit of savage beasts or dismembered on a chopping block. Forgers and liars are forced to swallow molten gold. One of the most iconic and terrifying images is that of the mirror of reflection, which stands in the fourth court. Before this mirror, souls are forced to witness every single sin they committed in life, seeing the pain and suffering they caused others from the victim's perspective, a psychological torment that often precedes the physical agony to come. The sheer variety and specificity of these torments served a powerful social function, providing a vivid and terrifying deterrent against immoral behavior in the living world. Yet, this system is not designed for eternal damnation. The entire purpose of Diyu is purgatorial and rehabilitative. After a soul has endured the prescribed punishments for its sins across the various courts, its sentence is considered complete. It is not cast into an abyss but presented with a final verdict for its next life. This is where the Buddhist concept of reincarnation takes center stage. The soul, its karmic debt now paid, is sent to the tower of viewing the past lives. Here, it is shown the cause and effect of its previous existence, learning the final lessons from its journey through hell. It then proceeds to the wheel of reincarnation, which determines the form of its next birth. A virtuous soul might be reborn into a life of wealth and comfort, while a soul that was only partially reformed might return as a common laborer or an animal. This entire cyclical process underscores a fundamental belief that death is not an end but a transitional phase in a long journey of the spirit, and that justice, however delayed, is an inescapable cosmic certainty. These profound beliefs in the bureaucratic underworld of Diyu are not confined to ancient texts. They are woven directly into the fabric of Chinese cultural life, most visibly during the Hungry Ghost Festival. Falling on the 15th night of the 7th lunar month, this is the time when the gates of hell are believed to swing open, and the restless dead, those with no descendants to care for them or those who met a tragic end, are permitted to walk the earth for an entire month. During this period, the living engage in elaborate rituals to appease these hungry ghosts. Families prepare vast feasts of offerings, burning imitation paper money, known as hell banknotes, and crafting intricate paper replicas of houses, cars, and modern comforts like smartphones, all to be burned as smoke offerings to provide for their ancestors in the spirit world. They light lanterns and set them on rivers to guide lost spirits, and outdoor theaters stage operas where the front row seats are left empty, reserved exclusively for the unseen ghostly audience. This festival is a powerful, living expression of the belief in a continued relationship with the afterlife, a duty to care for one's ancestors lest they become hungry and malevolent spirits, and a communal effort to maintain harmony between the realms of the living and the meticulously organized dead. And so we arrive at another pivotal moment in Mesopotamian mythology, one that echoes with the themes of the earlier Sumerian tale, yet resonates with its own distinct power and purpose, the Babylonian legend of Ishtar's descent into the underworld. This Akkadian epic, a successor to the story of Inanna, tells of a journey that plunges the entire world into crisis, revealing a worldview where the realms of the gods and mortals are so deeply entwined that an imbalance in one creates catastrophe in the other. Ishtar, the goddess of love, war, and fertility, is a force of immense vitality and raw power. Her domain is the passionate, chaotic, and life-giving energy that fuels the world. Yet, driven by a motive that remains tantalizingly ambiguous, perhaps to challenge her sister's authority, to retrieve a lost lover, or simply to assert her power over all realms, she decides to descend to the land of no return, the bleak underworld known as Urkala. Her approach to the gates of this dusty realm is one of divine arrogance. She stands before the entrance and demands that the gatekeeper open up for her, threatening to smash the door and raise the dead to devour the living if she is refused. This is not the careful preparation of Inanna. This is the bluster of a goddess used to getting her way. The gatekeeper, under The Chinese letter of the underworld's queen, the Soma Ereshkigal, allows her to enter but only under the same ancient humbling laws. At each of the 7 gates of Urkala, Ishtar is compelled to remove a piece of her regalia. First goes her great crown, then her earrings, her necklace, the ornaments from her breast, her jeweled girdle, her bracelets, and finally the garment from her body. With each gate, a layer of her divine identity is stripped away until she stands naked and powerless before Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld who embodies the stark, sterile reality of death, fixes her with a gaze of pure rage. Without the protections of her power, Ishtar is instantly killed, and her corpse is hung from a hook on the wall, a lifeless piece of meat in the land of the fleshless. The consequences of Ishtar's death are immediate and catastrophic on the earth above. With the goddess of love and fertility trapped in the underworld, all procreation and vitality on earth simply cease. The bull refuses to mount the cow, the donkey does not approach the jenny, and the young man sleeps alone in his chamber. The world falls into a state of sterile, mournful suspension. Life itself is put on hold, and the gods above begin to panic. They see the world they depend on for worship and sustenance withering away. The wise god E, the Babylonian counterpart to Enki, devises a plan. He creates a beautiful eunuch named Asu-Shunamir, a being who is neither male nor female and can therefore navigate the taboos of the underworld. He sends this being into Urkala to charm Ereshkigal. Asu-Shunamir speaks kindly to the grieving queen, and she, touched by this unexpected compassion, offers the eunuch a gift. Following E's instructions, Asu-Shunamir asks not for treasure but for the waters of life. He sprinkles this life-giving substance upon Ishtar's suspended corpse, and the goddess is revived. But the laws of the underworld are absolute, and no one leaves without providing a substitute. As Ishtar is led back through the 7 gates and her symbols of power are returned to her, she is followed by the demons of Urkala, who insist on taking a soul back with them. When they reach the surface, they first encounter Ishtar's handmaiden, who is dressed in fine clothes, but the goddess protects her. Then they find Ishtar's beloved consort, the shepherd god Tammuz, who is not mourning her disappearance but is seated on a throne, dressed in splendid robes and playing a flute. Enraged by his apparent indifference, Ishtar allows the demons to seize him. Tammuz is dragged down to the underworld to take her place, a tragic act that establishes the dying and rising god archetype in the region. Through the pleas of Tammuz's sister, Jeshtanana, a compromise is eventually reached. Tammuz will spend half the year in the underworld, and his sister will take his place for the other half. This cyclical descent and return directly mirror the harsh Mesopotamian seasons, the death of vegetation during the scorching summer and its joyous rebirth with the autumn rains. This powerful myth reveals the profound Mesopotamian understanding of a delicate cosmic balance. The divine realms were not separate, they were a single, interconnected ecosystem. The life-giving forces of love and fertility, embodied by Ishtar, were in a constant, necessary tension with the sterile finality of death, ruled by Ereshkigal. When that balance was disrupted, the entire system faltered. The story underscores the immense, fearsome power of the underworld deities, whose domain even the most vital gods could not defy without paying a heavy price. It speaks to the fragility of life itself, which was seen as entirely dependent on the favor and proper function of the gods. Most importantly, the epic of Ishtar's descent presents a world where the divine is deeply immanent. Its dramas playing out not in a distant heaven but in the very fields, flocks, and hearts of humanity. A constant reminder that the line between the world of the living and the land of the dead was terrifyingly thin, and the forces that governed both were locked in an eternal, necessary dance. But our exploration of the eternal afterlife would be incomplete without venturing across the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, to the island kingdoms where master navigators used the stars to guide their great double-hulled canoes. In Polynesian cosmology, the sea was not a barrier but a pathway, and so too was the journey to the world of the dead. For many Polynesian cultures, the ultimate destination for the spirit was Pulatu, a paradisiacal underworld located far to the west, the direction of the setting sun. Yet, access to this realm of eternal bounty was not a universal right. It was a privilege reserved for a specific class of the deceased, creating a stark spiritual hierarchy that reflected the social structures of the living. Pulatu was not a gloomy cavern or a place of torment. It was envisioned as a magnificent island, a land of perfect peace and unimaginable abundance. Imagine a place where the fragrant Thai plant grows in endless groves, its leaves used for the most sacred of rituals. Here, the spirits of the high chiefs and nobility, along with renowned warriors and priests, lived a life of ease and bliss. They feasted on delicious foods that required no cultivation, engaged in sports and dance, and enjoyed a perfected existence free from the struggles of their mortal lives. The very air was said to be filled with the sound of music and the scent of flowers. This was the reward for a life of high status and great deeds, an eternal validation of the sacred power or mana that the nobility possessed. For commoners, however, the afterlife was far less certain and often considerably darker. In many traditions, the souls of ordinary people were believed to simply drift into a shadowy, ill-defined state of existence, or worse, be consumed by the gods or cast into a pit known as Langi, a void of nothingness. This distinction highlights how deeply intertwined the afterlife was with social rank. Your eternal fate was often sealed not just by how you lived, but by who you were born as. One of the most compelling and dynamic visions of this cosmic order comes from the Tongan archipelago, centered on the powerful and somber deity Hikuleo. He is the lord of the underworld, Pulatu, a towering figure who governs the realm of the dead. The Tongan creation myth presents a fascinating family dynamic that explains the very structure of the cosmos. Hikuleo and his two brothers, the gods Tangaloa and Maui, were the sons of the primordial parent. When they came of age, they decided to divide the universe amongst themselves. Tangaloa took the sky, becoming the creator god and patron of craftsmen. Maui, the great trickster and cultural hero, was given the earth and the ocean. And Hikuleo, the youngest, was allotted the underworld of Pulatu. This division, however, left Hikuleo feeling isolated and resentful. He was alone in his dark kingdom, while his brothers enjoyed the vibrant, living worlds above. This divine discontent sparked a perpetual cosmic struggle. Hikuleo would use a massive rope made of coconut sennet to periodically pull the world of the living, the Matu, down toward his underworld, attempting to drag it into his domain and thus end all life. His brothers, Tangaloa and Maui, were forced to constantly counter this pull, hacking at the rope with their divine axes to keep the earth in its proper place and prevent it from being swallowed by the realm of the dead. This eternal tug of war is a profound metaphor for the delicate and ever-precarious balance between life and death. It illustrates a worldview where existence is not a guaranteed state, but a fragile equilibrium that must be actively maintained by divine forces. The cycle of life can only continue because the gods of the sky and earth are forever fighting back against the god of the underworld's relentless pull. This celestial conflict was mirrored and managed here on earth through the institution of the paramount chief, the Tai Tonga. In Tongan belief, the Tai Tonga was considered a direct descendant of the gods, a divine ruler whose immense mana was essential for the prosperity and stability of the entire society. He was the human anchor that helped keep the world from being dragged into Pulatu. The most critical rituals performed by the Tai Tonga were the great first fruit ceremonies known as the Inasi. During these ceremonies, the first harvests from all across the Tongan Islands were brought as offerings to the paramount chief. This was not merely a tax, it was a sacred act of cosmic significance. By presenting the fruits of the land, the people were, in essence, feeding the divine lineage of the Tai Tonga, reinforcing his mana and, by extension, his ability to help his celestial brothers Tangaloa and Maui hold the world in place. The offerings were a form of spiritual reinforcement against Hikuleo's pull. Should the rituals be neglected or the chief's mana weaken, it was believed that the balance would tip, resulting in poor harvests, natural disasters, and societal collapse, a direct consequence of the underworld's growing influence. When a Tai Tonga died, his journey to the afterlife was a moment of immense spiritual importance. His soul was believed to travel to Pulatu, but not as a passive spirit. He went to take a place of honor in the court of Hikuleo himself. There, the deified chief would act as an intermediary between the world of the living and the world of the dead. He could intercede with Hikuleo on behalf of his people, encouraging the god of the underworld to be less voracious, to be more patient, and to maintain the truce with his brothers. This belief created a powerful, unbroken chain of connection. The living chief upheld the cosmic order through ritual, and the deceased chief continued that work from the other side, ensuring that the eternal tug of war never resulted in a final, catastrophic victory for the forces of death. The Polynesian vision of Pulatu and the Tongan myth of Hikuleo present a cosmology that is both hierarchical and dynamic, where the afterlife is not a static reward but an active, participatory realm deeply engaged in the ongoing struggle to preserve the delicate, beautiful, and hard-won gift of life itself. While the mainstream Christian church was consolidating its vision of a single God and a final judgment, a radical and deeply mystical countercurrent was flowing through the ancient world, offering a path to salvation that turned orthodox belief completely on its head. This was the world of Gnosticism, a diverse collection of early Christian and pre-Christian sects that possessed a secret, and to them, terrifying knowledge about the nature of reality. Their cosmology presents one of the most intellectually complex and spiritually audacious afterlife journeys ever conceived, a cosmic prison break for the soul, where the true enemy is not human sin, but the very architect of the material universe and the celestial jailers he commands. At the heart of this system lies a fundamental and shocking duality. The Gnostics believed that the universe we perceive with our senses is not the creation of a benevolent, all-powerful God. Instead, they saw it as a flawed, corrupt, and even evil construct, the work of a lesser, ignorant, and often malicious entity known as the demiurge. This craftsman god, who they often identified with the wrathful Yahweh of the Old Testament, fashions the physical world in a state of arrogance, ignorantly believing himself to be the supreme being. He proclaims, "I am God, and there is no other God beside me." But this is the ultimate lie. For the Gnostics, the true, ultimate God is something entirely different, a transcendent, ineffable, and utterly alien being of pure, limitless light, so far beyond our comprehension that it can only be described as the monad, the one, or the unknown silent Father. This true God does not create the world directly but emanates divine essence into a realm of perfection known as the pleroma, a Greek word meaning fullness. Imagine the pleroma not as a place but as the divine realm of absolute reality, a harmonious community of eternal eons, personified aspects of the Godhead like mind, truth, and wisdom that exist in a state of perfect knowledge and bliss. Our human world, by stark contrast, is a shadowy, defective copy, a cosmic blunder ruled by the clumsy, arrogant demiurge. It is from this divine pleroma that the core of the human being, the divine spark or pneuma, originates. According to one of the most beautiful and tragic Gnostic myths, this spark fell into the material world due to a primordial drama within the pleroma itself. The youngest Aeon, Sophia, which means wisdom, desired to know the transcendent Father on her own, apart from her divine consort. This passionate, solitary quest led to a crisis. From her longing and confusion, she gave birth to a thought form without her partner's consent, a malformed, orphaned entity that was the demiurge. Ashamed, she cast this aberrant creation out of the pleroma, and it, in its ignorance and loneliness, proceeded to fashion the chaotic, prison-like cosmos we inhabit, trapping within it the spark of its mother, Sophia. This means that deep within each person, buried under layers of flesh, instinct, and forgetfulness, lies a fragment of the divine pleroma, a captive light yearning to remember its true home. The human condition, therefore, is not one of sin requiring forgiveness, but one of profound amnesia and divine alienation. We are strangers in a strange land, asleep in a world of illusion, and the fundamental goal of existence is to awaken and undertake the journey back. This journey, however, is perilously guarded. The demiurge, whom some texts call Yaldabaoth, is not alone in his rule. He is surrounded by a host of cosmic authorities and gatekeepers known as the archons, a word that simply means rulers. These are not demons in the traditional sense, but soulless, bureaucratic entities, the spiritual henchmen of the false god. They are the personified forces of cosmic law, fate, and the raw, blind power of nature, and their primary function is to keep the divine sparks trapped within the cycle of reincarnation, ignorant and docile. They govern the 7 planetary spheres that encircle the Earth, seen as the layers of the cosmic prison, and each sphere presents a specific challenge, a toll gate where an archon demands a password or attempts to block the ascending soul. To pass, the soul must possess not faith or good deeds in the conventional sense, but gnosis. This is the cornerstone of the entire system. Gnosis is not intellectual knowledge or belief. It is a direct, intuitive, and transformative knowledge of the true God and, crucially, of one's own divine origin and nature. It is the shocking recognition that I am a fragment of the light from the pleroma, and this world is not my home. This awakening is what empowers the soul to answer the challenges of the archons and ascend. The process of this celestial ascent after death is described in dramatic detail in Gnostic texts like the Pistis Sophia. As the soul leaves the body, it first encounters a series of terrifying and deceptive visions. The archons appear in their monstrous forms, trying to frighten the soul into submission, or they may even manifest as beings of light, pretending to be its true savior in an attempt to lead it astray. The soul must recite specific passwords, seals, and mantras that it learned through its initiatory practices while alive. These are not magical spells, but declarations of its true identity and knowledge. For instance, when challenged by the archon of the sphere of Mars, the soul might declare, "I know you, and I know from whence you came. You are from the power of the demiurge, but I am from the limitless light of the invisible Father. Stand aside, for I am free, and my garment of light cannot be soiled by your realm." By stating this gnosis, the soul strips the archon of its power, revealing it to be a hollow authority, and passes safely through its sphere, moving closer to the pleroma with each successful confrontation. This radical theology presented a complete inversion of mainstream Christian salvation. Where the Orthodox Church taught that Christ was the unique Son of the one God who came to die for humanity's sins, the Gnostics saw him as a divine emanation from the true pleroma, a messenger of light sent to awaken the captive sparks. His purpose was not to atone for sin through a blood sacrifice, but to bring the saving gnosis, the secret knowledge that could liberate the soul from the archons and the demiurge's prison. His crucifixion was often interpreted docetically, meaning he only seemed to have a physical body and suffer, as the true Christ, being a being of pure light, could not truly be harmed by the corrupt material world. Salvation was not a future event of judgment, but a present moment awakening available to those who could receive the secret teachings. This created a stark spiritual elitism, dividing humanity into the spiritual, who could receive gnosis, the soulish, who could be saved by faith, and the material, who were hopelessly lost to the world of the demiurge. The legacy of Gnosticism was largely suppressed as heresy by the emerging Orthodox Church, which saw its denial of a good creation and its depiction of the Old Testament God as a malevolent fool as utterly unacceptable. Yet the power of its vision never completely died. Its themes of a corrupt world, a hidden God, and salvation through esoteric knowledge have resurfaced again and again throughout history, influencing mystical Christian movements, fueling the imaginations of philosophers and artists, and providing a powerful language for those who feel a deep sense of spiritual alienation in a world that often feels less than divine. The Gnostic path reminds us that some of the most profound afterlife legends are not about reaching a pleasant destination, but about remembering a glorious origin, and that the greatest journey the soul can undertake is the one that leads it back through the illusions of a false world, past the celestial guards of forgetfulness, and into the liberating light of its own true home. But perhaps no culture left behind a more tangible and breathtaking testament to their beliefs about the great beyond than the Vikings, and their evidence lies not just in their sagas, but in the very soil of Scandinavia and beyond. Imagine the scene. A magnificent longship, the pinnacle of their maritime technology, is dragged ashore, not for a raid or a trade mission, but for its final voyage. It is filled with the body of a chieftain or a powerful queen, surrounded by an unimaginable treasure of goods for the journey ahead: weapons, food, tapestries, sledges, and even sacrificed animals. Then the entire structure is buried under a great mound of earth, becoming a permanent man-made hill, a ship frozen in time pointed toward the horizon. These ship burials are among the most dramatic archaeological finds in history, and they serve as a profound physical bridge, directly connecting the myths of Valhalla and Helheim to the real-world rituals of a people utterly convinced that the afterlife was a destination one needed to pack for. The most famous of these burials, the Oseberg ship discovered in Norway, is a perfect window into this practice. This vessel wasn't a warship, but a stunning, ornate pleasure craft, and it served as the tomb for two women, one aged around 80 and the other about 50. The sheer wealth of their grave goods is staggering. The ship was packed with a beautifully carved wooden cart, 4 elaborate sledges, beds, tapestries, chests of personal belongings, and even the skeletons of 14 horses, a dog, and an ox. This wasn't a minimalistic send-off. It was an effort to transport an entire household with all its comforts and status into the next world. The presence of the two women also challenges simplistic notions of the Viking afterlife being solely for male warriors. One of them, likely the younger, was probably a person of immense religious or political authority, a Volva or Cirrus, whose journey to the other side required a vessel fit for her rank. The ship itself, with its graceful lines and symbolic carvings of serpents and beasts, was more than a coffin. It was a functional vehicle, equipped for the perilous journey through the 9 worlds, perhaps to a realm like Folkvanga, the field ruled by the goddess Freyja, who welcomed half of those slain in battle, or to an honored place among the ancestors. Across the North Sea, the spectacular discovery at Sutton Hoo in England, while technically the burial of an Anglo-Saxon king, shows the profound cultural exchange and shared beliefs of the age. The mound contained the ghostly impression of a 27-meter-long ship, its wooden hull long since dissolved, but its rivets still lying exactly where they fell, tracing the elegant form of the vessel in the soil. In its center was a burial chamber, a veritable treasure chest of power and prestige, a magnificent helmet of iron and bronze, a ceremonial sword, a heavy gold belt buckle, luxurious feasting gear, and a set of silver bowls from the Byzantine Empire. This king was buried not just with weapons for fighting, but with the regalia of kingship, the symbols he would need to maintain his authority and his role as a generous ring giver in the next life. The ship at Sutton Hoo powerfully demonstrates that this funerary practice was about more than just transport. It was a statement of identity and a declaration that the social hierarchy of this world was expected to continue in the next. The vessel was a chariot for the soul, ensuring the deceased would arrive in the afterlife not as a pauper, but as a person of consequence, ready to take their place among the honored dead. And what do these grave goods tell us about the specific destinations? The inclusion of weapons, axes, spears, swords, and shields points directly to the warrior's paradise of Valhalla. A man buried with his sword was not just being honored, he was being armed for the daily battles that awaited him, ready to join the Einherjar in their glorious training for Ragnarok. Food and drink like cauldrons of meat, barrels of ale, and even a tub of fermented berry wine found in one grave were provisions for the long journey and for the endless feasting that was promised. But it's the smaller, more personal items that offer the deepest insight. Games like a set of Nefertafel board game pieces found in some burials suggest a belief in an afterlife that included leisure and intellectual pursuits, not just combat. Combs, weaving tools, and farming implements reveal that the Viking afterlife was not a single, monolithic experience. For the vast majority who would not die in battle, the journey to a place like Helheim was not seen as a punishment, but as a continuation of a normal existence, just in a different, shadowy location. They were buried with the tools of their trade, the items they had used every day because they expected to need them. The afterlife, whether glorious or mundane, was a reflection of this one, and the ship burial was the ultimate act of provisioning, a final, grand gesture of love and respect designed to ensure that the deceased had everything required to successfully navigate the waters of death and find their rightful place in the cosmos that awaited them. High in the snow-shrouded peaks of the Himalayas, where the air itself seems thin with mystery, lies a legend not of the past but of the future, the prophecy of Shambhala. This is not a realm of the dead, but a hidden kingdom of the living, a sanctuary of perfect peace and wisdom that exists somewhere between our world and a higher reality. In the Kalachakra, or Wheel of Time, teachings of Tibetan Buddhism, Shambhala is described as a secluded, ring-shaped valley, shielded from the outside world by a fortress of impassable mountains. It is a place where the teachings of the Buddha have been preserved in their most pristine form, unsullied by the greed, ignorance, and conflict that plague our age. Its citizens are all enlightened beings, living in harmony with a profound understanding of reality, and their society is a model of justice, compassion, and spiritual mastery. Yet, Shambhala is far more than a static paradise. It is a spiritual arsenal, a citadel preparing for a final, cosmic war against the forces of spiritual degradation. The ultimate purpose of this hidden kingdom is revealed in its grand prophecy. Buddhist texts foretell a time in the future when the world will be engulfed by a rising tide of materialism, hatred, and corruption. As this darkness reaches its peak, the 25th king of Shambhala, a ruler known as Rigdan Drakpo, will emerge from his hidden valley at the head of a vast and righteous army. This will not be a war fought with conventional weapons alone, but a battle of spiritual power and wisdom. The forces of Shambhala will engage and utterly defeat the armies of materialism, crushing the Dark Age and ushering in a new global golden age of peace and enlightenment. This climactic event resounds with the same epic finality as the Christian Armageddon or the Norse Ragnarok, but with a crucial difference. It promises a definitive victory for light, leading not to an end, but to a glorious new beginning for all humanity. The prophecy serves as a powerful beacon of hope, asserting that no matter how deep the world's spiritual decline may seem, a reservoir of pure wisdom and power exists, waiting for the right moment to intervene and restore balance. This captivating legend has naturally spawned countless quests to find its physical location. For centuries, explorers, mystics, and even Nazi occultists have been drawn to the high Himalayas, clutching ancient texts and fragmentary maps, convinced that Shambhala is a real, tangible place waiting to be discovered. Some have pointed to the remote valleys of western Tibet, while others have searched in the Kunlun Mountains or parts of Siberia. The Theosophical Society in the 19th century popularized the idea of Shambhala as the home of the Great White Brotherhood, a secret society of ascended masters guiding humanity's evolution. Perhaps the most sinister expedition was launched by the Nazis, whose Onanab division sent teams to Tibet in the 1930s, hoping to find the lost Aryan homeland and tap into its supposed supernatural power. Despite these intense and often obsessive searches, no conclusive geographical evidence has ever been found. The mountains have kept their secret, leading many to conclude that the kingdom is either protected by powerful magic or exists on a different plane of reality altogether, invisible to those not spiritually prepared to see it. This brings us to the most profound interpretation of Shambhala, that it is primarily an inner reality, a metaphor for the enlightened mind. From this perspective, the ring of mountains is not made of rock and ice, but of the disciplined focus and single-pointed concentration developed through deep meditation. The hidden valley is the spacious, luminous nature of our own awareness, which remains untouched by the turbulent emotions and confused thoughts of our ordinary existence. The prophesied war, then, is the internal battle each individual must wage against their own inner demons, their greed, anger, and delusion. The future king, Rigdan Drakpo, represents the indomitable spark of enlightened potential within every person, the innate Buddha nature that, when fully realized, has the power to conquer the inner darkness and establish a permanent state of peace and clarity. In this view, the journey to Shambhala is the ultimate spiritual quest, an inward trek through the rugged terrain of our own psyche to discover the timeless, invincible kingdom that has been within us all along. Whether understood as a physical sanctuary, a future prophecy, or an inner state of being, the legend of Shambhala endures because it speaks to one of our most profound yearnings: the hope for a sanctuary from the world's chaos and the belief that a force of ultimate good is waiting in the wings, ready to restore harmony when all seems lost. It is a promise that enlightenment is not a solitary personal achievement, but a collective destiny, and that somewhere, whether on a map or in the heart, a flawless society of wisdom and compassion is already in existence, holding a vision of our world's highest potential and guiding it toward a brighter dawn. Emerging from the mists of British legend, the island of Avalon represents a profound shift in our journey, a place that is neither a hell of punishment nor a heaven of reward, but a sanctuary for healing and waiting, deeply entwined with the fate of a once and future king. After the tragic final battle at Camlan, where King Arthur was mortally wounded by his own son, Mordred, the great king did not simply die. According to the tales woven by Geoffrey of Monmouth and later Romantic writers, he was instead placed on a mysterious barge by a group of sorrowful queens, including his powerful half-sister, Morgan Le Fay. This somber procession carried him across the water to the enchanted Isle of Avalon, a place whispered to hold the power to heal his grievous wounds. The name itself, Avalon, is derived from the Old Welsh word for apple, afal, and this was no casual choice. In Celtic mythology, the apple was a powerful symbol of immortality, magic, and the otherworld. The island was described as a place of perpetual abundance, where apple trees heavy with magical fruit bloomed and bore fruit all year round, a land free from the harsh winters and sorrows of the mortal realm. This was not a Christian heaven, but a direct descendant of the Celtic term Na and Og, a timeless paradise just beyond the edge of the known world, where heroes could rest and be made whole again. The ruler of this mystical domain was none other than Morgan Le Fay, whose very name means Morgan the Fairy. In the earliest traditions, she was not the wicked sorceress of later tales, but a powerful sovereign of the supernatural, a master of healing arts and magic deeply connected to the ancient land. She and her 8 sisters were the guardians of Avalon, priestesses of the old ways who could manipulate the fabric of reality, brew potent remedies, and guide souls between the worlds. Under her care, Arthur was not buried but laid to rest in a state of suspended animation, his body preserved and his spirit waiting for the hour of Britain's greatest need. This established Avalon as a place of suspended destiny, a liminal space between life and death, history and myth. The legend powerfully states that Arthur is not dead but sleeping, and that he will return to lead his people once more. This transforms the afterlife concept from a final judgment into a state of watchful rest, where the greatest of heroes is preserved like a seed in the earth, holding the potential for a nation's rebirth. As these Celtic legends were absorbed and retold by Christian scribes in the Middle Ages, the image of Avalon began a fascinating metamorphosis, blending with the powerful new religious imagery. The pagan island of apples started to be depicted with elements straight from Christian paradise. It became a place of blessed isles and holy grails, its magical qualities sanctified and reinterpreted. In some versions, the journey to Avalon was seen as a spiritual ascent, and the island itself was likened to the earthly paradise or even a foretaste of heaven. The mystical figures of Morgan and her sisters were sometimes reframed as pious guardians or holy women, their magic sanitized into divine blessing. This fusion created a uniquely powerful symbol, a land that was at once a relic of the ancient magical Britain and a beacon of Christian hope, a place where the old world and the new could coexist. The most famous physical manifestation of this blended belief is Glastonbury Tor in Somerset, England. Rising abruptly from the flat Somerset levels, the Tor looks every bit like an island, and during winter floods it was often completely surrounded by water. In the 12th century, monks at Glastonbury Abbey claimed to have discovered the graves of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere, strategically cementing the link between their abbey and the legendary Avalon, thus harnessing the power of the old myth to bolster the authority of the new faith. The enduring power of Avalon lies in its potent symbolism as a lost, perfect world, a concept that has resonated for centuries. It represents a deep, collective yearning for a golden age of justice, harmony, and unity that has been lost to time, an era when the land was whole and a righteous king maintained balance. This is the dream of Camelot, the shining court that could not last, and Avalon is its tranquil, melancholic echo, the place where its promise is preserved. It is the archetype of the hidden sanctuary, the idea that somewhere just beyond our perception, a place of perfect peace and healing endures, waiting to be rediscovered. This theme has made Avalon a recurring motif in modern fantasy literature, from the works of Marion Zimmer Bradley to Stephen Lawhead, where it is often reimagined as the heart of magical Britain, a dimension accessible only to those with pure intent or ancient blood. The legend speaks to a universal human desire to believe that what is best and most noble is not gone forever, but merely hidden, resting until the time is right for its return. It is the ultimate expression of hope, the conviction that even in the face of utter defeat, there is an island in the mist where wounds can be healed, and where the greatest of heroes sleeps, not dead, but dreaming of a future return. From the prophesied return of a sleeping king, we journey now to the far north, to the ancient forests and frozen lakes of Finland, where the national epic, the Kalevala, paints a strikingly bleak and poignant picture of the land of the dead. This is Tuonela, a realm not of fire or ice, but of profound stillness and shadow, a subterranean world bounded by a wide, black, and seemingly impassable river. It is a place of eternal silence, ruled by the grim god Tuoni and his cunning goddess wife, Tuonta, where the dead exist in a joyless, dreamless state, forever separated from the vitality of the world above. Unlike the glorious halls of Valhalla or the tormented pits of other underworlds, Tuonela embodies a uniquely Finnish form of melancholy, a reflection of a people living in a harsh, demanding environment where survival was a constant struggle against the elements and death was a quiet, ever-present companion. The most famous account of a journey to this Sama realm is the quest of the great sage and eternal bard Väinämöinen. He did not travel to Tuonela seeking a lost love or to challenge its rulers, but for a very practical and powerful reason: knowledge. In the midst of building a magical boat, he found himself lacking 3 crucial words of enchantment needed to complete his work. Knowing that such ancient, forgotten wisdom could only be found among the dead, he resolved to make the perilous journey to the underworld to retrieve it. This motive itself is telling. It shows a worldview where the dead are not merely faded spirits, but a repository of all the knowledge that has ever been, a library of lost lore accessible only to the bravest and most cunning of heroes. Väinämöinen's quest is a testament to the immense value placed on wisdom and oral tradition in Finnish culture, where songs and spells were the very fabric of reality. His journey immediately presents its first and greatest obstacle, the River of Tuoni. This is no ordinary body of water. It is described as a raging, black torrent filled with treacherous rapids and its waters cloaked in a thick, concealing mist. More than a physical barrier, it is a spiritual one, a liquid boundary designed to keep the living out and the dead in. There is no grim ferryman to bargain with here, no bridge to cross. The river itself is the guardian. Undeterred, the resourceful Väinämöinen transforms himself, using his own magic to take on the form of a sinuous serpent, sliding effortlessly into the dark, churning currents. He swims across the river, bypassing its dangers not with brute force but with cleverness and adaptability, a cherished virtue in Finnish folklore. As he reaches the opposite shore, he is immediately confronted by the daughter of Tuoni herself. She is sitting by the riverbank, calmly washing her clothes, an image of domestic normalcy that belies the grim nature of her home. With shocking casualness, she asks the stranger how he managed to cross the river alive, a question that reveals just how absolute the separation between the living and the dead is meant to be. Once inside, Väinämöinen is greeted not with hostility but with a deceptive and deadly form of hospitality. Tuonta, the mistress of the underworld, offers him a tankard of beer. This is not a gesture of welcome but a trap. The beer is not merely intoxicating, it is laced with worms and frogs, a potion of oblivion and decay designed to erase his memory, cloud his mind, and trap him forever in the lethargic gloom of Tuonla. This act of cunning defines the nature of the underworld rulers. They are not wrathful punishers but passive, insidious assimilators. Their power lies in erasing the will to leave, in making the living forget the world of sunlight and sound. Fortunately, Väinämöinen is too wise to be caught by such a trick. Recognizing the danger, he refuses the drink, instead crafting a magical golden trinket from his pocket, a small, beautiful object that he offers as a gift. This act of creation and generosity in the heart of the land of death fascinates Tuonta, and while she is distracted, he makes his move. He quickly searches the confines of the underworld, finds the powerful words of enchantment he came for, and prepares for a desperate escape. His departure is anything but peaceful. Realizing their guest intends to leave with the secrets of the dead, the entire population of Tuonla is roused to action. Tuoni, in a rage, conjures a monstrous iron net which he casts across the river to ensnare the fleeing hero. It is a final, brutal attempt to capture the living soul who dared to penetrate their silence and steal their knowledge. But Väinämöinen, in a moment of sheer transformative power, shifts his form once more. This time he becomes an otter, a creature perfectly suited to the aquatic environment, and he dives deep, slipping through the holes of the net and swimming furiously back toward the world of the living. He emerges on the far bank, having succeeded in his mission, but carrying with him the chilling memory of the absolute stillness and hopelessness of the realm he has just escaped. The entire epic underscores a central theme, that the world of the dead is a place of active danger for the living, not because of overt violence, but because of its pervasive power to extinguish the very spark of life, memory, and ambition. This haunting vision of Tuonla is deeply rooted in the Finnish experience of the natural world. The long, dark winters where the sun barely rises and the landscape is locked in snow and silence provided a direct metaphor for the land of the dead. The river of Tuoni mirrors the countless dark, cold lakes and rushing rivers of Finland, real physical barriers that could mean life or death for travelers. The somber, resigned tone of the realm reflects the historical resilience of a people who had to accept a harsh and often unforgiving environment, where death was a natural, if grim, part of the cycle. There is no promise of glorious reward or fiery punishment in Tuonla. There is only a quiet, eternal rest that stands in stark contrast to the struggle and vibrant magic of the world above. This connection to the oral poetic tradition, the Kalevala, is also crucial. The epic was compiled from ancient folk songs and incantations that were sung for generations. In a culture where knowledge was preserved and transmitted through song, the idea that the ultimate secrets lay with the dead and that a hero's greatest quest was to retrieve a forgotten spell perfectly captures the sacred power they attributed to poetry and memory. Tuonela, therefore, is more than just an underworld. It is a cultural expression of Finnish sisu, a concept of stoic determination, inner strength, and grim perseverance in the face of overwhelming odds, as exemplified by Väinämöinen's lonely, cunning, and ultimately successful voyage into the heart of darkness itself. Now we descend into the sweltering, rain-soaked jungles of the ancient Maya, where the afterlife was a terrifying and labyrinthine realm of rot and deception known as Xibalba. Far from a simple underworld, this was a sentient, malevolent place whose very name translates to place of fright. The most vivid and complete map we have of this horrifying domain comes from the Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Kayich Maya, which recounts not just the creation of humanity, but the epic saga of the hero twins Hunahpu and Xbalanque and their daring descent into the very belly of decay to confront the Lords of Death. This story was far more than a myth. It was a foundational narrative that explained the cycle of life, death, and regeneration, and it was central to the divine authority of Maya kings, who saw their own trials and sacrificial rituals as a reenactment of this cosmic drama. The journey to Xibalba was itself a descent through a treacherous, multi-layered landscape of suffering. The path was said to plunge steeply downwards, leading travelers through rushing, thorn-filled rivers of blood and pus and across rivers choked with scorpions. These weren't just physical obstacles, they were manifestations of disease, rot, and pain. The realm itself was structured as a series of 6 deadly houses, each a death trap designed by the Lords of Xibalba to test and destroy visitors. There was the Dark House, a chamber of profound, suffocating blackness. The Rattling House was filled with bone-chilling cold. The Jaguar House swarmed with savage big cats, while the Bat House was home to shrieking, razor-clawed bats. The Knife House was a room where animated obsidian blades flew randomly through the air, and the Fire House was an inferno of relentless heat. This architecture of horror was a reflection of the Mayas' deep understanding of the very real dangers of their jungle environment. The diseases, the predators, the darkness, all given a supernatural, malevolent intelligence in the world below. The rulers of this grim domain were the 12 Lord and Lady Death gods, a pantheon of decay and disease. At their head sat 1 death and 7 death, but they were aided by a host of specialized tormentors like Pus Master, Jaundice Master, and Bone Scepter. These were not dignified judges of the afterlife. They were petty, squabbling, and cruel tricksters who took immense pleasure in inflicting suffering. They would often invite mortals to sit on a burning hot bench or offer them a deceptive greeting, knowing that to accept would mean immediate death. Their power was rooted in deception, and they held an intense grudge against the noisy ball game played on the surface world by the gods of life, which disturbed their silent, putrid peace. It was this grudge that set the entire epic in motion when they summoned the first set of hero twins, the fathers of Hunahpu and Xbalanque, to Xibalba under false pretenses and tricked them into a sacrificial death on the great ball court of the underworld. The story of the second hero twins, Hunahpu and Xbalanque, is one of the great tales of cosmic revenge and cleverness. Born from the spittle of their executed father, they were prodigies from the start, destined to avenge their family and humble the arrogant death gods. When they, too, were summoned to Xibalba, they did not fall for the Lord's crude tricks. They refused to sit on the hot bench. They recognized the wooden mannequins the Lords had placed in their court as decoys, and they correctly greeted each Lord by their true name, having been forewarned by a mosquito they sent ahead as a spy. The Lords, infuriated by their intelligence, then subjected them to the ordeal of the 6 deadly houses. Yet, the twins used their wits and magical powers to survive each one. In the dark house, they lit a single cigar and kept it glowing as a beacon without consuming it. In the jaguar house, they threw bones to the beasts to distract them. For the rattling house, they huddled together for warmth. Their survival was a testament to intellect and preparation triumphing over brute, malicious force. The ultimate confrontation, however, took place in the great ball court of Xibalba. The ball game was far more than a sport to the Maya. It was a reenactment of cosmic battles, with the ball representing the sun moving through the underworld at night. The lords challenged the twins to a game, but using a ball that was actually a deadly spinning blade. The twins agreed, but through a clever ruse, they allowed an animal to steal the ball, forcing the lords to use a normal one. During the game, the lords cheated, and the twins were eventually defeated and sacrificed in a great oven. Yet this was all part of their grand strategy. 5 days later, they were miraculously resurrected, first appearing as fish and then as a pair of ragged, wandering performers. They returned to the court of the Death Lords and performed astounding magic tricks, dancing, cutting themselves into pieces, and bringing each other back to life. Captivated by this display, the lords demanded to be part of the magic. The twins then sacrificed 1 death and 7 death, but refused to bring them back to life, breaking the cycle of death and rebirth and shattering the power of the lords of Xibalba forever. This profound myth was physically grounded in the Maya world through the landscape itself. The entrances to Xibalba were not distant or abstract. They were the deep, dark caves known as Sietchin, and the gaping sinkholes or cenotes that pockmark the limestone bedrock of Mesoamerica. These were not just geological features, they were seen as the actual mouths and nostrils of the earth, portals leading directly down into the corridors of the underworld. Maya kings would perform elaborate rituals at these sites, descending into caves to commune with ancestors and underworld deities, reenacting the journey of the hero twins to prove their own spiritual power and their ability to navigate the forces of death for the benefit of their people. The concept of sacrificial death leading to rebirth was absolutely central to this cosmology. Just as the maize god was buried and reborn, and just as the hero twins allowed themselves to be sacrificed only to return more powerful, so too was the death of a king or the letting of royal blood seen as a necessary sacrifice to nourish the gods and ensure the sun would rise, the rains would fall, and the world would be reborn for another cycle. The king's role was to be the embodiment of the maize god and the spiritual heir to the hero twins, proving through ritual and sometimes actual warfare that he could confront the horrors of Xibalba and emerge victorious, securing life and order for his entire kingdom. Their entire civilization, with its towering pyramids reaching for the sky, was built upon this foundational belief in the necessity of confronting the terrors of the underworld to ensure the continued flourishing of the world above. But what of those who lived a life of quiet neutrality, whose ledger of deeds showed a perfect, unremarkable balance between light and shadow? In the intricate cosmic justice of Zoroastrianism, there was a specific and fascinating destination for these souls, a realm that stands as a testament to the religion's nuanced understanding of human morality. This is Hammerstagen, a word that translates to the place of the mixed ones or the standing place. Imagine it not as a hell of torment or a paradise of bliss, but as a vast, featureless plain, a spiritual waiting room suspended between the two. It was conceived as a purgatorial zone for those individuals whose good deeds and bad deeds throughout their life were precisely equal in weight. Here, these souls would reside in a state of profound neutrality, experiencing neither suffering nor joy, simply awaiting the final cataclysm at the end of time. The very existence of Hammerstagen reveals a core principle of the Zoroastrian worldview, the absolute necessity of active moral choice. This was not a faith that saw humanity as inherently sinful or blessed, but as soldiers in a cosmic war, armed with the divine gift of free will. Every thought, word, and action was a volley fired in the great struggle between the benevolent creator, Ahura Mazda, and the destructive spirit of negation, Angra Mainyu. To remain perfectly neutral was, in a sense, to have failed to engage fully in this battle. A soul that ended up in Hammerstagen was one that had not accumulated enough positive energy through thoughts of truth, words of kindness, and deeds of charity to ascend to the House of Song, nor had it sunk so deeply into the lie through malice and cruelty to deserve the House of Lies. Theirs was the fate of the undecided, the spiritual bystander whose life did not tip the cosmic scales in either direction. This concept powerfully underscores that in Zoroastrian ethics, passive goodness was not enough. One had to actively fight for a shah, the principle of truth and order, against the forces of drudge, the lie. Life within Hammerstagen was defined by its stark lack of sensation. The souls there were not subjected to the searing punishments of hell, but they were also completely deprived of the celestial pleasures of paradise. They felt neither the scorching heat of summer nor the bitter cold of winter. They experienced no hunger, no thirst, and no physical pain. But by the same token, they knew no laughter, no love, no creative inspiration, and no divine connection. It was an existence of absolute emotional and spiritual stasis, a timeless limbo where the self was preserved but not enriched. Some texts describe them as being conscious and aware of their state, able to see the glorious light of paradise far above and the terrifying gloom of hell far below, forever conscious of the consequences of their balanced and ultimately indecisive mortal lives. Their only comfort, a faint one, was the knowledge that they were not condemned to eternal torment and that a final resolution to their fate was still to come. That resolution would arrive with the Frashokrati, the final renovation of the world. Zoroastrianism presents one of history's first linear and teleological visions of time, moving inexorably toward a definitive climax. At this preordained end of days, the world-saving figure, the Saoshyant, would appear. A great purifying fire would sweep across the universe, and all humanity, both living and dead, would be resurrected in perfected physical forms. It is at this moment of universal judgment that the souls in Hammerstagen would find their waiting finally over. They would be subjected to the final, ultimate test, the ordeal of molten metal. According to the prophecies, all of humanity would be required to wade through a river of glowing, liquefied metal that would flow from the mountains. For the righteous, this river would feel as soothing and pleasant as warm milk, a final baptism of light that cleansed any remaining impurities. For the wicked, it would be an agonizing, searing torment. For the souls of Hammerstagen, this experience would serve as the definitive judgment they had lacked in life. Their reaction to the molten metal would finally reveal their innermost nature, tipping the scales once and for all and assigning them their permanent place in the perfected, eternal world that would follow. In this way, Hammerstagen was not an eternal destination, but a long, patient interlude, a cosmic pause that ensured every single soul, even the most morally ambiguous, would receive a perfectly just and final verdict in the grand scheme of Ahura Mazda's ultimate victory. Now we travel to the rugged southwestern shores of Ireland, where the crashing Atlantic waves batter a stark and foreboding island, a place known in ancient lore as Tech Duin, the House of Dawn. This is not the vibrant, artistic otherworld of Tir na and Og, but something far more primal and somber, a rocky, isolated gathering place for the dead, ruled by a figure who was once a mortal king. Dawn, whose name means the Dark One, is a profoundly intriguing character in the Irish mythological cycle. He appears in the early texts as one of the sons of Mil Spain, the legendary leader of the Milesians, the final wave of invaders to settle in Ireland and the ancestors of the Gaelic people. The story goes that as Don and his brothers approached the island, they were confronted by the powerful Tuatha De Danann, the godlike people who already possessed the land. The Danann raised a great magical storm to repel them, and in his arrogance, Don boasted that he would take the island for his own. In response to this hubris, the sea itself rose up and shattered his ship, and Don was drowned, becoming the first of the Milesians to die on the new soil. This was not the end of his story, however. It was his transformation. From that moment, the first to die became the eternal lord of all who would follow, his isolated sea-girt rock becoming the spiritual depot for the entire Gaelic race. This rocky island, often identified with the modern Bull Rock off the coast of County Cork, is described in early texts like the Psalter na Ran as a shadowy, fortress-like structure with a great central pillar where the souls of the dead congregate. Unlike the individualized fates of Valhalla or the Christian hell, Tech Duin represents a more collective ancestral destiny. It was not a place of reward or punishment based on moral conduct, but simply the final address for the descendants of the Milesians, the great-great-grandfather of the entire Irish people waiting to welcome his children home. This concept reveals a powerful cultural focus on kinship and ancestry, where the identity of the individual was subsumed into the greater whole of the clan, even in death. The journey to Tech Duin was a communal voyage. Souls were believed to travel westward across the sea, following the path of the setting sun, a universal symbol of endings to reach dawn's storm-racked domain. This belief was so deeply ingrained that in some ancient Irish funeral rites, a dead person's feet were sometimes pointed westward to guide them on this final journey, a poignant physical gesture aligning the body with the soul's destined path across the ocean. The character of Don himself is deeply intertwined with the sea and the weather, particularly storms. As the one who was claimed by the waves, he became a master of them. Fishermen and sailors along the wild west coast knew him as a figure of awe and danger. They believed that Don, the Dark One, rode the gales and summoned the squalls that could dash a boat to pieces. A sudden, violent storm was often seen as a sign of Don's presence, gathering the newly dead to his house. There are folk tales of sailors hearing a ghostly voice calling from the mist-shrouded rock, a voice identified as Don himself summoning his people. This connection to the sea's destructive power cemented his role as a psychopomp, a guide of the dead, but one whose method was not a gentle escort but a violent claiming. He was not a malevolent devil, but a stern, inevitable, and respected force of nature, the first ancestor who ensured that all his lineage would eventually return to him, using the very element that had taken his own life as his chosen instrument. This vision of the afterlife stands in fascinating contrast to the other, more famous Celtic realms like the Welsh Annwn or the Irish Tir na an Og. Those were paradises of eternal youth, artistry, and feasting, often accessed by a lucky few heroes or through magical intervention. Tech Duin, however, was the default democratic destination for the vast majority. It was not about individual heroism or a personal relationship with the gods. It was about tribal identity and the unbreakable chain of descent. This suggests a dualistic view within the Celtic world itself. On one hand, there was the enchanted, magical otherworld of the Aesshia, the people of the mounds, which was parallel to our own and full of wonder. On the other, there was this more concrete, final underworld for the collective dead, ruled by a deified ancestor. It was the difference between a magical holiday in a foreign land and the final return to the ancestral homestead. The survival of Don's name and legend in folk tradition for centuries, long after the coming of Christianity, is a testament to the power of this idea. He was remembered not as a god to be worshipped, but as a powerful, shadowy figure, the great progenitor waiting on his lonely rock, a permanent and formidable part of Ireland's spiritual coastline, forever calling his children back across the sea to their ultimate collective rest. But our exploration of the afterlife would not be complete without traveling to the Korean peninsula, where a unique and deeply resonant vision of the great beyond has been shaped by a powerful fusion of indigenous shamanism, Buddhist philosophy, and Confucian tradition. Here, the soul's journey after death is not a single leap to a final destination, but a complex 49-day pilgrimage through a liminal landscape known as Samdo, the Three Pathways. This is a period of immense vulnerability and potential, where the spirit of the deceased, or Han, navigates a series of otherworldly courts and treacherous terrains, its ultimate fate hanging in the balance between the meticulous records of its earthly life and the diligent rituals performed by its living descendants. The journey begins the moment the spirit leaves the body. It first arrives at the banks of the Hangan River, a wide, flowing body of water that serves as the definitive boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. To cross this river, the spirit must rely on a small boat, and the fare for this passage is not a coin, but the love and devotion of the family left behind. This is where the first crucial funeral rite, the Honyong, takes place. On the third day after death, the family gathers at a riverbank or a symbolic body of water to perform a ceremony, offering food, drink, and paper money to the spirit, ensuring it has the resources to pay the ferryman and cross successfully. A failure to perform this rite could leave the soul stranded on the wrong side of the river, a restless ghost unable to proceed on its journey. Once across, the spirit enters the true domain of Samdo, a vast purgatorial wilderness where it will wander for 7 weeks, facing trials and judgments at 7 key stations, each one occurring on a 7th-day interval. At the heart of this cosmic bureaucracy sits the supreme judge, King Yama, known in Korea as Yomna. He is the stern, unyielding lord of the underworld, a figure borrowed from Buddhist cosmology but seamlessly integrated into the Korean spiritual framework. His palace, the Great Palace of Yomna, is the final destination of the Samdo journey where the ultimate verdict is delivered. But before a soul can stand before him, it must pass through the preceding 6 courts, each presided over by a different king who judges a specific aspect of the soul's moral conduct. The king of the first court judges the taking of life. The king of the second court assesses greed and theft. The third court examines disrespect and disobedience. The fourth looks at deceit and slander. The fifth evaluates injustice and corruption. And the sixth scrutinizes the misuse of alcohol and the breaking of taboos. At each of these courts, the soul's arguments are weighed against a celestial document of immense importance, the Akwangongpan, the ledger of life. This ledger is not a metaphorical concept. It is believed to be a real, physical book kept by 2 divine scribes, the Okwang and the Chukwang, who have accompanied every person since birth. One scribe records every good deed, every act of kindness, and every selfless thought. The other meticulously notes every transgression, every malicious word, and every moment of harm. Upon death, this ledger is presented as the objective evidence at each court. The soul must defend its actions, and the kings render their judgment based on this unassailable record. A soul burdened with heavy misdeeds might be detained at a particular court for a portion of the 49 days, undergoing purification or facing consequences, while a lighter, more virtuous spirit may pass through more swiftly. The entire process is one of profound moral accounting, emphasizing personal responsibility and the inescapable consequences of one's choices. This is where the living play an absolutely critical role. Korean death rituals are not passive observances, they are active interventions in the soul's journey. The most important of these are the Confucian-style ancestor rites known as Jesa. Held on the key 7th-day intervals during the Samdo period, as well as on anniversaries and major holidays, a Jesa is a formal, multi-step ceremony of remembrance and support. The family prepares an elaborate table of offerings, including the deceased's favorite foods, fruits, rice wines, and incense. Every detail is symbolic, from the specific arrangement of the food to the order of the bows performed by the family. This is not merely a memorial, it is a sacred meal shared with the spirit, providing it with spiritual sustenance and strengthening it for the trials ahead. The heartfelt prayers offered during the Jesa are believed to be heard by the underworld kings, serving as testimonials to the deceased's character and pleas for mercy. A well-performed Jesa can tip the scales in the spirit's favor, helping it overcome the weight of its sins recorded in the Akwangongpan. Alongside these structured Confucian rites exists the powerful, ecstatic world of Korean shamanism embodied in the gut ceremony. A gut is a ritual performed by a mudang, a shaman who acts as an intermediary between the worlds. While a jessa is formal and quiet, a gut is vibrant, loud, and deeply emotional. The mudang, through drumming, chanting, and dance, enters a trance state, becoming a conduit for the spirits. In a funeral gut, the shaman's primary role is to guide the disoriented spirit, helping it find the correct path through samdo and reassuring it that it is loved and remembered. The mudang might perform a dramatic reenactment of the soul's journey, confronting the challenges of each court and negotiating with the underworld kings on the spirit's behalf. The ceremony often culminates in the burning of a paper boat or a set of paper clothes, a final sending off of the provisions the spirit will need for its life in the next world. The gut provides a crucial emotional release for the grieving family while offering direct shamanic assistance to the soul, ensuring it does not become a lost and wandering ghost or wanhan that could bring misfortune to the living. The culmination of this 49-day odyssey is the final judgment before the great King Yomna himself. In his court, the results from the previous 6 courts are tallied, and the complete Akwangongpan is reviewed. Yomna's verdict determines the soul's immediate future. A soul deemed virtuous may be granted a peaceful rest in the underworld or a favorable reincarnation into a good family. A soul found lacking may face a period of punishment in a specific hell or a less desirable rebirth. The ultimate goal for many, influenced by Buddhist thought, is to escape the cycle of samsara altogether, achieving enlightenment and liberation. But for most, the intricate system of samdo, supported by the jessa and the gut, provides a comprehensive and comforting map for the afterlife. It assures the living that they are not powerless in the face of death, that their love and devotion, expressed through meticulous ritual, can truly guide their loved ones through the shadowy pathways of the 3 realms and toward a peaceful and honored rest among the ancestors. And now we set our course away from the structured underworlds and into the vast, unforgiving expanse of the open ocean, where the line between the physical world and the spectral one blurs into a haunting mist. For centuries, sailors have returned to port with tales not just of storms and sea monsters, but of something far more chilling: ghost ships. These phantom vessels, eternally trapped between departure and arrival, have become some of the most powerful and enduring legends of the eternal afterlife, representing souls forever suspended in a state of purgatorial wandering. The most infamous of them all is without question the Flying Dutchman. The legend tells of a Dutch merchant captain, often named Bernard Fock, a man known for his uncanny speed and a blasphemous arrogance that bordered on madness. During a desperate attempt to round the Cape of Good Hope, a tempestuous headland known to sailors as the Cape of Storms, his ship was caught in a howling gale. As the waves threatened to smash his vessel to splinters, the captain, in a fit of rage and pride, swore an oath. He cursed God and vowed that he would round the Cape if it took him until the day of judgment. For this act of ultimate hubris, his damnation was swift and terrible. His ship was not destroyed, but instead condemned to sail the world's oceans for all eternity, never again to make port, its crew a collection of tormented, silent wraiths. Sighting the Flying Dutchman was considered the worst possible omen a sailor could encounter. It was said to appear as a ghostly, luminescent frigate, its sails full of a wind that no other ship could feel, racing against the gale in a desperate, impossible battle. To see its phantom glow on the horizon was a portent of certain doom, a sign that your own ship was destined for a catastrophic end, either smashed on the rocks or dragged down into the abyss by the very storm the Dutchman sailed within. This legend is so much more than a simple ghost story. It is a perfect, terrifying metaphor for a soul trapped between worlds. The ship and its crew are neither alive nor successfully departed to an afterlife. They are caught in an endless, painful loop, reenacting the moment of their spiritual failure, forever striving for a goal they can never reach. They are the embodiment of a maritime purgatory, a floating hell of repetition and regret, their punishment fitting their captain's crime of defiance against the natural and divine order. Yet the Dutchman is far from alone in its spectral fleet. The phantom voyages of the Mary Celeste present a different kind of mystery, one not of eternal damnation but of profound and unsettling absence. Found adrift in the Atlantic Ocean in 1872, this brigantine was completely seaworthy, with its cargo intact and a table set for a meal that was never eaten. But its crew of 10, along with the captain's wife and young daughter, had vanished without a trace. There was no sign of a struggle, no lifeboat, and no logical explanation. The silence of the Mary Celeste is in its own way more haunting than the cursed spectacle of the Dutchman. It speaks not of active torment, but of a sudden and complete erasure, a transition from the world of the living so abrupt and inexplicable that it feels as though the entire crew was simply plucked from our reality into another. While likely the result of a tragic but mundane accident, the legend that has grown around it taps into a deep-seated fear of the sea's absolute power to make people disappear, leaving behind only a hollow, floating tomb as a testament to their final, unknown moments. These stories did not emerge from a vacuum. They are the direct products of the very real and unimaginable dangers of seafaring life for centuries. Before modern technology, a voyage across an ocean was a journey into a truly unknown and hostile wilderness. Sailors faced the constant threats of scurvy, shipwreck, piracy, and storms that could appear with little warning. In such an environment, superstition was a vital coping mechanism, a way to impose a narrative of meaning and caution onto the chaotic and often random violence of the sea. A ghost ship legend like that of the Flying Dutchman served as a powerful moral fable, warning against the sins of pride and blasphemy that could jeopardize not just one man but an entire crew. It externalized the terror of being lost at sea forever, giving it a form that could be seen and feared, and in doing so, reinforced the importance of humility, skill, and respect for the immense power of nature. These phantoms were the supernatural enforcers of a brutal, unwritten maritime code. This theme of the restless dead is not confined to European lore. Many cultures with deep maritime traditions have their own versions of phantom voyages. In Japanese folklore, there are tales of the funayure, the ghosts of those who perished at sea. These spirits are not entire ships, but malevolent individuals who appear to living sailors, often asking for a ladle. If given one, they will use it to endlessly scoop seawater into the boat, attempting to sink it and add the living to their number. This reflects a different but equally powerful anxiety, the fear of a watery grave and the belief that those who die such a death may become jealous, vengeful spirits, forever tied to the element that claimed them, seeking to pull others down into their cold, dark realm. From the cursed captain of the Dutchman to the vanished crew of the Mary Celeste and the vengeful funayure, these legends collectively give voice to a universal human dread. They represent the fear of a fate worse than death itself, the terror of being forever in transit, never finding rest, forever separated from the solid ground of home and the final peace of the grave, eternally sailing the borderlands between our world and whatever lies beyond the horizon's edge. Now we journey to the heart of the African continent, where the earth is red and the rivers run deep, to explore a concept of the afterlife that is not a single place, but a dynamic and all-encompassing force. For many Bantu-speaking peoples across Central and Southern Africa, the great beyond is known as Kalunga. This is a word of profound depth and multiple meanings, a concept that beautifully weaves together the physical world, the spiritual realm, and the very line that separates them. Kalunga can be the vast, mysterious sea, the source of life and a place of hidden depths. It is the underworld, the final resting place for the ancestors. It is the threshold itself, the liminal boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead. And perhaps most powerfully, Kalunga is understood as a divine, cosmic force, the ultimate reality that underpins and connects all of existence. This holistic view creates an afterlife belief system that is less about a distant destination and more about a continuous, sacred relationship that defines life itself. When a person dies, their journey is not one of fearful judgment or perilous trials, but a return. The spirit, after the proper funeral rites have been performed, makes its way to Kalunga. Here, it joins the vast community of ancestors, the Bakulu or Ndizulu, who are not distant or forgotten ghosts, but active, vested members of the family and community. Life in Kalunga is often described as a mirrored reflection of life on Earth. The ancestors have their own villages, they farm, they hunt, and they live in social structures similar to those they left behind. However, this existence is not one of passive rest. The ancestors in Kalunga hold immense power and authority. They are closer to the source of creation, and as such, they become intermediaries between the living and the higher, often more remote creator god. Their well-being in the spirit world is directly tied to the well-being of their living descendants, and vice versa. This establishes a powerful cycle of mutual responsibility that forms the bedrock of social and spiritual life. The living have a sacred duty to honor, remember, and provide for the ancestors because the ancestors, in turn, have the power to bless the living with fertility, health, rain, and protection, or to withhold these blessings if they are neglected or offended. This continuous dialogue between the worlds is maintained through a rich and vital tapestry of rituals. The most common of these is the practice of making offerings or ensaba. Families will pour libations of water, beer, or maize flour onto the ground, specifically at sacred spots like grave sites, termite mounds, which are seen as natural altars connecting the surface world to the earth below, or at the base of certain large, ancient trees. As the liquid or flour seeps into the soil, it is believed to travel directly to Kalunga, nourishing the ancestors and strengthening them. This is not a one-sided transaction, it is an act of communion. In return for this sustenance, the ancestors are expected to use their enhanced spiritual power to intercede on behalf of the living. A farmer might ask an ancestor for rain, a woman hoping for a child might pray at a grandmother's grave, and a community leader might invoke the ancestral spirits before making an important decision. This relationship ensures that the wisdom and guidance of past generations remain a living, active force in the daily life of the community. This communication reaches its most direct and dramatic form through the work of spirit mediums and diviners, known in many regions as Nganga or Sangoma. These are not ordinary people. They are individuals chosen by the ancestors themselves, often after a period of intense illness or vivid dreams, and they undergo rigorous training to hone their abilities. Nganga acts as a living channel, a bridge across the threshold of Kalunga. During rituals, they may enter a trance state, allowing the spirit of a specific ancestor to speak through them. The ancestor's voice, often using archaic language or singing old songs, will offer counsel, diagnose the spiritual cause of an illness, resolve family disputes, or reveal the reason for a run of bad luck. The entire community participates in these events, which serve to reaffirm the social order, heal rifts, and provide tangible proof that the ancestors are not gone, but are actively watching and guiding their lineage. The Nganga, therefore, is the essential human instrument that makes the abstract concept of Kalunga a practical, accessible reality for everyone. The concept of Kalunga as a threshold also profoundly influences how the Bantu peoples view the very nature of death. Death is not a full-stop end, but a transition, a change of state. The individual becomes part of the collective ancestral body, their personal identity merging into a broader, more powerful spiritual force that works for the continuity of the clan. This is why proper burial rites are so critically important. A spirit that is not correctly ushered into Kalunga through the right ceremonies, or one that died a sudden, violent death, risks becoming a restless, unhappy ghost trapped on the wrong side of the threshold. These troubled spirits, sometimes called muzuku, can cause misfortune and illness, wandering the edges of the village and reminding the living of their duty to properly care for the dead. This belief reinforces the idea that the actions of the living have direct consequences in the spiritual realm, and that maintaining harmony with Kalunga is essential for the health and prosperity of the entire community. It is a powerful, holistic world view where the past, present, and future are woven together in an unbreakable circle of life, death, and enduring connection. From the sprawling ancestral connections of Kalunga, we voyage now to the Philippine archipelago, a nation of over 7,000 islands where a deeply layered spiritual heritage created a cosmos as complex and stratified as the society itself. Long before the arrival of Spanish galleons and the cross, the diverse peoples of the islands envisioned a universe divided into distinct, interacting realms. At its most fundamental, this cosmology presented a profound duality: a celestial skyworld inhabited by powerful deities and honored ancestor spirits, and a grim underworld that served as a place of punishment for the wicked. This was not a simple heaven and hell dichotomy, but a reflection of a world where the spiritual was intimately woven into the fabric of daily life, mediated by figures who could traverse the boundaries between them. High above the mortal world, accessible through the highest mountain peaks or by climbing a mythical vine, existed the sky world. Among the Ilocano people of the Northern Islands, this realm was known as Kalai, a place of astonishing beauty and eternal peace. Imagine a land where the fields are forever fertile, where famine and sickness are unknown, and where the air itself seems to shimmer with harmony. In Kalai, the great creator god, often named Kabunion, resided alongside a pantheon of lesser deities who governed aspects of nature like rain, wind, and harvest. But this skyworld was not exclusively for the gods. It was also the final resting place for the most virtuous and courageous ancestors, those who lived lives of justice, bravery, and respect for the community's laws were believed to ascend to this paradise after death. Here, they would join the divine assembly, becoming powerful spirits themselves who could watch over and intercede for their living descendants. Their presence in Kalai reinforced a powerful social contract. A life lived in accordance with ancestral virtue would be rewarded with an eternity in a realm of perfect balance and beauty, forever connected to the cycle of life and protection. In stark and terrifying contrast lay the underworld, a domain of shadow and torment. For the Tagalog people of the Central Plains, this was Casamon, a name that evokes a sense of wretchedness and sin. This was the destination for those who lived immoral lives: the thieves, the murderers, the oath-breakers, and those who willfully brought harm to their community. Casamon was not merely a place of gloom, it was a realm of active punishment ruled by a fierce deity often named Sitan or Sidapa. Here, souls were subjected to torments that mirrored their crimes. Deceivers might have their tongues torn out, while the violent could be endlessly pursued by demonic beings. The atmosphere was one of perpetual sorrow and regret, a far cry from the serene order of Kalai. This underworld belief served as a powerful deterrent, a supernatural enforcement of the tribe's moral code. It taught that actions had direct and inescapable consequences, and that a life of antisocial behavior would lead not to peaceful rest, but to an eternity of suffering and isolation from both the living and the benevolent ancestral spirits. Bridging these two cosmic extremes was the mortal world, and the most critical figures in maintaining its spiritual balance were the shamans, known across the islands as the Babilan. These were almost always women or occasionally feminine men who possessed the unique ability to communicate directly with the spirits of both Kalai and Casamon. The Babilan was far more than a simple priestess. She was a community leader, a healer, a sage, and a living conduit between the human and the divine. Her role was to diagnose spiritual ailments, determine the cause of misfortune, whether it was an offended ancestor or a malevolent underworld spirit, and perform the necessary rituals to restore harmony. Through rhythmic chanting, the burning of special herbs, and elaborate dances, the Babylon would enter a trance state, allowing her soul to journey into the spirit worlds to negotiate, appease, or even do battle on behalf of her people. She was the spiritual anchor of the village, the one who could ensure the ancestors in Kalai looked favorably upon the community, and that the dark forces of Casamon were kept at bay. The soul's journey after death was a critical and perilous process, and the Babylon played a vital role in guiding it. It was believed that upon death, the soul would embark on a difficult passage, often involving a crossing over a narrow bridge or a voyage across a body of water. The destination was determined by a divine judgment where the soul's deeds were weighed. A proper funeral, led or advised by the Babylon, was essential to ensure the soul did not get lost or become a wandering, vengeful spirit. The rituals involved offerings of food, drink, and personal items to equip the soul for its journey. The bereaved family would observe specific periods of mourning and taboo, all designed to avoid attracting the attention of malevolent entities from Casamon that might try to snatch the vulnerable soul. This intricate view of the afterlife emphasized that death was a transition that required the entire community's participation, guided by the wisdom of the Babylon, to ensure a safe passage to the soul's rightful eternal home. This rich indigenous animism, however, did not exist in a vacuum. For centuries before the Spanish arrival, the Philippines was part of a vibrant network of Southeast Asian trade and cultural exchange. This brought Hindu and Buddhist influences from the Srivijaya and Majapahit empires, which subtly layered onto the existing beliefs. Concepts of karma and reincarnation began to blend with the idea of a single judgment, adding nuance to the journey of the soul. Later, Muslim traders and missionaries arrived from the south, establishing sultanates in Mindanao and bringing the teachings of Islam. With them came the concepts of a single God, the angelic scribes who record deeds, and the clear division of Jannah and Jahannam. These ideas began to interact and merge with the local cosmologies, creating syncretic beliefs in many regions where the skyworld of Kalai could be reinterpreted as a paradise akin to Jannah, and the lords of the underworld were seen in a new light. The most profound transformation began in the 16th century with the arrival of sustained Spanish colonization and the aggressive spread of Roman Catholicism. The Spanish friars, in their efforts to convert the population, systematically demonized the indigenous beliefs. The powerful Anito, the ancestor spirits and nature deities, were reclassified as demons and evil spirits. The benevolent gods of Kalaya were suppressed, and the figure of the Babylon was persecuted as a witch or a servant of the devil. Yet, in a fascinating act of cultural resilience, the old beliefs did not die. Instead, they went underground and fused with the new religion in a process now called folk Catholicism. The animistic reverence for nature spirits transformed into the veneration of Catholic saints, who were seen as powerful intercessors much like the ancestral spirits of old. The Babylon, in many areas, evolved into the herbolario, a folk healer who uses Catholic prayers alongside traditional medicinal plants. The binary of Kalaya and Casamon was seamlessly mapped onto the Christian heaven and hell. But the underlying Filipino worldview, the deep respect for ancestors, the belief in a spirit-infused world, and the importance of community rituals to maintain cosmic balance endured, creating a uniquely Filipino spirituality that is a living tapestry woven from threads of its ancient animistic soul. Now we venture into the heart of a tradition whose evolving vision of the world beyond would profoundly shape the spiritual landscape of the West. In the ancient Hebrew worldview, the afterlife was not a place of reward or punishment, but a universal, summa, and democratic end for all. This was Sheol, often poetically translated as the grave or the pit. Imagine a realm not of fiery torment, but of profound silence and faded existence, located deep beneath the earth. The Psalms describe it as a land of dust and forgetfulness, a place where the shades or Rephaim of the dead lead a feeble, ghostly existence, stripped of their vitality and severed from the vibrant presence of the Lord. In early biblical texts, this was the destination for everyone, the righteous king and the wicked oppressor, the prophet and the pagan alike. When the patriarch Jacob, mourning the supposed death of his son Joseph, exclaimed, "I shall go down to Sheol to my son, mourning," he was not speaking of joining Joseph in paradise, but of descending to the same silent, collective abyss. In this early understanding, a person's virtue in life did not determine their afterlife. What mattered was their relationship with God and their family lineage in this life. Sheol was simply the end of the earthly journey, a bleak and static warehouse for souls where the praises of God ceased and all human distinctions were erased in the dusty gloom. This early view began to transform dramatically during one of the most tumultuous periods in Jewish history, the Babylonian exile. After the destruction of the First Temple in 586 BCE, the Jewish elite were forcibly relocated to the heart of the Mesopotamian Empire. Here, they encountered the sophisticated and dualistic theology of Zoroastrianism, with its clear cosmic struggle between good and evil, its final judgment, and its detailed afterlife of heaven and hell. This exposure acted as a theological catalyst. In a foreign land, separated from the temple that was the center of their worship, the old idea of a shadowy, undifferentiated Sheol became theologically unsatisfying. How could a just God allow the righteous to suffer and the wicked to prosper in this life, only for both to meet the same feeble end? The prophetic and wisdom literature began to wrestle with this problem, and new ideas started to emerge. We see glimpses of this shift in the later parts of the book of Isaiah, which speaks of God swallowing up death forever, and in the book of Daniel, a text finalized during a period of intense persecution under the Hellenistic Seleucid Empire. Daniel chapter 12 contains a revolutionary proclamation. Many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. This is one of the clearest statements in the Hebrew Bible of a future, physical resurrection of the dead and a final, divine sorting of souls based on their deeds. The subsequent encounter with Hellenistic Greek culture after the conquests of Alexander the Great further enriched and complicated these developing ideas. Greek philosophy introduced concepts of the immortal soul, a spiritual essence distinct from the physical body that could enjoy a post-mortem destiny. This dovetailed with the emerging Jewish belief in divine justice, but it also created a tension. Was the ultimate reward for the righteous a spiritual one for the soul, or a physical resurrection of the body? Different Jewish sects began to lean in different directions. The Pharisees, forerunners to Rabbinic Judaism, strongly emphasized the resurrection of the dead, believing that God's ultimate justice required the whole person, body, and soul to be redeemed. The Sadducees, the priestly aristocracy who controlled the temple, rejected the idea of resurrection altogether, holding to the older biblical view of Sheol. This debate is famously illustrated in the New Testament when the Sadducees tried to trap Jesus with a question about a woman who had 7 husbands, asking whose wife she would be in the resurrection, a question designed to show the concept's absurdity. This internal Jewish debate shows a tradition actively and passionately refining its understanding of the eternal. Out of these turbulent centuries of exile, foreign influence, and internal conflict, the more structured and hopeful concept of Olam Haba, the world to come, crystallized in Rabbinic Judaism. This was not a single, simple destination, but a complex theological framework with 2 key components: the Messianic Age and the ultimate afterlife. The Messianic Age, or Yamat HaMashiach, is envisioned as a future era on this earth, a time of universal peace, knowledge of God, and the ingathering of the exiles to the land of Israel, ushered in by a human descendant of King David. This is a collective, worldly redemption. Following this, or sometimes conflated with it, is the final Olam Haba, the ultimate spiritual reality after the resurrection of the dead. It is in this context that the rabbis of the Talmud developed the beautiful and intricate concept of Gan Eden, the Garden of Eden. This was not merely a return to the primordial paradise, but its ultimate fulfillment. The Talmud describes it as a place of supreme spiritual pleasure, where the righteous sit in magnificent banquet halls, feasting on the radiance of the divine presence itself. They are not merely at rest, they are engaged in the highest form of study, delving into the deepest mysteries of Torah directly from the Holy One. This is the ultimate reward, not merely bliss, but an eternal, intimate closeness with God, the source of all existence. The journey to this paradise, however, was understood to involve a process of purification for most souls. While a clear doctrine of purgatory like the Catholic one did not develop, rabbinic thought introduced the concept of Gehenna. The name comes from the valley of Hinnom near Jerusalem, a place historically associated with child sacrifice and thus with impurity. In the rabbinic imagination, Gehenna became a purgatorial realm where souls are cleansed of their sins. The sages debated its duration. Some said 12 months. Others argued it could be shorter based on a person's merits or the suffering they endured in life. It was seen not as a place of eternal torment for the Jewish people, but as a painful, refining fire that burned away the spiritual residue of sin, making the soul fit to enter the sublime purity of Gan Eden. Only the utterly wicked, those who completely rejected God and morality, were thought to face permanent spiritual annihilation. This entire system, from the shadowy beginnings of Sheol to the brilliant hope of Olam Haba, reflects a profound theological journey. It is the story of a people coming to believe in a God whose justice is so absolute and whose love is so boundless that it must extend beyond the brief span of a human life, ensuring that every act of kindness and every moment of faith is ultimately and eternally redeemed in the world to come. And yet, for all the intricate underworlds and celestial judgments we've explored, few afterlife concepts have been as romanticized and in many ways misunderstood as the Native American happy hunting grounds. This popular image of an eternal, bountiful prairie where warriors and hunters chase game forever under a limitless sky is a powerful one, but it's also a vast oversimplification that flattens the breathtaking diversity of beliefs held by hundreds of distinct nations. The reality is far richer and more complex, rooted in worldviews where the afterlife is not a separate reward, but a seamless continuation of a life lived in sacred balance with all of creation. To truly understand these beliefs, we must first look to the Great Plains with the Lakota people and their profound concept of the spirit world. For the Lakota, the ultimate goal was not to reach a paradise in the sky, but to return to the embrace of Wakan Tanka, the great spirit or the great mystery that permeates all things. Death was a transition, a journey along the Wanagi Thachanku, the spirit road which we know as the Milky Way. This shimmering celestial path was not walked alone. The soul would be met by ancestors who would guide it to the spirit world, a realm that was not a fictional paradise, but a real, tangible place that mirrored the earthly planes in its perfection. Here, there was no suffering, scarcity, or conflict. The buffalo were eternally plentiful, the grass was always green, and the people lived in a state of harmony, continuing their traditions of hunting, dancing, and community. But this welcome was not guaranteed solely by bravery in battle. It was earned through a lifetime of living in a sacred manner, of honoring promises, of showing courage, of practicing generosity, and most importantly, of maintaining a respectful relationship with the earth and all living beings. A person who lived a dishonorable life, who was stingy or cruel, was believed to have a more difficult journey, their spirit potentially becoming lost or fading away, unable to find the path to join the ancestors. This spirit world was therefore the fulfillment of the Lakota ideal, a society in perfect balance where the values practiced in life became the eternal reality in death. A completely different vision emerges when we travel southeast to the ancestral lands of the Cherokee. their traditional afterlife was known as Yuzenhie, the Darkening Land. This was a realm located in the west, the direction of the setting sun, and it was often described as a place of twilight and shadows. Unlike the vibrant plains of the Lakota spirit world, Yuzenhie was a somber, quiet domain. Souls would arrive there after a long journey, often said to be fraught with challenges like crossing a rushing river on a slippery log. Once in the Darkening Land, the dead would continue a life much like the one they had left behind, but in a faded, ghostly form. What's crucial here is that this was not a place of punishment. It was simply the destination for all, a vast collective resting place. The Cherokee emphasis was less on a glorious individual reward and more on the importance of the community, both in this life and the next. However, even within this seemingly uniform fate, a person's actions in life mattered deeply. Those who had lived well, who had been respected members of the community, were said to have an easier passage and a more comfortable existence in Yuzenhie. The journey itself and the condition of the soul upon arrival reflected the ethical shape of the life that had been lived, reinforcing the social and spiritual laws that held the community together. This incredible diversity is the key to dismantling the monolithic, happy hunting grounds stereotype. For the Hopi in the arid Southwest, the afterlife was a spiritual return to the underworld from which their people first emerged, a concept tied to their complex cycles of world creation and destruction. For the Inuit in the far north, the sea and the land held different spiritual territories, with souls going to places like the sea goddess Sedna's domain or an underworld beneath the frozen tundra, depending on how they died. The coastal peoples of the Pacific Northwest, like the Tlingit and Haida, believed in multiple spirit worlds, including villages beneath the sea or in the sky, where the dead lived in great plank houses, continuing their clan affiliations and potlatch traditions for eternity. This variation is a direct reflection of the land itself. The afterlife was a spiritual extension of the specific environment, animals, and cultural practices that defined a people's existence. The happy hunting grounds is largely a generalized concept that arose from early European and American observers, who often heard fragments of Plains Indian beliefs and applied them to all indigenous peoples, creating a convenient but deeply inaccurate pan-Indian myth that ignored the unique spiritual landscapes of every nation. At the heart of nearly all these diverse beliefs is a common, unifying thread: the concept of the soul's journey. This was rarely an instantaneous transition. It was a process, a passage that could take days, months, or even years. The soul was seen as vulnerable during this time, which is why so many tribes had elaborate funeral rites and mourning practices. The Lakota would traditionally place the body on a scaffold, elevating it closer to the spirit world, and the family would engage in specific grieving rituals to help release the soul and guide it toward the Wanagi Thachanku. The Cherokee held strict taboos for mourners and conducted ceremonies to ensure the spirit did not become a restless presence, drawn back to the places and people it loved. These rituals were acts of love and responsibility, a final service the living could perform to ensure their relative completed their journey safely to the company of the ancestors. It was a community's way of honoring the bond between the living and the dead, acknowledging that the transition between worlds was a sacred passage that required support and reverence. Ultimately, the true power of these Native American afterlife beliefs lies not in a promise of otherworldly reward, but in their profound reinforcement of how to live in this world. The spirit world was a mirror, a perfected reflection of the earthly one. A person's destiny in the afterlife was a direct consequence of their actions, their character, and their relationship to their community and the natural world. The goal was to live in harmony with family, with tribe, with the buffalo, the corn, the salmon, and the earth itself. This created a powerful, sustainable ethics where respect for all life was paramount. The idea of an eternal hunting ground only made sense if you lived as a respectful hunter in this life, thanking the animal for its sacrifice. The promise of joining the ancestors in a vibrant community was only valid if you contributed to that community while you lived. These beliefs wove the individual into a cosmic web of relationships that extended back through time and forward into eternity, making every thought, every deed, and every prayer a meaningful stitch in that endless sacred tapestry. Yet even in the stark, unyielding gloom of the Sumerian underworld, a story was composed that grappled with this harsh reality, not with passive acceptance, but with roaring, defiant rebellion. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest stories ever written, is not a map of the afterlife, but something even more powerful, a portrait of the human heart raging against the dying of the light. It follows the journey of Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk, a man who is 2/3 god and 1/3 mortal, a combination that makes him a tyrant of immense strength, but also torments him with the one limitation he cannot overcome, his own inevitable death. The epic truly begins when Gilgamesh finds his mirror, his equal, in the wild man Enkidu, created by the gods to challenge him. After a titanic struggle, they become inseparable friends, their bond giving Gilgamesh's life a purpose and joy it never had. Together, they embark on glorious, audacious adventures, like journeying to the cedar forest to slay the monstrous guardian Humbaba, an act that defies the gods themselves. In these moments, Gilgamesh seems to transcend his mortal fears, his power and friendship creating a bubble of invincibility. But this bubble is violently popped when the gods, angered by their hubris, decree that Enkidu must die as punishment. The death of Enkidu is the pivotal moment that shatters Gilgamesh's world. He does not mourn quietly, he is consumed by a visceral, screaming grief. He clings to Enkidu's body for 7 days, refusing to let him be buried until a maggot falls from his friend's nose. This grotesque physical detail hammers home the brutal, decaying reality of death, the very opposite of the vibrant life they once shared. Watching his powerful, beloved friend reduced to a rotting corpse forces Gilgamesh to stare into the abyss of his own future. For the first time, the king who thought himself nearly a god is gripped by a paralyzing terror. If mighty Enkidu could be reduced to this, then he, Gilgamesh, is also just flesh and bone, destined for the same silent, dusty fate in the House of Dust. This realization ignites a desperate, obsessive quest. He will not accept this fate. He abandons his throne, his city, and dons the skins of animals, wandering the wilderness in a single-minded pursuit. He must find the secret of eternal life. This leads him on a harrowing journey to the ends of the earth, to find the one mortal known to have achieved immortality, Utnapishtim, the Mesopotamian Noah, who survived the Great Flood and was granted eternal life by the gods. After crossing the waters of death, Gilgamesh finally stands before this ancient sage and pleads his case. Utnapishtim's response is not one of comfort, but of stark, existential philosophy. He challenges Gilgamesh's very premise, asking him why he is chasing eternal life when death is the universal, unchangeable lot of humanity. He recounts the story of the flood, emphasizing that the gods themselves, in their council, decreed mortality for humankind. The message is clear: the pursuit of physical immortality is not just futile, it is an act of defiance against the fundamental order of the cosmos. To prove his point, Utnapishtim gives Gilgamesh a test to stay awake for just 6 days and 7 nights. It seems a simple task, but Gilgamesh, exhausted from his journey and the weight of his grief, fails instantly, falling into a deep sleep. The irony is crushing. The man who seeks to conquer eternal sleep cannot even conquer a single week of wakefulness. His own mortal body, with its simple human needs, has betrayed his grand divine ambition. Yet Utnapishtim's wife takes pity on the broken king. She persuades her husband to reveal one final secret: the location of a plant that grows at the bottom of the ocean, a plant that can restore a man's youth. This reignites a flicker of hope in Gilgamesh. He is not seeking eternal life for its own sake anymore, but for a second chance at the vitality he shared with Enkidu. He dives into the abyss, retrieves the thorny plant, and sets off back to Yurok, his heart swelling with a new purpose. He will test the plant on an old man first, and then use it himself. But in a moment of cruel, cosmic irony, while he stops to bathe in a cool pool of water, a serpent slithers up and steals the plant, immediately shedding its skin and being reborn young again. Gilgamesh watches in utter horror, left with nothing but his own bitter tears. The serpent, a creature that cyclically renews itself, becomes the very symbol of the immortality he can never possess. This final loss is the ultimate lesson. He has traveled to the edge of the world and back, faced every terror, and come within reach of his goal, only to have it snatched away by the most mundane of accidents. His quest has been entirely in vain. He returns to Yurok a changed man, but not a broken one. He asks the ferryman who brought him home to gaze upon the mighty walls of his city, the walls he himself built. In this moment, he achieves a profound and hard-won wisdom. He cannot live forever. His body will die and descend to the joyless realm of Kur, but the great walls of Yurok will endure. His legacy, his deeds, the city he built and ruled, these are his true immortality. The story of his life, his friendship with Enkidu, his great adventures, and even his failed quest will be remembered and told for generations. The epic itself, the very one we are reading thousands of years later, becomes the fulfillment of this realization. Gilgamesh finds his eternity not in an elixir, but in his story, etched into clay tablets that outlasted empires. This is the pragmatic, yet deeply poignant Sumerian resolution to the problem of death. One cannot escape the grave, but one can build something that will stand long after, ensuring that a name, a deed, a story becomes a monument more lasting than any physical life, a flicker of light held against the vast and indifferent darkness of the underworld. We now turn our gaze to the misty forests of ancient Gaul and Britain, where the enigmatic Druids, the intellectual and spiritual elite of the Celtic world, held sway. Our window into their secretive beliefs comes not from their own writings, but from the pens of their conquerors. Julius Caesar, in his Gallic Wars, and later writers like Pomponius Mela, reported a fascinating doctrine that set the Celts apart from their Mediterranean contemporaries, a fervent belief in the transmigration of the soul. Caesar wrote that the Druids were particularly concerned with persuading people that souls do not perish, but after death pass from one person to another. This was not a simple recycling of spirit, but a belief that the soul's journey was one of continuous learning and experience across countless lifetimes, a process that instilled in the Celtic warrior a profound and terrifying fearlessness in the face of battle. If death was merely a doorway to another life, then what was there truly to fear on the battlefield? This was more than a philosophy. It was a psychological weapon, forging soldiers who saw mortal combat not as an end but as a transition. The classical sources, however, must be read with a critical eye. Caesar had clear political motives for his descriptions. Portraying the Celts as fearless, supernatural fatalists served to magnify his own military achievements in subduing them. Furthermore, as outsiders looking in, these Roman writers inevitably filtered Celtic beliefs through their own cultural lens, a process known as interpretatio Romana, where they might have unconsciously framed Druidic ideas in terms familiar to them, like the Pythagorean concept of metempsychosis or the transmigration of souls. Scholars have long debated the accuracy of these accounts. Were the Druids truly teaching a form of reincarnation identical to that of the Greek philosophers, or was it a more uniquely Celtic concept of the soul's journey through different realms of existence? The archaeological record offers little direct confirmation, leaving us with tantalizing second-hand reports that are as much a reflection of Roman perspective as they are of Druidic dogma. Yet the consistency across multiple classical authors suggests a core of truth, a belief system so central to Celtic identity that even their enemies could not help but record its power. When we look to the rich tapestry of later Celtic folklore, particularly the mythologies of Ireland and Wales that were recorded centuries after the Druids had faded from power, we can see potential echoes of this ancient belief system, though now clothed in the vibrant language of story. The otherworld of these later tales, known as Tir na an Og or Anon, is not a distant heaven but a parallel realm of eternal youth and beauty, accessible through ancient burial mounds across the Western Sea or in fleeting moments of magic. This is not the land of the dead in a permanent sense, but a realm of the ever-living, a place where heroes like Oisin or Bran sojourn for what seems a short time, only to return to a world that has aged centuries. The fluid movement between this world and the other world in these stories mirrors the idea of a soul moving between different states of being. The concept of a hero being reborn to fulfill a destiny, a theme that resonates strongly in the Welsh tales of the Mabinogion, feels like a narrative expression of that older Druidic teaching. While we cannot draw a direct, unbroken line, the folklore provides a compelling cultural context, suggesting that the idea of life as part of a greater, cyclical journey was deeply embedded in the Celtic psyche long after the Druids themselves were gone. This belief in an unbroken cycle of existence had its most dramatic and practical consequence on the battlefield. The classical historians were unanimous in their awe of the Celtic warriors' ferocity and apparent disregard for personal safety. They described how Celtic champions would fight naked, adorned only with torques of gold, how they would issue loud boasts and challenges, and how they would sometimes enter a state of battle fury. This was not mere barbarism, it was the behavior of men who were psychologically emancipated from the fear of death. If your spiritual teachers assured you that your essential self would continue, that death was a comma and not a full stop, then the calculus of risk changed entirely. Courage was not just a virtue, it was the logical outcome of a cosmological understanding. To die with honor was to ensure a favorable continuation of the soul's journey, perhaps into the body of a future champion or a revered ancestor. This created a formidable military culture where the promise of an eternal tomorrow gave warriors the freedom to fight with absolute abandon today, a terrifying prospect for any legionnaire who believed his single, mortal life was all he would ever have. From the floating underworld of ghost ships and the intellectual quest of Gilgamesh, we journey now to the sun-scorched highlands of Ethiopia, where a single, magnificent legend has shaped the identity of a nation for nearly 1,000 years. At the heart of this enduring narrative is the Kebra Nagast, the glory of the kings, a sprawling 14th-century epic that masterfully weaves together biblical history, political prophecy, and a breathtaking claim that would forever alter the spiritual landscape of the Horn of Africa. This is the story of how the Ark of the Covenant, the very throne of God on earth, found its final resting place not in Jerusalem, but in the sacred city of Axum, transforming Ethiopia into a new Zion and its rulers into a divinely appointed Solomonic dynasty with a unique covenant in the afterlife. The epic begins with a figure of immense wisdom and allure, Maikta, the Queen of Sheba. Far more than a mere visitor to King Solomon's court, the Kebra Nagast portrays her as the ruler of a powerful and prosperous kingdom, a monarch who journeys to Jerusalem not out of mere curiosity, but to sit at the feet of the wisest man on earth and learn the ways of the one true God. The text describes their legendary meeting in rich detail, focusing on the profound intellectual and spiritual exchange between them. Solomon, captivated by her beauty and intellect, hosts her with all the splendor of his kingdom, and through their long conversations, he instructs her in the worship of the God of Israel. Yet the story takes a pivotal turn on the night before her departure. Solomon, bound by an oath to not take anything from her by force, devises a cunning plan. He serves a magnificent, heavily spiced banquet and makes Maikta promise to take nothing from his palace without his permission. That night, tormented by thirst, she drinks a glass of water left by her bedside. Solomon declares that she has broken her vow, for water is the most precious thing of all. This ruse leads to their union, and from this encounter, a son is conceived, Menelik, whose name means son of the wise man. The narrative then leaps forward to Menelik's adulthood. Raised in Ethiopia, he travels to Jerusalem to meet his famed father. Solomon receives him with great joy and honor, anointing him as king of Ethiopia. But the story's most audacious and consequential event occurs during Menelik's return journey. The Kebra Nagast reveals that he was not traveling alone. Accompanied by the firstborn sons of the Israelite nobles and priests, he was also secretly accompanied by Azariah, the son of the high priest Zadok. In a breathtaking act of divine subterfuge, Azariah, guided by a vision from God, secretly switches the true Ark of the Covenant with a perfect replica, spiriting the authentic Ark away from the temple in Jerusalem. The text describes how the Ark itself consented to this journey, miraculously levitating and carrying its own bearers effortlessly across the desert, demonstrating that its relocation was not a theft, but a divinely sanctioned transfer of divine favor. When Solomon discovers the Ark is gone, he is initially enraged, but God appears to him in a dream, revealing that this was his will, for the people of Jerusalem had sinned and were no longer worthy of housing his presence. The glory had departed from Judah and found a new home in the highlands of Ethiopia. This single event forms the bedrock of an unparalleled national mythology. With the Ark now residing in the Church of St. Mary of Zion in Axum, Ethiopia was no longer just a nation. It was literally God's chosen country on earth, a second Zion. This bestowed upon the Ethiopian emperor, a direct descendant of Menelik and therefore of Solomon and David, an unassailable political and spiritual legitimacy. The ruler was not just a king, he was the head of a new Israel, the guardian of the most sacred object in creation. This Solomonic dynasty would rule Ethiopia with only brief interruptions until the fall of Haile Selassie in 1974, a lineage that traced its authority directly back to this heavenly mandate. The presence of the Ark transformed the entire nation into a consecrated space, an earthly paradise under divine protection, and its people into a new chosen people, bound by a covenant as powerful as the one given to Moses on Sinai. This profound earthly status had direct and profound implications for the Ethiopian vision of the afterlife. The Kebra Nagast and the subsequent Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo tradition that grew from it developed a uniquely accessible and comforting eschatology. Because God's literal throne was present in their land, the barrier between heaven and earth was seen as uniquely thin in Ethiopia. The nation was not just waiting for a heavenly kingdom, it was already a repository of heavenly grace. This belief fostered a powerful sense of spiritual destiny, where faithful Ethiopians could hope for a more direct passage to the divine presence after death. The righteous were not merely souls hoping for admission to a distant heaven, they were citizens of the nation that housed the Ark, and thus had a special claim to God's mercy and a place in the heavenly Jerusalem. The paradise awaiting them was often envisioned as a perfected, transcendent version of their own blessed land, a realm of eternal peace and communion that reflected the divine favor they already enjoyed on earth. To this day, the legacy of the Kebra Nagast is a living, breathing force. The Ark, known as the Tabat, is represented in every Ethiopian Orthodox church by a consecrated wooden slab, which is the focal point of all liturgy. The belief in the Ark's presence in Axum remains an article of faith for millions. A single monk, the guardian of the Ark, is entrusted with its care, and no one else is permitted to see it, a tradition that only heightens its mystique and sanctity. This unbroken chain of guardianship, stretching back to Menelik, physically manifests the enduring covenant. The legend provided a powerful narrative of divine election that helped the nation withstand centuries of isolation, colonial pressures, and internal strife, fostering an unshakable cultural and religious identity. The Kebra Nagast is far more than a book of legends. It is the soul of a nation, a story that forged a direct link between a royal bloodline, a sacred object, and a heavenly destiny, creating a vision of an earthly kingdom that was, in its own eyes, already a foretaste of paradise and whose people were guaranteed a privileged place in the eternal Zion to come. Leaving behind the grand national narratives and sacred objects, we now descend into the secretive laboratories and candlelit studies of the medieval alchemists, where the quest to understand the afterlife took a remarkably different form, one that sought to conquer death not through faith or fate, but through a transformative science of the soul. At the heart of this esoteric tradition lies one of its most enigmatic and powerful symbols, the rubis. Imagine a single, magnificent being, perfectly androgynous, often depicted with two heads, one male and one female crowned with the sun and moon, standing upon a dragon and holding aloft tools of immense power. This is not a monster or a god, but the visual representation of a profound spiritual achievement. The word rubis itself comes from the Latin res bina, meaning double matter, and it represents the ultimate product of the alchemical great work, the divine hermaphrodite, the final, stable union of all opposing forces that constitute existence. This symbol is the key to unlocking the alchemist's true goal. While popular imagination often reduces alchemy to a futile attempt to turn lead into physical gold, the enlightened adept understood this process as a grand allegory. The base metal was the unrefined human soul, burdened with primal passions, contradictions, and the corruptible flesh. The philosopher's stone, the ultimate prize of their labor, was not merely a substance that could transmute metals, but the perfected state of the soul itself, a spiritual essence so refined and permanent that it could no longer be touched by decay or death. The entire alchemical process, with its stages of blackening, whitening, yellowing, and reddening, was a coded map for the soul's arduous journey from a state of chaotic duality to one of divine, unified perfection. The rubis is the living embodiment of that journey's successful conclusion, a being in which the inner war between spirit and matter, male and female, sulfur and mercury, conscious and unconscious, has been utterly resolved into a higher, transcendental harmony. To achieve this, the alchemist had to first confront and master the principle of opposites, a concept they called the conjunctio oppositorum. They saw the cosmos and the human soul within it as a battlefield of conflicting energies. There was the fiery, active, masculine principle of sulfur, representing the soul's will and conscious spirit. Opposing it was the fluid, receptive, feminine principle of mercury, symbolizing the intellect and the unconscious, ever-changing mind. And binding these two together was the stabilizing, crystalline principle of salt, representing the physical body. In the unawakened person, these forces were in constant conflict, leading to inner turmoil, moral compromise, and eventual physical dissolution. The alchemical opus was designed to solve this fundamental problem. Through intense meditation, prayer, and meticulously coded laboratory procedures, such as dissolution, purification, and cohobation, the alchemist sought to separate these warring components within their own being, purify each one of its impurities, and then recombine them on a higher, indestructible level. The birth of the rubis marks the moment this sacred marriage is complete. The two heads are not merely side by side, they are fused into a single consciousness that has integrated every aspect of its being, a soul that has become a self-contained and self-sustaining universe. This newly forged entity, this rubis, is the possessor of the legendary philosopher's stone, and here the metaphor reaches its zenith. The stone was described as a red powder or a crystalline substance with miraculous properties, but its truest form was spiritual. It was the elixir of life, not because it granted endless years in a decaying body, but because it conferred a state of spiritual immortality. A soul that had achieved the state of the rubis was believed to have overcome the very laws of entropy that govern the physical world. It had become a glorified body, a subtle, radiant form of energy that was no longer subject to death. This was the alchemist's vision of the afterlife, not a journey to an external paradise, but an internal evolution to a state of eternal, conscious existence. They sought to create within themselves an immortal, golden soul, the true aurum potabile, or drinkable gold that would survive the death of the physical vessel and continue its conscious journey through the cosmos. This profound endeavor placed the alchemists at a fascinating crossroads of human thought, bridging the emerging empirical spirit of science with the timeless quest of philosophy and mysticism. In their laboratories, they were the forerunners of modern chemistry, carefully observing the reactions of materials, inventing new apparatus, and laying the groundwork for the scientific method. Yet, they simultaneously believed that every physical operation, the heating of the alembic, the transformation of colors in the flask, was a mirror of a parallel spiritual process occurring within their own soul. When an alchemical text describes the green lion devouring the sun, it is speaking both of a chemical reaction involving vitriol and a stage of intense purgative introspection where the raw, unconscious mind consumes the ego. This unified world, you saw no separation between the inner and the outer, the material and the spiritual. To perfect a metal was to perfect the self. To discover the secret of eternal life was to understand the deepest laws of both God and nature. In the silent, patient work of the adept, we find a powerful and enduring human impulse, the belief that we can actively participate in our own spiritual destiny, that through knowledge, discipline, and inner reconciliation, we can forge our own key to eternity, transforming the base lead of our mortal confusion into the spiritual gold of an immortal, unified self. But after exploring the celestial kingdoms and hallowed fields of the blessed, we must now turn our gaze toward a far more chilling and intimate vision of the afterlife, one that does not wait in a distant realm, but claws its way back into the world of the living. Across the dark forests and mist-shrouded villages of Eastern Europe, a profound fear took root in the human imagination, giving rise to some of history's most enduring and terrifying figures, the vampire and the revenant. These were not mere monsters in the modern sense. They were a direct and horrifying perversion of the natural order, souls tragically trapped between the peace of the grave and the finality of death, condemned to rise and torment the very communities they once called home. The original vampire of Slavic and Balkan folklore was a far cry from the romantic, caped aristocrat of later fiction. This was the Upir or Vukodlak, a bloated, ruddy-faced corpse that was believed to physically rise from its grave. Its appearance was a grotesque mockery of life, often described as having long, sharp fingernails, hair that continued to grow, and a telltale trail of fresh blood around its mouth. This creature did not live in a castle. It dwelled in the local churchyard, and its hunger was not for dramatic seduction, but for a slow, systematic draining of the life force of its own family and neighbors. Victims would gradually waste away, growing pale and weak, succumbing to a mysterious languor that mirrored the symptoms of the plagues that frequently swept through these regions. The vampire was, in essence, a walking embodiment of disease itself, a physical contagion with a human face, spreading death from within the heart of the community. Its existence explained the unexplainable, why one family would be struck by a wasting illness while others were spared, and why a community could be gripped by a panic as contagious as any sickness. The methods used to destroy these creatures were as brutally physical as the threat they posed. Staking was not just about piercing the heart, it was about pinning the body to the earth, forcibly returning the restless corpse to the ground from which it refused to rest. Decapitation and placing the head between the legs served to confuse the spirit and prevent it from finding its way back, while the widespread practice of exhuming bodies suspected of being undead was a communal exorcism, a desperate public ritual to reaffirm the boundary between the living and the dead that the vampire had so violently transgressed. This terrifying transformation was almost never random. In the collective belief of these communities, one did not become a vampire by being bitten. Instead, the seeds of this dreadful afterlife were sown in the circumstances of one's death and the quality of one's life. Those who died a bad death, a suicide, an unbaptized child, a person who suffered a violent or sudden end, were considered prime candidates. Without the proper religious rites and the peaceful transition they provided, the soul was believed to be left unmoored, unable to complete its journey to the other side. Similarly, individuals who lived as social outcasts, witches, or those who were excommunicated from the church were feared to have souls so burdened by sin that they were rejected by both heaven and earth. But perhaps the most chilling belief was that anyone could become a revenant if their body was jumped over by an animal, particularly a cat, before burial. This belief reveals a deep-seated anxiety about the fragility of the death process itself. The moment between life and death was seen as a perilous threshold, and any disruption, any unnatural influence could corrupt the transition, animating the flesh with a malevolent half-life. The vampire myth, therefore, functioned as a powerful form of social control, reinforcing the absolute necessity of a proper Christian burial, community solidarity, and a morally upright life. To die outside the grace of the community was to risk becoming a predator to it for all eternity. While the Slavic Upir is the most famous archetype, this fear of the hungry, walking dead is a truly global phenomenon, with each culture crafting its own version based on its unique fears and beliefs. In the folk traditions of Germany, the Nachtsara was a different kind of revenant, a creature that chewed on its own burial shroud in the grave. This act was not just grotesque, it was magically sympathetic. As the Nachtsara consumed its shroud, it was believed to slowly consume the life force of its living relatives, who would sicken and die one by one. This version of the myth directly ties the fate of the dead to the health of their living family line, emphasizing the inescapable bonds of kinship even in death. Across the world, in China, the concept of the jiangshi, or hopping vampire, presents a fascinating blend of fear and dark comedy. Arising from a corpse that has been improperly buried or has accumulated an excess of yin energy, the jiangshi is a stiff-limbed creature that hops with its arms outstretched, draining the kai, or life force, from the living. Its origin often lies in the neglect of ancestral rites, a profound failure of filial piety. The jiangshi is a walking reprimand from the past, a terrifying consequence of failing to honor one's duty to the dead. These global parallels show that the core terror of the vampire is not about blood, but about violation. It is the horror of the grave giving up its occupant, of the dead refusing to stay dead, and of the sacred order of the afterlife being inverted to create an eternal, parasitic existence that preys upon the warmth and vitality of the world it has left behind. Emerging from the fertile spiritual landscape of the Indian subcontinent, where the cyclical dance of samsara had long been a central tenet, the Sikh tradition, founded by Guru Nanak in the 15th century, presented a powerful and practical path to liberation. For Sikhs, the ultimate goal is mukti, a profound and blissful liberation from the relentless cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. This is not an escape to a distant paradise, but a sublime reunion, a merging of the individual soul back into its source, the timeless, formless, and all-pervading divine reality known as Waheguru. Imagine a single drop of water after a long and turbulent journey down a river, finally realizing its true nature and merging back into the vast, limitless ocean. This is the essence of mukti, the end of separation and the experience of an indescribable, eternal oneness. It is the final homecoming for a soul that has been wandering through countless lifetimes, a state of supreme peace and divine love that transcends all earthly description. The path to achieving this liberation is not one of extreme asceticism, complex rituals, or withdrawal from the world. In fact, Guru Nanak and the successive Sikh gurus rejected these traditional routes as being insufficient or even ego-driven. Instead, they laid out a roadmap for a householder, a person fully engaged in the world, to achieve spiritual enlightenment. This path rests on three sturdy pillars, each essential for spiritual progress. The first and most important is Nam Simran, the constant and loving remembrance of God's name. This is far more than simple recitation. It is an active, immersive practice of keeping Waheguru at the center of one's consciousness throughout the day, in every action and every thought. Through meditation, prayer, and the singing of sacred hymns known as kirtan, the devotee focuses their mind on the divine, gradually scrubbing away the layers of ego and illusion that create the sense of a separate self. The second pillar is Karat Karni, to earn an honest living through hard work and integrity. A Sikh is encouraged to be a productive member of society, to work diligently and truthfully, sharing the fruits of their labor with others. This principle sanctifies everyday life, turning a carpenter's workshop, a farmer's field, or a merchant's shop into a place of worship. The third pillar is Van Sichakna, which means to share what you have with others. This spirit of selfless service and charity is a direct expression of seeing the divine in all people. By serving humanity without any thought of reward, one severs the roots of greed and ego, recognizing that all are equal in the eyes of Waheguru and that true wealth lies in generosity and compassion. This spiritual journey is fundamentally a battle against the inner tyrant known as Hormai, the ego. In Sikh philosophy, the ego is not just pride or arrogance. It is the very source of our sense of separation from God and the root cause of all suffering. It is the voice that constantly says, I, me, mine, creating a wall between the individual soul and the divine. The gurus taught that this ego is the creator of our own personal hells. A mind dominated by Hormai is a realm of torment plagued by the five thieves: lust, anger, greed, attachment, and pride. These negative forces keep the soul chained to the cycle of reincarnation, pulling it down into lower states of existence. The opposite of this hellish state is a mind immersed in Nam, which is heaven itself. Heaven and hell, in the Sikh view, are not physical locations to which one is sent after death by a judgmental God. They are states of consciousness created right here and now by our own thoughts and actions. A person consumed by anger and selfishness is already living in a hell of their own making, while a person filled with love, humility, and remembrance of God experiences a foretaste of heavenly bliss. The goal of the Sikh is to conquer this inner battlefield, to slay the ego through divine grace and self-discipline, and in doing so, transcend these temporary states altogether to achieve the permanent peace of Mukti. This profound focus on internal transformation over external ritual was a revolutionary aspect of Sikhism. The gurus explicitly condemned empty rituals, pilgrimages, fasting, and the worship of idols as futile exercises that often only feed the ego of the practitioner. They taught that God is not impressed by outward displays of piety, but by the sincerity of the heart. A person could perform all the rituals in the world, but if their mind was filled with greed and their heart was devoid of compassion, they would remain far from liberation. Similarly, while respect for all paths was encouraged, blind allegiance to any one religious label was seen as another form of ego. The emphasis was always on the essence of faith, a direct, personal, and loving relationship with the one divine reality. This relationship is cultivated not in a cave, but in the midst of a bustling family and community life. The ideal Sikh is the Gurmukh, the one who faces the Guru, whose life is oriented toward the divine light within, while actively participating in and serving the world around them. Ultimately, the Sikh vision of the afterlife is one of grace and spiritual attainment. When a soul that has lived a life of truth, service, and constant remembrance finally leaves the body, it is not judged and sent to a new destination, but is absorbed back into the luminous ocean of Waheguru. It achieves Sach Khand, the realm of truth, which is not a physical plane but the highest stage of spiritual consciousness, a state of perfect harmony and eternal union. For those who have not yet overcome their ego, the cycle of reincarnation continues, offering new opportunities for growth and learning. The entire Sikh spiritual practice, centered on the holy scripture Guru Granth Sahib and the community of the Sangat, is designed to be a ship that carries the soul across the turbulent ocean of worldly existence. It is a path that demands courage, discipline, and immense love, promising not a passive eternity in a heavenly garden, but the ultimate, active, and joyous union with the divine itself, a state where the seeker and the sought become one, and the journey of the soul reaches its glorious and final destination. From the shores of Haiti, rising from the ashes of one of history's most brutal systems of enslavement, comes a vision of the afterlife that is not an escape from the world, but a powerful, defiant return to a spiritual homeland. This is Guinea, the mythical island beneath the waters, the ancestral Africa of the soul in Haitian Vodou. For the enslaved Africans torn from their homes and forced onto the hellish ships of the Middle Passage, Guinea was not a mere story. It was a spiritual lifeline, a profound belief that the land of their ancestors and the gods they served were not lost, but simply waiting beneath the ocean's surface, accessible through faith, ritual, and the final journey of the soul. This belief transformed the vast, terrifying Atlantic from a barrier into a pathway, and death from a final separation into a triumphant homecoming. Guinea is often described as an island located at the bottom of the sea, a realm of perfect peace and reunion. Imagine a lush, vibrant landscape, a reflection of the West African homelands from which the enslaved were stolen, a place of rolling hills, flowing rivers, and majestic trees where there is no suffering, no whip, and no master. Here, the great spirits, known as the LWA, reside alongside the countless ancestors who have made the journey back. It is a cosmic mirror of the community left behind but perfected and free. This was a revolutionary act of spiritual imagination. By positioning their sacred homeland beneath the very waters that had carried them into bondage, the practitioners of Vodou performed a profound act of reclamation. The ocean, which represented the traumatic rupture of the Middle Passage, was re-enchanted, becoming the sacred conduit back to wholeness. To die and return to Guinea was to reverse the journey of the slave ship, to undo the violence of capture and sail home on a spiritual current. This belief provided an immense psychological and spiritual fortitude, offering a meaning to life and death that transcended the dehumanizing brutality of the plantation, assuring the enslaved that their true identity and their ultimate destiny were rooted in a noble, unconquerable African past. The journey to this sacred island is not automatic. It is facilitated by a complex understanding of the soul's own composition. In Vodou cosmology, a person is believed to possess two key spiritual components, the Guo Bon Ange and the Tai Bon Ange. Think of the Guo Bon Ange as the big good angel, the core of a person's character, their essence, and their life force. This is the part of the self that carries the unique imprint of who you are. Upon death, after a year and a day have passed, the Guo Bon Ange is ritually claimed by the ancestors and guided back to Guinea, where it takes its place among the community of the dead. The Tai Bon Ange, or the little good angel, is a more volatile and conscious aspect, representing a person's intellect, willpower, and moral compass. It is this part of the soul that can be vulnerable to spiritual attack or manipulation by malevolent forces if not properly cared for after death. Through elaborate funeral rites and ongoing remembrance ceremonies, the Tai Bon Ange is eventually settled and can also be merged with the ancestral collective in Guinea, or it may be recycled, serving to protect the living family or even be reborn into a new descendant. This intricate system ensures that the connection between the living and the dead remains active and vital, with the ancestors in Guinea acting as powerful guides and intercessors for their family lines still on Earth. This profound connection is not left to chance. It is actively cultivated and celebrated through the powerful rituals and ceremonies that form the vibrant heart of Vodou practice. The primary way the living commune with the spirits and ancestors of Guinea is through the ceremony, a communal gathering of drumming, singing, and dancing that builds a sacred energy. As the rhythms intensify, the very same rhythms that once echoed across West Africa, they act as a spiritual battery, charging the space and pulling the LWA and the ancestors closer. The ultimate goal of this collective effort is for a participant to become mounted or possessed by a LWA. This is not seen as a loss of control, but as the ultimate honor, a direct physical bridge between the human world and the divine realm of Guinea. When a LWA rides their devotee like a horse, they are physically present in the community, offering advice, healing the sick, settling disputes, and delivering blessings directly from the ancestral source. This possession is a living testament that Guinea is not a distant, abstract concept, but an immediate, accessible reality. The LWA themselves are the archetypal inhabitants of this spiritual homeland, divine forces of nature, justice, and love like Danbala Wido, the serpent of wisdom and creation, and Ezeli Frida, the spirit of love and beauty, who walk among their children, reaffirming the unbreakable bond between the living, the dead, and the sacred land beneath the waves. The enduring legacy of Guinea is perhaps most powerfully visible in the very birth of the Haitian nation. The ceremony at BWA Cayman in 1791, which ignited the Haitian Revolution, was more than a political meeting. It was a profound Vodou ritual where the enslaved communed with the LWA and the warrior spirits of Guinea, swearing an oath to fight for their freedom. They were not just fighting for a piece of land in the Caribbean. They were fighting to create a new Guinea on earth, a territory where the principles of their spiritual homeland, freedom, dignity, and community could be made manifest. This direct line from spiritual belief to revolutionary action shows how the promise of an afterlife in Guinea was not a passive comfort, but an active, galvanizing force that shaped history. Today, the concept continues to sustain the Haitian people, offering a framework for understanding life, death, and resilience. The rituals, the songs, and the dances are not just performances. They are a continual feeding of the relationship with the ancestors, ensuring that the spiritual current flowing to and from the island beneath the waters remains strong, guiding souls home and drawing strength from the timeless, unconquerable homeland of the spirit. And so we arrive at a story that would echo through the corridors of Western thought for millennia, a philosophical legend that dared to map the entire cosmic order and place the burden of our eternal destiny squarely upon our own shoulders. Far removed from the dramatic underworld journeys of heroes and gods, the myth of which concludes Plato's monumental work The Republic, presents a cool, rational, and yet astonishingly intricate vision of the afterlife. This is not a tale of faith, but a profound allegory of cause and effect, a celestial mechanism designed to illustrate the ultimate consequences of a life lived justly or unjustly. Plato uses the frame of a story, a soldier named who dies in battle only to revive on his funeral pyre and recount what he witnessed in the realm beyond, to deliver one of the most influential eschatological blueprints in history. Journey begins not in a gloomy cavern, but in a bewildering and majestic place between lives. He finds himself in a mysterious meadow, a staging ground for the soul's cosmic journey, where two sets of openings are visible in the earth and two corresponding openings are seen in the sky above. Here, watches as the entire cosmic justice system unfolds. Judges sit in the center, and after issuing their verdicts, they direct the souls of the just to take the upward path through one of the heavenly openings, rising to receive their reward. The souls of the unjust, meanwhile, are commanded to descend through one of the chasms in the earth, bearing on their backs a record of every misdeed they committed during their lifetime. This is the first and most critical judgment, but it is not final. It is merely the first phase of a grand, cyclical process that encompasses a 1,000-year journey. After a millennium, the souls who had ascended and those who had descended complete their appointed time and return to the meadow. They emerge from the opposite openings, the just descending from heaven, joyous and radiant from their experience, and the unjust rising from the earth, haggard, stained, and weeping from the torments they have witnessed and endured. Their appearance alone is a stark, visible testimony to the quality of their previous existence. The entire assembly then travels to the very heart of the cosmos, to a place of breathtaking and almost incomprehensible splendor. Here they behold the spindle of necessity, a divine mechanism that governs the rotation of the universe. Imagine a brilliant, luminous shaft of light extending from a central point through the entirety of the heavens. On this shaft are set 8 concentric walls like a series of nested bowls, each one representing the orbit of a celestial body, the fixed stars, the 5 known planets, the sun and the moon. These walls, each a different color and size, rotate at varying speeds and pitches, creating a celestial harmony, the music of the spheres. Sitting around the spindle are the 3 fates, Lachesis, who sings of the past, Clotho, who spins the present, and Atropos, who weaves the future. This stunning vision presents the universe not as a chaotic void, but as a perfectly ordered, mathematically precise system, governed by an unbreakable, rational law. The souls are not passive observers, they are about to become active participants in this cosmic order, their next life determined by the choices they are about to make. This brings us to the most revolutionary and psychologically profound moment in the entire myth, the choice of lives. The souls are gathered before Lachesis, and a prophet scatters before them an immense array of lots and sample lives. The lots determine the order in which each soul will choose its next existence. The sample lives represent every conceivable form of mortal being, from the life of a powerful tyrant to that of a humble artisan, from a glorious athlete to an insignificant animal. Plato emphasizes a terrifying and empowering truth. The responsibility for choosing rests entirely with the soul itself. Divine agency is absent, the gods are blameless. The choice you make reflects the character your soul has developed over its long journey. A soul that has spent 1,000 years in philosophical contemplation in heaven might, through habit, wisely select the life of a just and private citizen. Conversely, a soul that has just emerged from the underworld, having paid for its earthly crimes but not having learned true wisdom, might be so traumatized by its suffering that it rashly snatches at the first life of great power it sees, not realizing that this life, the life of a tyrant, is destined to devour its own children and end in misery. The most poignant example Plato gives is of the soul of the great Homeric hero Ajax, who, still smarting from the humiliation of not receiving the armor of Achilles, in his bitterness chooses the life of a lion, refusing to be born a human again. Another soul, that of a man who had lived a virtuous life out of mere habit and not true philosophy, chooses the life of a supremely powerful dictator, a choice he will soon come to bitterly lament. The message is chilling. Our deepest character, forged over a lifetime and reinforced in the afterlife, magnetically draws us toward a fate that mirrors our inner state. After the choice is made, each soul is assigned a personal guardian spirit, a daemon, not to control them, but to ensure they fulfill the destiny they have chosen for themselves. The souls then journey to the plane of forgetfulness, a barren, hot expanse watered by the river of unmindfulness, the river Lethe. Every soul is compelled to drink a certain measure of this water, which erases the memory of its previous life and its journey in the afterlife. Some, however, who are not cautious, drink so deeply that they forget everything, while the philosophical soul, guided by reason, drinks only as much as is necessary. This final act before rebirth is crucial. It explains why we do not remember our past lives or the cosmic justice we witnessed. We enter each new existence with a clean slate, our character the only enduring link to our past. The souls then camp for the night, and as they sleep they are swept upward like shooting stars to their new births, their fates sealed by their own hands. Himself is forbidden to drink so that he may remember and return to the world of the living to tell this story. the enduring influence of the myth of is simply immeasurable. It provided the Western world with a powerful, non-dogmatic framework for understanding justice, fate, and personal responsibility. Its vision of a mathematically ordered cosmos would inspire astronomers for centuries, and its concept of the immortal soul journeying through cycles of existence found echoes in later Neoplatonic and even early Christian thought. But its most powerful legacy is the profound ethical challenge it presents. Plato is arguing that true justice is not about the rewards or punishments one receives in the public sphere, but about the internal harmony of the soul. A life of injustice might seem profitable in the short term, but it creates a diseased and disordered soul, a soul that, when faced with the ultimate choice, will inevitably select a life that perpetuates its own suffering. The just life, the philosophical life, is one that cultivates wisdom and harmony, ensuring that when the moment of cosmic choice arrives, the soul will select a life that leads to true and lasting happiness. The myth is a grand, terrifying, and ultimately empowering reminder that we are, each one of us, the architects of our own eternity, and the quality of our next 1,000-year journey depends entirely on the choices we make and the character we build in the fleeting, forgetful, and precious life we are living right now. This profound interplay between the impurity of death and the potential for divinity is where the Shinto vision of the afterlife reveals its most beautiful and comforting paradox. While the realm of Yomi remains a place of defilement from which one does not return, the spirits of the departed do not stay there forever, trapped in that state of decay. Over time, through the loving remembrance and proper rituals performed by their living descendants, a remarkable transformation occurs. The spirit, known as a shadowy, gradually sheds the lingering kegare attached to it from its passage through death and its time in Yomi. As the years and decades pass, and as the sharp, personal grief of the living softens into a more generalized reverence, the individual identity of the deceased begins to fade. The spirit evolves, merging with the collective presence of the family's ancestors. It is at this point, often after a generation or more, that the spirit undergoes a profound apotheosis. It ceases to be merely a departed soul and is elevated to the status of a kami, a sacred, divine spirit that is now venerated at the family's household altar. This process fundamentally blurs the stark line that the myth of Izanagi and Izanami so sharply drew between the polluted dead and the pure, living kami. It suggests that spiritual impurity is not a permanent state, but a transitional one that can be purified through time and ritual. The ancestor does not simply vanish into obscurity. They are spiritually repatriated, welcomed back into the family home not as a ghostly presence, but as a benevolent, deified guardian. This creates a powerful cyclical journey. A person is born into the world, lives a life, passes through the pollution of death into Yomi, and is then gradually purified and reborn as a kami, returning to watch over the living lineage from which they came. They become part of the Ujigami, the collective ancestral kami of a clan or family, their individual personality now subsumed into a collective, divine force dedicated to the protection and prosperity of their bloodline. This is why in Shinto there is no great chasm between humanity and the gods. The gods are, in a very real sense, our own family members, perfected and elevated, creating a universe where the divine is intimately familiar and deeply invested in the success of its living descendants. The physical heart of this ongoing relationship is the kamidana, or god shelf, found in countless Japanese homes. This is not a somber memorial for the dead, but a vibrant miniature shrine, a dedicated space where the family kami reside. Typically a small, wooden shelf placed high on a wall in a clean, quiet part of the home, the kamidana is often decorated with a sacred rope, paper streamers, and a small torii gate, mirroring the entrance to a grand Shinto shrine. Each morning, the family will make fresh offerings to the ancestors, a small cup of clean water, a few grains of rice, perhaps a sprig of the sacred sakaki tree or a seasonal fruit. They will clap their hands twice, bow their heads, and offer a moment of silent gratitude and prayer. This daily ritual is not an act of mourning, it is an act of communion. It is a way of sharing the family's daily life with the ancestors, of reporting in, of strengthening the bond that connects the visible world with the invisible one. The water and food are not meant to be consumed in a physical sense, but are symbolic offerings of purity and sustenance that nourish the kami's spiritual power, ensuring they remain strong and able to provide their blessings in return. These blessings are very tangible. The ancestral kami are not distant, passive observers. They are active, vested participants in the family's fortune. They are believed to watch over the health of family members, bring success in endeavors, protect the household from misfortune, and ensure the continuity and prosperity of the family line. Before a major life event, a new job, a wedding, a long journey, a family will often approach the Kamadana to inform the ancestors and ask for their guidance and protection. In this way, the ancestors become consultants and partners in the life of the family. Their wisdom, accumulated over their own lifetimes and now refined in their divine state, is seen as a resource to be tapped. This relationship is one of mutual interdependence, a sacred reciprocity known as Kanagara, the way of the kami. The living provide the offerings and the reverence that sustain the ancestors' spiritual status, and the ancestors, in turn, use their enhanced power to provide protection, guidance, and blessings. A family that neglects its ancestors, that allows its Kamadana to gather dust or fails in its daily offerings, risks losing this divine protection and may even incur the displeasure of spirits who feel forgotten, potentially leading to a streak of bad luck or illness interpreted as their subtle ancestral wrath. This beautiful synthesis of memory, ritual, and deification fosters a unique and powerful sense of time and identity in Japanese culture. The line between the past, present, and future becomes wonderfully fluid. The living are not just individuals, they are the current link in an unbroken chain that stretches back through countless generations and forward into eternity. The ancestors are not gone, they are merely in another room of the same vast cosmic house. This creates a profound sense of responsibility, not just to oneself, but to the entire lineage, to honor the work of those who came before by living a good life and continuing the family name. It also provides immense comfort, dissolving the absolute finality of death. To lose a loved one is not to lose them forever, it is to begin the process of transforming them into an eternal guardian. The grief of parting is slowly transfigured into the comfort of an enduring, supportive presence. The Shinto vision, therefore, offers a resolution to the terror of yomi not through a heroic journey or a divine judgment, but through the patient, loving, daily work of family, turning the unbearable pain of loss into the quiet, enduring strength of ancestral grace, ensuring that no one who is loved is ever truly gone, but is always present, just on the other side of the altar, watching. Waiting and blessing. After the intricate maps of the afterlife drawn by faith and tradition, we arrive at a phenomenon that feels like a modern-day echo of those ancient journeys. A mystery written not in sacred texts, but in the first-hand accounts of people who have stood at the very brink of death and returned to tell the tale. These near-death experiences, or NDE, have become one of the most compelling and debated topics in our ongoing quest to understand what lies beyond, offering a collection of sensations and visions that are reported with stunning similarity across cultures, ages, and belief systems. One of the most universally reported features is the initial sensation of moving through a dark tunnel toward an all-encompassing, brilliantly warm and loving light. This is not a frightening passage, but one of profound peace and anticipation. Individuals describe floating or rushing toward this luminous presence, often feeling they are leaving their physical body behind and looking down on the scene of their own medical emergency with a strange, detached clarity. This tunnel journey finds a powerful parallel in the many mythological passages we have explored, from the soul's voyage across the river Styx in the Greek Underworld, guided by Charon, to the perilous trek across the Chinvat Bridge in Zoroastrianism. Even the Bardo Thodol describes a consciousness moving through a series of visions and lights. The tunnel acts as a universal archetype of transition, a conduit between one state of being and another, whether it is framed as a celestial bridge, a subterranean river, or a neurological pathway. Upon reaching this light, many describe encountering a radiant, compassionate presence, a being of pure love that some identify as God, Jesus, an angel, or a departed loved one. Communication in this state is said to be instantaneous and telepathic, a direct transmission of knowledge and unconditional acceptance. This encounter is often followed by one of the most profound and transformative aspects of the NDE, the life review. In this state, individuals report reliving every moment of their life, not from their own perspective, but by experiencing the events through the eyes of everyone they ever interacted with. They feel the joy they gave a friend with a simple compliment, but also the unintended pain caused by a careless word, experiencing the emotional consequences of their actions with breathtaking intensity. This is not a judgment in the sense of a stern deity meting out punishment, but a self-administered revelation of the interconnectedness of all life and the fundamental importance of love and kindness. It resonates deeply with the concept of karma, where one's deeds are impartially recorded, and with the Egyptian weighing of the heart, where the soul's own accumulated weight determines its fate. From a scientific perspective, researchers propose fascinating physiological explanations for these experiences. The tunnel effect and the sensation of floating outside the body have been linked to cerebral anoxia, or a lack of oxygen to the brain, which can cause a constriction of the visual field and a disruption in the brain's normal processing of sensory input. The surge of feelings like peace and bliss could be the result of a flood of endorphins or other neurochemicals released by the brain as a protective mechanism during extreme trauma. Some theories suggest that the life review might be a final, rapid firing of memories stored in the brain as its systems begin to shut down. For those who hold this view, near-death experiences are not glimpses of an afterlife, but the deeply personal and meaningful final act of a dying brain, constructing a comforting narrative from its own biological processes to ease the transition into oblivion. Yet, the spiritual interpretation offers a radically different and equally powerful explanation. For countless individuals who have undergone an ND, the experience is not a hallucination but a reality more vivid and real than waking life. They argue that the common themes across cultures and the life-changing aftereffects are loss of the fear of death, a renewed focus on love and service, and a deep-seated knowledge that consciousness continues point toward a genuine transcendental event. In this view, the brain may not be the source of consciousness, but rather a filter or a receiver for it. When the brain's functions are compromised in a near-death event, this filter is temporarily lifted, allowing the conscious self to perceive a broader, non-physical reality. The life review, the being of light, and the overwhelming love are seen as a direct encounter with the ultimate nature of existence, a brief but unforgettable immersion into the divine. This profound dichotomy, is it a biological event or a spiritual journey, lies at the very heart of the modern mystery. The accounts themselves are undeniably real and transformative for those who live through them, regardless of their ultimate cause. They have given us a new vocabulary for the ineffable, one that fascinatingly bridges the gap between ancient scripture and contemporary science. Whether understood as the brain's elegant final farewell or as a genuine peek behind the cosmic curtain, near-death experiences add a deeply personal, immediate, and evidential layer to humanity's eternal wandering. They challenge us to consider that the answer to the oldest question might not be found in a dusty tomb or a holy book, but in the living testimony of those who have traveled to the threshold and returned, forever changed, with a story of a brilliant light and the unshakable conviction that love is the final and only truth. Yet for all the terror and grandeur of the final judgment described in the Christian book of Revelation, the apocalyptic vision culminates not in a scene of destruction, but in one of breathtaking creation, a vision of a city so perfect, so suffused with divine light, that it descends from heaven itself as the ultimate reward for the faithful. This is the New Jerusalem, a celestial metropolis that represents the final, unbreakable union of God and His people, a world remade without the stain of sin, sorrow, or death. After the cataclysmic upheavals of the seven seals, trumpets, and bowls, and the final defeat of all evil, the Apostle John's revelation shifts to a tone of sublime wonder. He beholds a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth have passed away, and the sea, which in ancient symbolism represented chaos and separation, is no more. In this renewed cosmos, the holy city, the New Jerusalem, comes down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride beautifully dressed for her husband. The description of this city is a masterpiece of divine architecture and symbolic mathematics, designed to convey its perfection and permanence. Its dimensions are laid out with celestial precision. The city is laid out as a perfect cube, its length, width, and height all equal, measuring 12,000 stadia, which translates to nearly 1,400 miles in each direction. This colossal scale is not meant to be taken as a literal blueprint, but as a profound theological statement. In the ancient world, the only other structure described as a perfect cube was the Holy of Holies in the Jerusalem temple, the innermost chamber where God's presence dwelt. By describing the entire New Jerusalem as a cube, the vision declares that the entire city is now the Holy of Holies. There is no longer a separation between the sacred and the secular, for the entire community of the redeemed lives perpetually in the direct, unmediated presence of God. The city's wall is 144 cubits high, a number derived from 12 squared, echoing the 12 tribes of Israel and the 12 apostles of the Lamb, symbolizing the complete and foundational unity of God's people throughout history. This symbolism extends to the very materials from which the city is constructed. Its wall is made of jasper, a crystalline gem often associated with divine majesty, and the city itself is described as pure gold, like clear glass, so transparent that the glory of God illuminates it from within. The foundations of the city wall are adorned with 12 different precious stones, each one representing one of the 12 apostles. These jewels, jasper, sapphire, agate, emerald, onyx, carnelian, chrysolite, beryl, topaz, chrysoprase, jacinth, and amethyst would have evoked for early readers the high priest's breastplate in the Old Testament, which bore 12 stones for the 12 tribes of Israel. Here, the imagery is transfigured. The entire city rests upon the foundation of the apostolic witness, and its leadership is no longer vested in a single priest, but in the entire community of the redeemed. The 12 gates are each carved from a single massive pearl, and they stand perpetually open, for there is no night, no threat, and no reason ever to shut out the glory of the nations that are welcomed inside. Through these gates, the kings of the earth bring their splendor, a vision of a redeemed human culture and achievement offered up to God. Perhaps the most powerful and intimate images within this grand cityscape are the river and the tree of life. Flowing down the main street of the city is a river of the water of life, as clear as crystal, proceeding directly from the throne of God and of the Lamb. On each side of the river stands the tree of life, bearing 12 kinds of fruit, yielding its fruit every month. This is a direct and deliberate reversal of the story of Eden. In the Garden of Eden, humanity was exiled from the tree of life after the fall, barred from eating its fruit and gaining immortality in a state of sin. Here in the New Jerusalem, access is not only restored but magnified. The tree is perpetually fruitful, and its leaves are for the healing of the nations. The curse of Eden is utterly revoked. There is no more curse, no more separation, no more sickness or conflict. the healing is so complete that even the memory of brokenness is washed away, as God Himself wipes every tear from every eye. This spectacular vision did not emerge from a vacuum. It is deeply rooted in Jewish prophetic tradition, reinterpreting and fulfilling centuries of hope. The prophet Ezekiel, centuries before, had a detailed vision of a restored temple in Jerusalem from which a river flowed, bringing life to the Dead Sea and causing trees to grow on its banks for food and healing. Isaiah prophesied about a new heaven and a new earth, and a Jerusalem that would be a crown of glory and a diadem of beauty. The New Jerusalem in Revelation takes these prophetic threads and weaves them into a grand cosmic finale. It is no longer a physical city on the map of the Middle East, but the spiritual and eternal capital of a redeemed creation. It represents the fulfillment of the covenant promises, the ultimate destination of the great biblical narrative that began in a garden and concludes in a city, a place of perfect community, worship, and shalom. For 2,000 years, this vision has exerted a powerful influence on Christian eschatology, art, and the imagination of the faithful. It has provided a potent symbol of hope for the persecuted, a promise that their suffering was not in vain and that a glorious future awaited them beyond the trials of this world. In art, from the radiant mosaics of Byzantine churches to the intricate illuminations of medieval manuscripts and the dramatic canvases of Renaissance masters, artists have struggled to capture the transcendent beauty of John's vision. The image of the city with its jeweled foundations and golden streets has become an iconic representation of heaven itself in the Western mind. The New Jerusalem has inspired hymns, poetry, and countless sermons, serving as a North Star for Christian hope, a compelling picture of a world made right where death is defeated, mourning is abolished, and the long story of humanity finds its joyful, eternal home in the immediate and loving presence of God. From the soaring cathedrals of Western thought, we now journey to the vast, windswept steppes of Central Asia, where the horizon is an unbroken line and the sky itself is the roof of the world. For the nomadic empires of the Mongols, the cosmos was not a distant mystery, but an immediate and overwhelming presence embodied in their most sacred concept, the eternal blue sky known as Tengri. This was not a god with a human form or a personality, but the ultimate, all-encompassing force of the heavens, the source of all power, legitimacy, and life itself. In the Tengrist worldview, the universe was a living, breathing entity, and every element within it, from a mighty mountain to a whispering stream, possessed its own spirit or Angan. This profound animism created a spiritual ecology where humanity's role was not to dominate nature, but to live in a state of respectful harmony with it, seeking balance within a cosmic order ordained by the supreme will of the eternal blue sky. The destiny of the human soul was woven directly into this sacred tapestry. Upon death, it was believed that the soul of a noble or a great warrior did not descend into a subterranean underworld but ascended. It returned to the boundless expanse of Tengri, merging back with the divine source from which it came. For ordinary people, the spirit might take up residence in the natural world, dwelling within a revered mountain, a sacred forest, or a powerful rock formation that had served as a landmark for generations. This belief meant that the landscape itself was a spiritual geography, a constant, visible communion with the ancestors. The dead were not gone. They were present in the very wind that swept across the plains and in the enduring stones that dotted the grassland. This connection fostered a deep reverence for the environment, as harming a sacred mountain or polluting a spring was not merely an ecological misstep, but a direct offense to the spirits of one's own forebears and the cosmic balance upheld by Tengri. This spiritual framework found its ultimate expression in the rise of the Mongol Empire and its legendary founder, Genghis Khan. His ascent from a persecuted outcast named Temujin to the ruler of the largest contiguous land empire in history was not seen by the Mongols as a simple tale of military genius, but as the unfolding of a divine mandate. He was Tengri's Kuhuldu, the one chosen and protected by the eternal blue sky. His staggering success on the battlefield and his ability to unite the fractious Mongol tribes were interpreted as irrefutable proof that Tengri's favor rested upon him. This gave his authority an unshakable spiritual foundation, transforming his leadership into an imperial cult. To obey the great Khan was to align oneself with the cosmic order. To defy him was to rebel against the will of heaven itself. This belief was a powerful unifying force, providing a sacred justification for conquest that transcended tribal loyalties and forged a new, shared identity under the banner of Tengri's chosen one. The profound respect for the physical world, dictated by this animistic creed, was most visibly enacted in the Mongol funerary practice known as a sky burial. When a great leader like Genghis Khan died, the handling of his remains was a matter of utmost secrecy and sacred duty. The body would be taken to a remote and unmarked location on the steppe. Rather than being interred in a tomb that could be desecrated, the body was laid upon the open earth, exposed to the elements and the creatures of the wild. The goal was for the physical form to be completely reclaimed by nature, consumed by scavengers, dissolved by rain, and bleached by the sun until not a trace remained. This was the final act of returning to the cycle of life, a gift of one's body back to the world that had sustained it. The location of these burials was kept a closely guarded secret, often trampled by horses or having a river diverted over the site to ensure it could never be found. This practice reflected a core tenet of the Mongol worldview. The spirit had returned to Tengri, and the empty physical shell was of no consequence, its dissolution a final offering to the sacred balance of the eternal blue sky. This profound integration of life, death, and the natural world shaped a culture of immense resilience and adaptability, forging a people who saw themselves as inseparable from the vast, demanding, and magnificent landscape they called home. Continuing our journey through the world's most complex afterlife maps, we now arrive in the late 19th century, where a revolutionary spiritual movement sought to create a grand synthesis of all human wisdom. Theosophy, founded by the formidable Helena Blavatsky, presented a cosmos of staggering intricacy, and at the heart of its post-mortem geography were two pivotal, contrasting realms, Kama Loka and Devachan. This was not a simple duality of heaven and hell, but a meticulously detailed process of spiritual digestion and recovery, a system that brilliantly wove together threads from Buddhist, Hindu, and Western esoteric traditions into a new tapestry for the modern seeker. The entire journey was governed by the theosophical understanding of human nature, which saw a person not as a single soul, but as a composite of several interconnected principles, from the dense physical body to the highest immortal spirit. Immediately following the shock of physical death, the human consciousness enters the first stage of its interim afterlife, Kama Loka, translating roughly to the world of desire or the plane of passion. This realm is best understood as a purgatorial astral state. Imagine a vast, shadowy echo of the earthly plane, a realm of psychic residue where the newly disembodied entity, now stripped of its physical body, must confront the sum total of its lower nature. This is not a place of punishment administered by external judges, but a natural and inevitable process of purification. In Kama Loka, the soul is encased in its Kama Rupa, the desire body, or the shell of its personal cravings, attachments, and unfulfilled animal passions. Here, all the base impulses that were suppressed or indulged in life rise to the surface with terrifying intensity. The glutton is tormented by visions of feasts he can no longer consume. The miser is haunted by the ghost of gold he can no longer touch. The person consumed by hatred replays their angers in an endless, exhausting loop. This is not a judgment imposed by a deity, but a cosmic law of cause and effect. The energy of desire, having been generated in life, must now play itself out and exhaust its momentum, much like a spinning top gradually losing its spin and wobbling to a halt. For the average person, this period in Kama Loka can last from a few decades to several centuries, its duration determined by the strength and tenacity of their earthly attachments. For those of a particularly coarse or wicked nature, the process can be long and painful, a self-created hell of their own latent tendencies. However, for a spiritually refined individual who has mastered their lower passions, the passage through Kama Loka can be swift and virtually unnoticed, a mere stepping stone. The ultimate conclusion of this stage is the dissolution of the Kama Rupa itself. Once every last vestige of personal desire is burned away, this shell is cast off, and the higher, more refined principles of the human being are freed to ascend to their true reward. That reward is the serene and beautiful state of Devachan, a Tibetan-derived term meaning the dwelling of the gods. This is the theosophical heaven, but it is a heaven of a deeply personal and subjective nature. Unlike the communal paradise of Christianity or Islam, Devachan is not a physical location with streets of gold or rivers of milk. It is an entirely mental and spiritual plane, a state of conscious, blissful illusion crafted by the soul itself from the very finest material of its own highest aspirations and most noble experiences. Upon entering Devachan, the soul, specifically the higher manas, or reincarnating ego, enters a period of profound rest and recuperation. It is enveloped in a divine dream, a world of perfect happiness tailored exactly to its individual capacity for joy and understanding. An artist who lived a life striving for beauty might experience an eternity of creating perfect masterpieces in a landscape of sublime color and form. A mother who lost a child would be reunited with that child in a state of perfect, unconditional love, living out the idealized relationship she dreamed of on Earth. A scientist devoted to truth might unravel the deepest mysteries of the universe in a realm of pure intellect. The key to Devachan is that it is a state of fulfillment, not of further learning or progression. It is a necessary period of spiritual compensation, where every unfulfilled, pure aspiration from the previous life is granted its perfect, subjective expression. This blissful state is not eternal, though it feels that way to the soul experiencing it. A stay in Devachan can last for thousands of years, proportional to the intensity and purity of the individual's spiritual and intellectual life. A person of great spiritual depth and rich inner experience will have a long and vibrant Devachanic existence, while a person of meager intellectual and emotional development will have a correspondingly shorter, simpler one. This entire process serves a critical evolutionary purpose. It allows the reincarnating ego to assimilate all the wisdom and love gathered from its last life, consolidating its gains before it must descend once more into the trials of physical incarnation. The profound genius of Blavatsky's system lies in its synthesis. She did not invent these concepts from nothing. Rather, she skillfully reinterpreted and connected existing ideas from East and West. The state of Kama Loka finds clear parallels with the Catholic purgatory and the Buddhist Pritaloka, the realm of hungry ghosts where beings are tormented by unsatisfied desires. Devachan, meanwhile, shares characteristics with the Buddhist Sambhogakaya realms of the deities and the Christian heaven, but it is carefully distinguished from nirvana, which in theosophy represents the final, ineffable liberation from the cycle of rebirth altogether. By framing these states as natural, lawful processes rather than destinations determined by a god's arbitrary judgment, Theosophy offered an empowering, if demanding, vision of self-directed spiritual destiny. Your experience after death is not a reward or punishment, but a direct and precise consequence of the quality of consciousness you cultivated while alive. Your desires create your purgatory, your highest ideals create your heaven. The influence of this intricate cosmology on modern spiritual thought cannot be overstated. The theosophical concepts of Kama Loka and Devachan provided a sophisticated metaphysical framework that would seep into the foundation of the 20th century's New Age movement. The idea of the astral plane, a subtle world of emotion and desire just beyond our physical perception, became a cornerstone of Western esotericism. The notion that we create our own reality through our thoughts and desires, a central tenet of much contemporary spirituality, finds one of its clearest early formulations in the subjective, self-generated paradise of Devachan. Furthermore, the theosophical emphasis on progressive reincarnation governed by spiritual law, rather than moralistic judgment, offered a compelling alternative to traditional religious dogma, appealing to those seeking a more intellectual and experiential path. When you encounter modern channeled texts or teachers speaking of life between lives, soul rest, and the importance of clearing karmic baggage, you are hearing distant but unmistakable echoes of Blavatsky's grand synthesis. The theosophical afterlife, with its karmic detox in Kamaloka and its blissful recuperation in Devachan, ultimately presents the cosmos as a vast school for the soul, where each life and each death is a semester in an endless curriculum aimed at the perfection of consciousness itself. Now we come to a figure not of a distant underworld, but of our own world, a soul cursed to walk it forever. This is the legend of the Wandering Jew, a haunting Christian folklore that emerged in the late Middle Ages. The tale, in its most common form, describes a man, often a shoemaker named Ahasuerus, who was standing at the doorway of his shop in Jerusalem as Jesus, condemned and carrying his cross, staggered by. As the exhausted Savior paused for a moment to rest against the doorway, the man taunted him, telling him to move on and not delay. In response, Jesus fixed him with a gaze and pronounced the terrible curse, "I will stand and rest, but you will go on forever." From that moment, the man was condemned to wander the earth, unable to die until the time of the second coming. He became a permanent exile, a living ghost forced to witness the endless march of centuries, a prisoner of time itself. This story, which first appeared in a serious form in a German pamphlet in the early 17th century, tapped into a profound spiritual anxiety, giving a human face to the terrifying concept of a soul trapped in a state of eternal, conscious purgatory, denied the finality of death and the hope of heaven. What makes this figure so powerful is that he is not suffering in a hidden realm of fire and brimstone. His torment is the world we all inhabit. He is a personification of a soul in a state of perpetual suspension. Unlike the sinners in Dante's Inferno, whose punishments are meticulously designed to fit their crimes in a closed system of justice, the Wandering Jew's punishment is open-ended and existential. His hell is not a location but a condition, the relentless, grinding passage of time. He is cursed with perfect memory, forced to remember every face, every war, every fallen civilization, and every personal loss across 2 millennia. He cannot form lasting bonds, for he watches everyone he meets wither and die. He cannot find a home, for he is eternally displaced. This transforms the entire earthly realm into his personal purgatory, a vast, open-air prison where the walls are made of years and the bars are made of memories. He is the ultimate witness, and his curse is to see everything while being part of nothing, a living embodiment of the phrase "world without end." Beyond this personal torment, the legend became a potent symbol of collective exile and divine punishment, particularly within the context of Christian anti-Semitism. While the figure is not explicitly identified as Jewish in the earliest versions, he quickly became associated with the Jewish people in the European imagination. His eternal wandering was seen by many as a divine metaphor for the Jewish diaspora, the scattering of the Jewish people from their homeland after the destruction of the Second Temple. In this twisted interpretation, his punishment was not just for a single act of cruelty, but for the collective guilt of the Jewish people in the crucifixion of Christ. This turned a powerful moral fable into a dangerous tool of persecution, justifying centuries of prejudice and violence by casting an entire people as divinely condemned outsiders. The legend served to explain the statelessness of the Jewish people as a supernatural sentence, a horrifying example of how folklore can be weaponized to reinforce bigotry and justify the suffering of a marginalized group. Yet the story proved to be remarkably adaptable and resilient, escaping its toxic origins to become a rich narrative device in Western literature. Writers and artists saw in The Wandering Jew a perfect vehicle to explore profound themes of guilt, remorse, and the elusive nature of redemption. In Percy Bysshe Shelley's epic poem, Queen Mab, the Wandering Jew is a tragic figure who visits the poet and recounts his endless sorrow, becoming a voice against religious tyranny and a symbol of the suffering inflicted by dogma. In Eugene Sue's wildly popular 19th-century novel, The Wandering Jew, the character is split into two figures who represent different aspects of the curse, and their story is used to critique the greed and corruption of the Jesuit order. The legend asks a question that resonates with any thinking person. What does one do with an eternity of regret? Is there a path to atonement when your sentence has no defined end? The Wandering Jew is forever seeking a meaning to his existence, a chance to undo his one cruel act, making him a timeless archetype of the search for absolution in a seemingly godless universe. This figure also serves as a living timeline, a human lens through which to view history. As he wanders from century to century, he becomes a passive observer of human folly, progress, and repetition. He sees empires rise and crumble into dust. He witnesses the same cycles of war and peace, the same struggles for power, the same flashes of artistic genius and depths of human cruelty. He is a walking memento mori, a constant reminder of the transience of all human endeavor. In this role, the Wandering Jew is less a religious symbol and more a philosophical one. He represents the burden of history itself, the weight of the past on the present. When he appears in a story set in the modern world, he brings with him the ghosts of every age, forcing contemporary characters, and through them the reader or viewer, to confront their own place in the long, indifferent sweep of time. In the modern era, the archetype of the Wandering Jew has been powerfully reimagined and transformed. We see his echo in characters like the Highlander, cursed to immortality and forced to battle others of his kind through the centuries. We see him in the figure of vampires, eternal beings who must navigate the changing world while carrying the burden of their endless existence. Most significantly, the character has been reclaimed and subverted by Jewish artists and writers themselves. In works like Stephen Haim's novel, The Wandering Jew, the legend is turned on its head, portraying the protagonist not as a guilt-ridden sinner, but as a righteous rebel and a witness to the true horrors of history, including the Holocaust. In this powerful reinterpretation, the eternal wanderer is no longer a symbol of divine punishment, but one of survival and resilience. His endless journey becomes a testimony to the enduring spirit of a people who have faced persecution and yet persisted, transforming a curse of exile into a testament of unbreakable will. Yet for those ancient Greeks who found the common fate in Hades' shadowy realm too passive and bleak, there existed a far more exclusive and hopeful path. Beyond the public temples and state festivals, a secretive and demanding spiritual tradition offered a completely different vision of the afterlife, one that promised not a ghostly half-life, but a blessed eternity among the heroes and gods. This was the path of the Orphic Mysteries, a profound religious movement that took the myth of the tragic poet Orpheus and transformed it into a powerful system of personal salvation. Where mainstream Greek religion focused on appeasing the gods for prosperity in this life, the Orphics looked beyond, teaching that the human soul was divine and trapped in a painful cycle of reincarnation, and that only through rigorous purification and secret knowledge could one break free and achieve a permanent home in the paradisiacal Elysian fields. At the very heart of this belief system was a revolutionary and dramatic creation myth, one that explained the origin of humanity itself and our fraught relationship with the divine. According to the Orphic theogony, the first ruler of the universe was the god Zagreus, a divine child who was an incarnation of the powerful Zeus. The Titans, the ancient rivals of the Olympian gods, grew jealous of this young deity. They lured him away with toys, and then, in a brutal act, they tore him to pieces and devoured his flesh. The enraged Zeus responded by striking the Titans with his thunderbolt, reducing them to ashes. And from those very ashes, mingled with the divine substance of the consumed Zagreus, humanity was formed. This origin story carried a profound and somber implication for the Orphics. It meant that every human being had a dual nature. Our physical body, born from the sinful ashes of the Titans, was a prison, a source of base passions and suffering, which they called the Soma Sema. The body is a tomb. But locked within that tomb was our soul, the psyche, a tiny, immortal spark of the divine Zagreus himself. The entire human condition, with its struggles and sorrows, was a direct result of this titanic crime, and the ultimate goal of life was to purify the divine spark within and liberate it from its mortal, burdensome shell. To achieve this liberation, an initiate into the Orphic mysteries had to commit to a life of strict asceticism and ritual purity. This was not a faith for the casual worshipper. Followers were expected to adhere to a demanding code of conduct that set them apart from mainstream society. A central tenet was a strict practice of vegetarianism. Since all living creatures were believed to contain a reincarnated soul, to eat meat was to potentially consume a fellow human spirit and perpetuate the cycle of violence that began with the Titans. This dietary restriction was a constant physical act of non-harm, or ahimsa, meant to honor the divinity within all life. Furthermore, Orphics were forbidden from eating beans and from wearing wool, as these materials were associated with mortality and decay. Their lifestyle was one of renunciation, aimed at subduing the titanic, chaotic elements of the physical body and nurturing the quiet, divine voice of the soul within. Through these practices, along with participation in secret initiation, rites that involved purifications and sacred dramas, the Orphic seeker worked to purify themselves over the course of their lifetime, preparing for the ultimate test, the journey through the underworld after death. This is where the Orphic path diverged most spectacularly from the common Greek fate. For the uninitiated, the soul would simply be judged and sent to its appropriate, often dreary, station in Hades. But for the purified Orphic initiate, death was the moment of truth, the final exam for which they had spent a lifetime studying. To ensure they did not fail this test, they were provided with the ultimate cheat sheet, thin sheets of gold foil, inscribed with precise instructions and buried with them in their graves. Discovered in tombs across the Greek world, from southern Italy to Crete, these remarkable Orphic gold tablets are a direct window into the cult's secret hopes. They are not mere good luck charms, they are a detailed guidebook for the soul's navigation of the underworld. Written in the first person, they give the deceased the exact words to say at critical junctures. Upon arrival in the land of the dead, the soul would come to a fork in the path. One road led to the right towards the spring of memory, while the other led to the left towards the spring of forgetfulness. For the common soul, the pull of Lethe, the water of oblivion, was irresistible, washing away their past life and preparing them for a bland existence in the asphodel meadows or another cycle of rebirth. But the Orphic initiate, armed with the knowledge from the gold tablet, knew to avoid that spring at all costs. Instead, the tablet instructs the soul to approach the guardians of the other spring and declare with authority, "I am a child of earth and of starry heaven, but my race is of heaven alone." This was a powerful declaration of their true, divine origin, rejecting the titanic, earthly part of their nature. It then commands the soul to say, "I am parched with thirst and perishing. Give me quickly cold water flowing from the lake of memory." By drinking from this sacred spring instead of Lethe, the soul would not forget, but would remember its divine identity and its mission. It would retain the knowledge gained through its Orphic life, fortifying itself for the final challenge. Having successfully navigated this first trial, the soul would then proceed to stand before the queen of the underworld herself, Persephone. In mainstream Greek religion, confronting Persephone could be a terrifying prospect, but for the Orphic initiate, the gold tablet provided a script that transformed this meeting from a judgment into an announcement of triumph. The soul is instructed to say, "I come pure from the pure, queen of the Chthonian gods. I have paid the penalty for deeds unrighteous." This statement acknowledges the ancient inherited debt of the Titanic crime, but declares that through a life of Orphic purity, the penalty has been settled. The soul proclaims itself freed from the painful cycle of rebirth. Having passed all the tests, the soul is then directed to the ultimate destination, not the general Elysian fields, but a specific, privileged area reserved for heroes and the divinely blessed. The tablet joyfully concludes with directions telling the soul to go on the right-hand road, to the sacred meadows and groves of Persephone, where it will join the ranks of the other purified initiates in an eternity of feasting, song, and bliss. This was a profoundly personalized and hopeful vision of the afterlife, offering a complete bypass of the grim fate that awaited ordinary mortals. The Orphic mysteries provided a spiritual technology for salvation, a map and a password that turned the terrifying uncertainty of death into a guided journey toward an everlasting light, a promise that through knowledge, discipline, and divine lineage, even a mortal could secure a place among the gods. During the upheaval of the Second World War and its chaotic aftermath, a remarkable and poignant spiritual phenomenon emerged from the islands of Melanesia, offering a stunningly modern twist on humanity's oldest longings. Isolated communities whose world had been irrevocably altered by the sudden, overwhelming presence of foreign armies and their technological marvels began to develop what anthropologists would later call cargo cults. At the heart of these movements was a powerful, prophetic vision of the afterlife, a belief that through specific rituals and unwavering faith, their ancestors would soon return from the realm of the dead, not as spirits, but as tangible beings arriving on magnificent ships or in roaring airplanes, bringing with them an unimaginable bounty of Western-manufactured goods, the cargo. This was not merely a desire for material wealth. It was a profound millenarian dream, a belief that this delivery would signal a cataclysmic overturning of the existing world order, ushering in a new paradise on Earth where the current suffering and injustice would be erased, and a golden age of equality and abundance would begin. To understand the deep roots of this belief, we must first look at the traditional Melanesian worldview, where the boundary between the living and the dead was far more fluid than in the West. Ancestors were not distant, forgotten figures. They were active, vested members of the community, capable of influencing daily life and responsible for the fertility of the land and the success of the hunt. The natural and spiritual worlds were deeply intertwined. Prosperity and well-being were seen as gifts from the ancestors, earned through the correct performance of rituals, the maintenance of social harmony, and the careful observance of tradition. When European colonists and later Japanese and American military forces arrived, they brought with them a staggering display of material goods: canned food, steel axes, clothing, vehicles, and especially aircraft. To the islanders, who had no context for the industrial production behind these items, their origin was a profound mystery. The foreigners, who often did not seem to work the land or engage in any recognizable form of labor to produce these wonders, were clearly not the true sources. The logical conclusion, drawn from a deeply spiritual framework, was that these goods were supernatural in origin, sent by the ancestors themselves. The white men, however, were either intercepting this divine cargo through trickery, or were themselves the servants or messengers of the ancestors, but were selfishly hoarding the bounty meant for everyone. This spiritual crisis reached its peak during the Pacific theater of World War II. Suddenly, massive military bases were constructed on remote islands, and the sky was filled with aircraft making parachute drops of supplies, food, weapons, medicine, directly from the heavens. For the islanders, this was a transformative, apocalyptic spectacle. It confirmed their beliefs: the ancestors were indeed preparing a great delivery. The foreigners built airstrips and control towers, performed marching drills, and used radios, all of which were interpreted as powerful magic, rituals designed to communicate with the spirit world and ensure the cargo's arrival. When the war ended just as abruptly as it began, the armies packed up and left, the airstrips fell silent, and the flow of miraculous goods ceased. This was interpreted not as the end of a military conflict, but as a ritual failure. The ancestors were still ready to send the cargo, but the correct rites were no longer being performed. This conviction sparked the full flowering of the cargo cults as charismatic prophets emerged, claiming to have received direct revelations from the ancestors or even identifying specific figures like John Frum on the island of Tanna as the messianic entity who would orchestrate the Great Return. The rituals that developed were poignant and meticulous imitations of the military operations they had witnessed. Followers would clear land to build their own symbolic airstrips out of grass and bamboo. They constructed wooden control towers and headsets from vines and coconuts. They would march in drills with bamboo rifles, using sticks to simulate the maintenance of non-existent aircraft, all in a fervent belief that by perfectly replicating the foreigners' rituals, they could summon the cargo planes and ships once more. In some cults, followers destroyed their own crops and killed their livestock, a radical act of faith demonstrating that they were severing their ties to the old, impoverished world and relying entirely on the imminent arrival of the ancestral bounty. This was a modern, desperate form of sympathetic magic, a performance designed to compel the cosmos into delivering its promised paradise. The envisioned paradise was not a vague spiritual heaven but a concrete utopia. In this new age, the white colonists would disappear, be subservient, or be transformed into equals. The oppressive colonial hierarchy would be inverted, with the indigenous people finally receiving the respect and material wealth that was rightfully theirs. Sickness would vanish, and the dead would be resurrected to join the living in a perpetual feast, all made possible by the endless flow of cargo from the returning ancestors. These movements are powerful examples of what scholars call syncretism, the blending of different religious and cultural beliefs into a new, cohesive system. The cargo cults seamlessly wove traditional ancestor veneration with Christian millenarian ideas absorbed from missionaries who had long spoken of a second coming, a final judgment, and a heavenly kingdom. The figure of John Frum, for instance, is often depicted as a messianic, black-skinned soldier who will one day return to bring salvation, a clear fusion of indigenous prophecy and Christian eschatological imagery. The cults were not naive or foolish, as they were often caricatured by outsiders. They were a rational, spiritual response to a world that had been violently turned upside down. They were a form of religious and political resistance, a way for colonized people to make sense of their subjugation and to imagine a future where cosmic justice was finally served. By creating a narrative where their suffering was temporary and a glorious reversal was imminent, the cargo cults provided hope, purpose, and a sense of agency in the face of overwhelming external power. While the great wave of cargo cult activity has subsided, their legacy endures not as failed superstitions, but as a profound testament to the human spirit's relentless search for meaning and justice. Some of these movements, like the John Frum cult on Tanna, still exist today, though their focus has often evolved from awaiting physical cargo to preserving cultural identity and autonomy in a globalized world. The story of the cargo cults holds up a mirror to our own societies, challenging us to consider the myths and rituals we perform in pursuit of our own forms of salvation, whether through technology, consumerism, or political ideologies. They remind us that the line between faith and reason is often blurry, and that the hope for a better world, for a day when the scales are balanced and our ancestors smile upon us with abundance, is one of the most powerful and enduring legends of the human heart. We have journeyed through mythic underworlds, celestial gardens, and cosmic cycles, but our final legend brings us to a frontier that is being built not with stone and scripture, but with silicon and code. In the 21st century, humanity's oldest question, what happens after we die, is colliding with our newest technologies, giving rise to a profoundly modern and unsettling possibility, the digital afterlife. This is the emerging belief that our consciousness, our memories, and even our very personalities might not be extinguished, but could be preserved, uploaded, and continue a form of existence within the vast, interconnected realm of cyberspace. It's a vision that challenges every traditional notion of the soul, suggesting that eternity may not be found in a spiritual kingdom, but on a server farm, and that our legacy may be less about the judgment of gods and more about the integrity of our data. The most tangible manifestations of this new paradigm are already among us, reshaping our rituals of grief and remembrance. Social media platforms, for instance, have become our modern cemeteries. When a user passes away, their profile often transforms into a permanent digital memorial. Friends and family gather not at a graveside, but on a timeline, posting photos, sharing memories, and writing messages as if speaking directly to the departed. These spaces are no longer static. Some companies are developing AI tools that can analyze a person's lifetime of posts, messages, and photos to create a conversational chatbot that can mimic their speech patterns and personality. Imagine being able to text a lost parent, asking for advice, and receiving a response generated by an artificial intelligence trained on their own words. For some, this offers a revolutionary form of comfort, a way to feel a continuing bond that defies physical absence. For others, it raises deeply disturbing questions. Is this a beautiful form of remembrance or a ghost trapped in a digital maze, a shallow echo that prevents the living from fully processing their loss and moving forward? This tension between solace and unsettling artificiality lies at the very heart of the digital afterlife debate. Beyond simple chatbots, the ultimate goal for some technologists and futurists is full mind uploading, a concept sometimes called whole brain emulation. The theoretical process involves scanning the intricate structure of a human brain in microscopic detail, mapping every single connection between its billions of neurons, a map known as the connectome. This vast dataset would then be used to construct a software model of the brain that could, in theory, be run on a powerful enough computer. The resulting entity would be a digital copy of your mind with your memories, your personality, your fears, and your hopes. Proponents of this idea see it as the ultimate conquest over mortality, a way to achieve a form of immortality that our ancestors could only dream of in their myths. You could live on in a virtual paradise of your own design, explore the universe as pure information, or even be downloaded into a new robotic body. This is the modern-day elixir of life, promising not just an extension of years, but an escape from the frailties of the flesh itself. Yet, this brave new world of digital souls is fraught with philosophical dilemmas that would stump even the judges of the ancient Egyptian underworld. The most fundamental is the copy problem. If a perfect digital replica of your consciousness is created, is it truly you? Imagine the scanning process is destructive. Your biological brain is dismantled as it is scanned. From your perspective, you close your eyes in the scanner and cease to exist. Meanwhile, a new consciousness wakes up in a computer, believing itself to be you with all your memories intact. But is it, or is it merely a sophisticated copy, a twin that inherits your life while your own stream of experience has ended? This isn't just a technicality. It strikes at the very core of what we believe consciousness and personal identity to be. Furthermore, the potential for suffering in such an existence is terrifying. A digital mind could be hacked, tortured, corrupted, or simply trapped in an endless loop. It could be copied 1,000 times, its identity fractured and diluted. Without a body to die, could such a soul ever find release? This digital realm begins to look less like a paradise and more like a new kind of hell, one designed not by gods but by programmers. The ethical questions are equally immense and urgent. Who owns your digital ghost? Does your family have the right to turn your Facebook profile into a memorial or to activate a conversational AI of you after you're gone? What if you wouldn't have wanted that? The data we create in our lifetimes, our emails, our search histories, our private messages, is a vast, unwitting diary. Should that become the feedstock for a posthumous AI, or is that a profound violation of our privacy even after death? And consider the social inequality this technology could create. Would digital immortality only be available to the ultra-wealthy, creating a new class of eternal digital aristocrats, while the rest of humanity remains subject to biological decay? We could be building a future where the afterlife itself becomes a product, a subscription service sold by corporations, raising the stakes for eternal justice in a way that would have been unimaginable to the prophets and philosophers of the past. In many ways, cyberspace is already functioning as a collective afterlife, a new kind of metaphysical plane. Just as the ancient Mesopotamians believed the dead resided in a dusty underworld and the Celts dreamed of a vibrant otherworld just beyond the veil, we are now populating a digital dimension with the artifacts of our lives. Our social media profiles, our blogs, our photo albums, and our comment histories persist long after we are gone, forming a vast global tapestry of the departed. This digital echo is not conscious, but it is active. It can be viewed, shared, and interacted with by the living. It is a new form of ancestor veneration, where we speak to the dead by scrolling through their old posts on their birthday. This realm is eternal in its own way, or at least as eternal as the companies and servers that maintain it. It is humanity's latest and most collaborative vision of an eternal realm, a bustling, chaotic, and endlessly growing necropolis made of light and information, where every one of us is already building our own memorial, one upload at a time. These profound questions strike at the very heart of our relationship with mortality and memory, forcing us to confront whether this technology offers genuine comfort or merely creates a new, more complex form of grief. For those left behind, the ability to interact with a digital replica of a lost loved one can be incredibly alluring, a chance to say the things left unsaid or to seek guidance one last time. Yet, psychologists are beginning to grapple with the potential consequences. Could this digital crutch actually prevent the necessary and painful process of accepting a final, physical loss? If we can always text a parent or a partner, even an artificial version of them, does that mean we never truly learn to live in a world without them? This creates a risk of emotional stasis where a person remains tethered to a simulation, unable to fully move forward with their own life. The digital ghost, designed to soothe, could paradoxically become a barrier to healing, trapping the living in a loop of what might have been instead of embracing what is. It raises a disturbing possibility that in our quest to conquer death, we might inadvertently be sabotaging the very process that gives life its poignant and precious meaning. Beyond the personal grief, a monumental ethical battleground is emerging over who truly owns a person's digital soul. In the absence of clear legal frameworks, the data we generate in our lifetimes, our emails, our social media posts, our private messages, our search histories becomes a contested legacy. Should a technology company have the right to use your likeness and your personal data to generate an AI that can interact with your family after you are gone? What if you never explicitly gave permission for such a use? The terms of service we blindly agree to in life could, in death, grant corporations the license to resurrect us as commercial products. This isn't just about privacy, it's about autonomy and consent extending beyond the grave. Imagine a future where a grieving family is presented with a subscription model to continue accessing a conversational AI of their deceased relative, a monthly fee to keep the digital ghost alive. This commodification of the afterlife introduces a stark new form of inequality, where eternal digital presence becomes a luxury good, available only to those who can afford the server cost. The sacred becomes a service, and the memory of a person becomes a revenue stream, forcing us to ask if we are building a future where the rich get to live forever while the poor are truly and finally gone. This leads us directly to the most unsettling philosophical chasm at the core of this entire endeavor: the distinction between a continuation of consciousness and a mere copy. Let's say scientists perfect the process of whole brain emulation. Your connectome is scanned, every neural pathway is mapped, and a perfect software replica is activated in a supercomputer. This digital entity has all your memories, your sense of humor, your fears. It believes with every fiber of its being that it is you. But from your own subjective biological perspective, what happens? If the scanning process is non-destructive, you are still standing there in the lab, looking at a screen that claims to house your twin. If the process is destructive, your biological brain is dismantled as it is scanned. In that scenario, your last conscious experience is the scanner's hum, followed by nothingness. A new consciousness wakes up in the machine, but you did not survive the transition. You were copied, not transferred. This is the fission problem, and it suggests that digital immortality, as currently conceived, might be the ultimate false promise. The copy gets to live forever, believing it cheated death, while the original you still perishes. It's a sophisticated, deeply convincing echo, a monument to your life, but it is not a continuation of your own first-person stream of awareness. We are forced to confront a harrowing possibility that we might be building eternal lives for doppelgangers while our own consciousness still faces the same mortal end it always has. Ultimately, the rise of the digital afterlife is not just a technological revolution. It is a cultural and spiritual one, compelling a fundamental redefinition of what eternal life even means in the 21st century. For millennia, humanity has conceived of immortality in spiritual terms, a soul's journey to a paradise, a release into nirvana, or a cycle of reincarnation. Now we are offered a materialist, data-driven version of eternity. Is immortality the endless persistence of a personality and its memories, even if that personality is just a complex algorithm running on a remote server? Or is true immortality something more ineffable, tied to the unbroken, subjective experience of being? The digital ghost, forever trapped in the silicon circuits of its prison, may achieve a kind of permanence, but it is a permanence devoid of the very things that make life precious: the feel of sunlight, the taste of food, the ache of tired muscles, the spontaneous joy of a new experience. It is a static snapshot, a recording of a life lived, not a life being lived. As we stand on this new frontier, we are not just coding a new kind of afterlife, we are grappling with the essence of consciousness itself, forced to decide whether our legacy is the story we leave behind in data, or the irreplaceable, fleeting, and beautifully mortal experience of having lived at all. And so our voyage across the continents and through the centuries draws to a close. We have stood in the Hall of Maat, felt the summer mists of the asphodel meadows, and heard the echoing feasts in Valhalla. We have navigated the treacherous 9 levels of Mictlan, confronted our own mind's projections in the Bardo, and trembled before the finality of the Last Judgment. We have crossed the razor-sharp Surat, been caught in the eternal wheel of Samsara, and witnessed the raw grief of the gods themselves in the underworld of Yomi. From the magical shores of Tur-Na and Og to the cosmic bureaucracy of Diu, from the ancestral homeland of Guinea beneath the waves to the digital server farms promising a new kind of eternity, we have explored 50 breathtaking visions of the world beyond. What emerges from this grand tapestry is not a single, unified truth, but something perhaps even more profound, a stunning testament to the boundless creativity and profound spiritual yearning of the human spirit. The details are as diverse as the cultures that birthed them: celestial gardens for some, silent, dusty plains for others, a continuous cycle of learning for many. Yet, woven through every single one of these legends are threads of startling similarity. The concept of a journey, a test, a judgment, the universal principles of justice where actions in life shape destiny in death. The powerful, enduring connection between the living and the dead, whether through ancestor veneration, prayer, or simple remembrance, and above all, the unwavering belief that the story of a person, the essence of who we are, does not simply vanish when the last breath is drawn. These stories are far more than mere superstition or fanciful tales told around ancient campfires. They are the mirrors of our souls, reflecting our deepest fears of oblivion, our highest hopes for justice and reunion, and our most fundamental quest for meaning in a universe that often feels vast and indifferent. They answer our terror of the unknown with a map, however speculative. They address the painful randomness of life with the promise of cosmic balance. They transform the solitary mystery of death into a shared, communal narrative that has guided our art, our laws, our ethics, and our very understanding of what it means to live a good life. The Viking sought a heroic death not just for glory but for a seat at Odin's table. The ancient Egyptian lived a righteous life not just for society's praise but for a favorable weighing of the heart. These beliefs were the engines of culture, the compasses for morality, and the wellspring of both solace and motivation. As we stand here in the modern age with our scientific advancements and our digital dreams, these ancient whispers still speak to us. They remind us that our fascination with the eternal is one of the things that makes us most human. Whether we find comfort in the promise of a heavenly reunion, the intellectual challenge of the Gnostic quest for gnosis, the peaceful release of nirvana, or the communal solidarity of the ancestral world of Kalunga, these stories offer different kinds of answers to the same unanswerable question. They show us that our imagination is, in itself, a form of courage, a refusal to accept that the light of consciousness is extinguished forever. Now we turn this final reflection over to you. After this journey through 50 mysterious legends, which vision of the eternal afterlife resonates most deeply with you? Does the heroic struggle of Valhalla stir your spirit? Does the serene balance of the field of reeds appeal to your sense of order? Are you captivated by the intricate spiritual mechanics of the Bardo, or does the simple, heartfelt comfort of ancestral return in traditions like the Japanese kami or the Bantu Kalunga speak to your soul? Perhaps the philosophical challenge of Plato's myth of where we choose our own next life, intrigues your intellect. Share your thoughts and the legend that fascinates or comforts you the most in the comments below. We truly want to hear which of these maps to the great beyond you find most compelling. This exploration may be ending, but the conversation is just beginning. If you've enjoyed this journey to the edge of eternity and into history's greatest mysteries, make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell. There are countless more enigmas, legends, and forgotten tales waiting for us to uncover together. Thank you for joining us on this extraordinary expedition. Until next time, keep wondering.